Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope everybody is doing okay today. I hope you're doing great, as a matter of fact. Let me get us. No, that's not the one. Oh, I did. Oh, man. I did not even check it before I turned it on. Hi, guys. Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. The light is too bright. I've got a lot to fix. What we have, though, this evening is detention dockets that I would love to get up and running for you guys because I know you've been waiting. So, give me one moment. I'd love to hear what you had for dinner in the chat. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had for dinner. Please do hit that like button or the dislike button, whichever works. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm gonna make it. Got myself a baguette. Got some other items to put on the baguette. I would, um, yeah. It's been a beautiful day outside today. You can't see yet because my camera's not right, but you will eventually. Anyways, let us get going. We have Judge Kim here. This is our standard evening fun. I've had to start adding up how many episodes we have left because we are going to run out soon. This is my first coffee of the day. Yeah, it's 7 o'clock. I'm aware. I'm aware of that. Okay, let's get. Did that work? Yeah, it did. Great. Me out of the way. Oh, yeah, also, Nana is now watching Better Call Saul. I knew that was going to happen. Didn't take long at all.
Court emergency order number 33 related to the coronavirus. We are not conducting in-person proceedings. However, we are using remote software, specifically we're using Zoom. In order to comply with Article 1, Section 13 of the Texas Constitution, also known as the Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public has meaningful access to what occurs inside a public courtroom. This is still a court proceeding, so the court does expect everyone to behave appropriately for court. That means please have your cameras on unless you are an officer of the court. We are expecting everyone to refrain from showing movement in the background, so please do not be in a moving vehicle, walking around on the jogging trail. Please do not eat food while you're here. Please do not use the lavatory, take showers. And also, please refrain from having bright lights from behind your head as that tends to shadow out your face. Of course, if you're an officer of the court, I understand if you have other business that you need to take care of, and so you are excused from those requirements. No portion of this broadcast may be recorded, published, or copied. Violations are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. All right, so we're going to start with Michael.
Sorry. Just on that note, thank you, Judge Kim, for always giving me my little scare of the day. If you're new here, this is detention dockets, and I'm like looking for my, I've rearranged some things. So what we do is we vote. We vote one to detain, two to release. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that. And we you can vote as many times as you want, and you can change your vote as many times as you'd like. These are old hearings. They were originally aired in 2021, and they're from the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas. So they are different than what you might find if you watch adult court because this is juveniles and they are not given the same presumption of bail, and the detention criteria is a little bit different. So most of these people on the screen work for either the juvenile probation department, or they're a lawyer, or they're a parent, or that's me. I'm right here. You'll find me jumping around from screen to screen during this show. And I appreciate you all. I can see you all in the chat. I'm just getting everything sorted out here. I'm a little bit kerfuffled today. But I am so glad that you're here. Again, tell me what you had in the chat for dinner. I love to read those things. Judge Kim, right above me here, he's a stickler for the rules. He just doesn't like when people are late or crazy in court, which makes for interesting watching for us. Anyways, let's continue. And if you have any questions, let us know in the chat. We are happy to answer them if we know.
Mr. Burden? All right, Mr. Burden, please sit up. Thank you. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge in 2 days, and I will decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you must see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, we'll provide one for you at this time. Mr. Clark, I believe, has been hired as your attorney.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Good morning, sir.
So, Michael, let's see, you're 15 years old. You never been here before.
Yes, sir.
All right. So evidently yesterday, Hearst police brought you in. They're saying they were dispatched to Pipeline Road for about an Uber driver being assaulted. When they got there, the driver said he arrived to pick up his passengers. 8 to 10 people tried to get in, so he exited, tell them that they could not take them all. Then he got assaulted by 2 or 3, he believed, not sure the total number who hit him. He described one as a red shirt, another blue shirt, and the last as heavy set. He said he was hit by all 3 and being held down by one in order for others to hit him. He said about $80 of cash tips was missing, and the group ran off after the assault. Officer had the driver look at his app. Passenger that requested pickup was Matthew, and the pickup location was a nearby hookah lounge. Officer patrolled the area, saw a group walking nearby that matched the description. They identified the group. Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Webb, Mr. Burden, and Mr. Gorman, all juveniles. Officers noticed that Gallagher was heavyset with a green sweater, 2 in red sports jerseys. The 4th was in a blue sweater. There are also 4 juvenile females, none of which were detained. One made a statement that the group was watching a Super Bowl at a hookah lounge. They left in an Uber, but claimed it was a car, not an SUV. They were detained for investigation. Turned out Gallagher had some cash in his wallet and in his pocket. And Matthew's phone was confiscated since they believed it was used to order the Uber. All 4 males were found in possession of fake IDs. 4 females had fake IDs. And one admitted to the officers the girls met the group of boys at the hookah lounge and they ordered an Uber to leave, denied witnessing the robbery. The victim initially declined medical attention, but then, while talking with officers, continued to drop to his knees while holding his chest and was transported to the hospital by ambulance. All right, do we have a parent here for Mr. Burden?
Yes, we do, Judge. Yes. It's under Catherine.
Okay, hello, Catherine. I think you're on mute right now.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
No, I think.
Okay. No.
Should be walking around during court.
I hear.
Ms. Burden, I'm not talking to you right now. Hold on a second.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You're walking around during court. All right. Hello, Catherine. Okay, so now we got the fixed. Okay, so I have some questions. First of all, where was Michael supposed to be last night? Or
He was supposed to be. They were supposed to be watching the game at one of the other boys' house, like Jimmy Gorman's house. They were supposed to be watching the game.
okay, so you know Mr. Gorman, Mr. Webb, and Mr. Gallagher?
Yes.
What city do you live in?
Me, I live in Delaware.
You live in Delaware.
I actually live in Delaware. Yes. So my permanent residence is Delaware.
So why is Passionate? I already instructed you once not to walk around, and so that's just not acceptable for court. Please. Okay, so then where does Michael live?
He lives with I and his father in Delaware.
So what's he doing in Texas?
My daughter lives here and she is having a baby
Okay, when you say
uh,
here, you mean Delaware or in Texas?
here in Texas.
Okay, all right,
And I usually come out and spend the winter with her.
okay, all right.
We're getting ready to go back to Delaware like right after the Super Bowl. So that was the plan, but you know,
If you live in Delaware, how do you know these other boys?
they're friends of the family. They're related to us. They're my cousins, kids.
Okay. Do you know how long he's had a fake ID?
I wasn't aware of that, sir. And, you know, this whole thing's the first time I even heard of it. I'm amazed. I never even thought he was capable of something like that, you know?
All right. Ms. Guerrero, are you here?
Yes, Judge.
Did we look up to see if he has juvenile history in the state of Delaware?
No, sir. I was not aware that the family lived in Delaware because the address that's on JCMS is a Lake Worth address.
Right. Okay, so Mom, my question is, if y'all are returning to Delaware, how are you gonna get him back to court?
I will manage. I'll get him back to court. I will. Definitely. You have my word on that.
Okay,
I won't. I mean, if it comes down to me having to stay here, I mean, I'm able to do that too, you know?
all right. You have eviction for him? Ed? Mom, no, I know you're from Delaware, so is he in online school or in-person school back home?
No, he does homeschool, yeah.
So a homeschooler, or is he doing public school via?
Homeschool.
Okay, so it's an actual homeschool curriculum?
Yeah.
And Mom, you understand if I released him to you, and for whatever reason he failed to appear for court, I could issue a warrant for your arrest.
Yes, I understand, sir.
And if you were in Delaware, you would be extradited back to Texas.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Does he have a history of running away?
Absolutely not. This whole thing, I'm just completely in shock with because he's always a good kid. I mean, this is just like amazing to me.
I usually don't do this. I mean, since there's 4 kids all involved with the same offense, I'm not gonna make a decision yet. I want to find out a little bit more about the other kids and see what the behavior's like. And so you're welcome to stay here in Zoom and find out, because Mr. Webb, Gorman, Gallagher, and Burden are all the first 4 that we're dealing with.
Have we ever heard him do that before? Wow, Judge Kim. Judge Kim doesn't know because Judge Kim gets a good vibe from this mom. I can tell. He likes that she's spending time with her daughter down in Texas and all that stuff. I can tell. And seriously, we are going to hit bingo tonight. This is unusual. Why does it matter? Like, again, this is very, 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 um, this is very unique for Judge Kim, but imagine in an adult court being like, oh, I'm not going to decide on whether or not to give you bond or not based on what your co-defendant did. I mean, I've heard them refer to co-defendants, and then I've heard judges be like, yeah, and this is an individual case. So it's interesting. Very, very interesting. Judge, maybe he put something new in his cornflakes. Oh, what do you think Judge Kim eats for breakfast? That's what I need to know immediately. Also, if you're new here, this is my red flag. I wave it around when things are just crazy. But yeah, let's hear what we think Judge Kim eats for breakfast. I'm maybe thinking muesli. Muesli. I'm gonna go with a muesli.
So I've asked you the questions that I need to know. I'm going to wait till I find out more about the other three before I make a decision on releasing them or not. Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So next we have Matthew Gallagher.
Judge, I'm here, Andy Platt here. I'm here with Mr. Gallagher's father. Can you turn that down? I told his mother's not here because she was up all night, of course, fretting. So it's just me and his dad, but they're together and they raise him together.
Great.
Hey, Daniel.
Andy.
All right. Okay, Mr. Gallagher, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I've decided whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're in detention. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you. However, it seems like your family has retained Mr. Platt as your attorney. All right, so Matthew, you're 16. You have no history with this department. And this is regarding we just saw Mr. Burden. So by the Uber driver, claims was assaulted after denying the ride. And evidently, your phone was the one that ordered the Uber. Evidently, it had, let's see, $22 in your wallet, $105 crumpled in your pocket, and you were in possession of a fake ID. And the driver ended up having to go to the hospital by ambulance. All right, so Mr. Platt, this is the dad that's here?
Yes, sir. He's right next to me.
I'm right here.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out about these boys, what's going on. So where was Matthew supposed to be at this time?
He was supposed to be watching the game with friends.
Where was he supposed to be at?
He didn't elaborate exactly where he was going. He said he's watching it at a friend's house. I was watching the game at another friend's house.
Okay. Ms. Brazel, what time did all this happen?
Judge, Shelley's finishing up another hearing with Judge Terry, so I'm covering for her.
All right, Daniel, what time did this happen?
Let me check if it had there was a little confusion with the police report, so let me check if it gave an actual time.
So the game was on the 7th, and the report says the 8th.
Your Honor,
Yes. Ms.
showing
Paxton,
11:40,
11 on the 8th?
11:40 on the 7th.
On the 7th, okay. All right, so Dad, when was Matthew supposed to be home by?
Matthew's phone was dead. I've been trying to call him for a few hours, and he texted me off of, I think, Johnny Webb's phone, said that he was on his way home around maybe around 11 that time, at 11:30 or so.
Okay, does he not have a curfew?
Yeah, he does have a curfew. He was supposed to be home long before that, but his phone had been dead for hours. So he texted me off someone else's phone.
All right, so according to the police report, your son is the one that requested the Uber. So I'm trying to figure out if his phone was dead.
Yeah, he couldn't have requested it from his phone because it had been dead for hours. Because I have Find My iPhone on there, and I've been trying to call him and locate him for hours, and it's been dead for at least several hours. The game ended around 9.
Right.
He may have requested the Uber off someone else's phone, I'm assuming.
Well, I'm not even assuming his phone is really dead.
Right. Well, maybe he just blocked me because I couldn't find, I couldn't.
You
I couldn't
wouldn't be the first dad to have his phone blocked, right?
Right. Well, I would hope not. But
All right. So, do you know who Mr. Webb, Burden, and Gorman are?
yes, I know them.
You know them all.
Yes.
And Judge, he has no history. He didn't have any history of running away. He is homeschooled too, and he does well. And it's more of a shock to everybody that he's being accused of this. I was about to say this happened. I'm not saying anything happened yet, but it's a stable home life and no history of violence or guns or assault.
All right, Dad, did you know he had a fake ID?
I had no idea he had a fake ID. I found out about it when I called the Hearst Police Department that night.
I think you were here when I was talking to Miss Burden. All right, I just want to review all four of these boys before I make a decision. All right, you're welcome to stay here on Zoom. I just, this is a shoplifting deal. It'd be different, but evidently in this we have a victim that had to go to the hospital for emergency medical attention. So one of my decision points is the safety of the community about releasing these children. And so I just, when you have crimes of violence, including theft, I'm kind of cautious. I think the community deserves that. So I truly haven't made a decision yet. I just want to get a bigger picture since you have 4 juveniles that are all involved together in the same offense. So, all right. Okay. So James Gorman. All right, Mr. Gorman, Judge Tim, this is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I've decided whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. I know Mr. Kutcher has been hired as your attorney. Good morning, Ken. Haven't seen you in a couple years.
Wow.
Okay, so James, I've seen 2 of the other kids already that were allegedly involved with you. This is the Uber driver in Hearst. A bunch of kids want to get in, said no. He's claiming that he was beat up and money taken from him, and that y'all were picked up by the police, all of you with fake IDs. So the other 2, I'm just letting you know, James, that I haven't made a decision yet. My decision will probably be very similar to most of you, if not all. And trying to figure out. So do we have Ken, are you with the mom, I guess?
Yeah, this is Nancy Gorman, and then his father's here also.
Okay. All right. Hi, Mom and Dad. I'm just trying to get a bigger picture. I haven't made a decision. I'll be honest. I probably won't make a decision right now. I'll wait to see the 4th boy, which is Mr. Webb. I do have some questions for you, though. I don't know if Mom or Dad wants to answer, but I see no history with this department. Do you know the other boys? Is Michael Burden, Matthew Gallagher, and John Webb?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How do you know them?
They're cousins and friends.
Okay. All right. Is James homeschooled as well?
Yes.
Okay.
He's an AB student.
Well, you say AB student, so are y'all part of a co-op, or are you?
He's Our Lady of the Rosary Catholic School.
I'm sorry, there was a little.
Our Lady of the Rosary Catholic School.
All right, where was he supposed to be on Sunday night?
watching the game at Michael Burden's.
Okay. Did he ever go to Michael Burden's?
What? Apparently not. I haven't been able to speak with him since
Right.
since he's been in there.
Okay. Catherine, I know you're still here. Did the boys ever come to your place?
No, because I assumed he was supposed to be at Jimmy Gorman's.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They obviously,
And let's be honest, I mean, we were all teenagers at one point. We all at one point told our parents we were one place where we weren't.
yes,
This isn't, this is not a capital offense. I'm just trying to get a good
kind of
picture.
typical. Yeah.
So, all right. So then Mom, Mrs. Gorman, I'm going to ask, what, does he have a curfew? Was it time? There's supposed to be a time you're supposed to be home?
Yes, he was supposed to be home by 11, and I had been trying to contact him, and apparently he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be, and he wasn't answering my phone, and I was doing.
So guys, just to catch anybody up who's maybe just joining us, we take attendance here by hitting the like or dislike button. So make sure you please get your attendance recorded. That's very important. Secondly, Judge Kim's doing something unusual right now. He is deciding on 4 kids at once after this kid. I want you guys to let me know right now, do you think it's going to be a solid 1, which is detained, or a solid 2 for released? What do you think is going to happen here? This is unusual. This is not how Judge Kim tends to operate. But you know what? He is always throwing little things at us. I would say I agree about the ones, except he really liked that first mom. He really liked that first mom. So, anyways. Also, I read some literally hilarious answers for what Judge Kim would eat for breakfast. I'm gonna have to write them all down and then I'll do a poll. And yeah, let's continue. Also, hi lurkers. We don't bite, I promise.
Find my iPhone, and that's where I found the area he was in. I'd been trying to contact him since 11.
Oh, I understand. Any history of running away? Does James have a history of running away?
No, Your Honor. I'm as well shocked at all of this.
Yeah, seems like all the parents are so far. Okay. All right. Like I said at the beginning, I'm really. I mean, I believe the courts really should make a quick decision once it has all the facts. So I'm just I want to talk to all 4 sets of parents and have an idea of what's going on so I can make a decision. So you're welcome to stay here on Zoom. I'm about to talk to Mr. Webb's parents and then figure out where we are, and then I'll make a decision, okay? All right, so I'm ready for John Webb.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I think so. You're a good woman. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Webb, good morning. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here.
Would you say
You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you. However, it seems like you've hired Mr. Lane. Jim, good to see you again.
Thank you, Judge. Good to see you.
So I will say There's some people in the waiting room. All right, so John, I'm familiar already. I've talked to Michael, Matthew, and James. This is about the Uber driver who was robbed, said that the group tried to get in his SUV, said no, and then evidently he was beat up. They're saying that Matthew requested the Uber, picked up the hookah lounge, and later on, they were found by the police. This Matthew had cash in his wallet, and all of y'all had fake IDs. So, all right, Mr. Lane, do we have a parent here?
We do, Judge. They're in evidently the waiting room. I'm in another room here by Mary Kelleher's.
Sure.
Right here, Your Honor.
Oh, there we are. Okay, so your mom and dad. All right. So your mom and dad, I've got a question.
I just have to say, guys, we have seen more parents with these 4 children than we tend to in a whole hearing, a whole day. Seriously. Like, this is this is unusual. Like, seriously, this is unheard of. Judge Kim is, yeah, it's an interesting little, well, the one parent's present there in the courtroom, but they're attending, you know what I mean? Like, they're involved. And it's not cool if it's true. If true, but of course, innocent until proven guilty, it's not cool. But also, what kind of Uber can fit 8 people? Like, none? Right? Anyways, let's continue.
Seems like your son's never been here before, 16. All right, so they're out watching the game. Where was John supposed to be that night?
He was supposed to be at, he was watching the game with his friends, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask y'all to scoot a little bit forward. Y'all are coming kind of far from the mic. Thank you.
Your Honor, he was watching the game with his friends, and he was supposed to be staying with his grandma after the game. The game ended at about 10:45, and he was supposed to be staying with his grandma, and, you know.
Okay. So, but where was he supposed to be watching the game from?
With his friends at Mr. Gorman's place.
Mr. Gorman's place?
Yes.
Okay. And does he have a curfew?
Yes.
What time is his curfew?
Well, he was supposed to, after the game, go right to his grandma's, usually about 11 o'clock, you know.
Sure. Now, do you know, I guess you know Mr. Gorman. Do you know Matthew Gallagher and Michael Burden?
Yes.
How do
Yes.
y'all know them?
Oh, well, Mr. Gorman is his cousin.
So would it have been a mutual grandma to all of them, or a grandma on the other side?
No, no.
It's just John's grandma. It's my mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, like, we're
Yes.
dealing with cousins. What's the relationship between, like, how are they cousins?
Well, my mom and Mr. Gorman's father are brother and sister.
Okay. Your mother and Mr. Gorman's father, brother and sister?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What about Mr. Burden?
Just friends.
Just friends. And Mr. Gallagher?
Just friends.
All right. So try to figure this out. So Miss Burden, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you said they're cousins. So are they all cousins, or just 2 of them are? Like, are they related to Michael?
Yes, sir. Jimmy is related to me, to Michael.
And Matthew and John?
Yeah, also Matthew and John. Matthew, but not John.
So how's Matthew related to Michael?
Actually, it's their grandmother, Matthew's grandmother, and my grandmother are first cousins. So we're kind of like distantly, cousins, like 4th, 5th
All right,
cousins.
everybody, I think we're ready to get started again.
Sorry, Miss Seller.
All right, so Ms. Webb, your son in school, homeschool?
He homeschools.
Okay, and that's just homeschool? Is it through a co-op or through a program?
It's homeschool. It's cats homeschool.
Okay, so you're the one that instructs him?
Uh-huh.
Does he have a history of running away?
No.
No, Your Honor, never.
All right. Hey, security control back there?
Yes, sir.
I have a question. Is there any way we can group these 4 boys together? So I don't have to repeat myself 4 times?
That's fine. Would you like me to get the other 3?
Yeah, if you could, or if you need to move the laptop, if you need to sit them in a row, I don't mind. Whatever you feel is most appropriate. I just don't want to have to do it 4 times.
That's fine. Give me a couple of minutes, sir.
All right, thank you.
I need the other 3.
Can you get Mr. Colbert? Is he coming here? Adam?
Adam Colbert.
Scoot over.
So please cover Chatham.
I've got him here, sir. Trying to get the camera.
All right, thank you. They won't have to speak. They just need to be able to hear me. All right. All right, you 4 gentlemen, Mr. Burton, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Gorman, Mr. Webb. And so parents, just so you understand this process, this is a detention hearing. This is not about whether they committed the offense or not. This is about whether there's probable cause. So that means, can somebody articulate, whether it's the police or juvenile probation officers, even you by chance, articulate certain statements that, if they were true, would constitute offense against the laws of Texas. And so if so, then I have to make a decision on whether to keep the child in detention or to release them. If I keep them in detention, then the law says I have to see them every 10 days. All right. The factors that I have to consider in deciding whether to release a child or not is going to be really what's most important to me. Are they a danger to themselves, or are they a danger to the community, or are they not likely to reappear in court? Okay. There's a couple other factors, like if they've been adjudicated for a felony level offense as a juvenile before, other things going on. But those are the three main factors. Those are the factors I think you as parents understand should be critical for a judge deciding whether to keep a kid in custody or to release them. All right, so having talked to all four of these parents, I think I have a pretty good idea of what's going on in the situation with these kids, all four of them. None of them history with this department. It seems like the parents know each other. Seems like there's quite a bit of deception from the boys to their parents, right? Which I understand to a certain degree that is juvenile behavior, and that is not the offense of the century. That doesn't, a child lying to the parent is not what keeps me up at night. It's crimes that occur against really just members of our community. That's what bothers me. So I've made a decision. Gentlemen, I've had all four of you brought in here sitting next to each other for a reason, because I do want to talk to you all at once. Because I was pretty much going to say the exact same thing to all four of you, and that is you're both looking at the offense of robbery. Just so you know, these are offenses that if you were, well, in theory, you could be certified as an adult and go to the adult criminal courts for prosecution, which you could receive a sentence of between 2 and 20 years in prison and $10,000 fine. These are also offenses as a juvenile, if you maintain here, could result in a commitment of up to 20 years in the Juvenile Justice Department, of which before your 19th birthday, there would be a hearing for me to determine whether you've been rehabilitated and I need to release you to the community on parole, or whether I should transfer you to the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to complete the remainder of your sentence, whatever the sentence may be. All right, so I need to let you know that this is a very serious situation. What may have started out as just a good idea at the time is something that can have long-lasting repercussions in your life. And just because depending on how the case turns out, it is possible, even though you are juveniles at this time, that this could be used against you in adult criminal settings if you're ever to be arrested for an adult offense after your 17th birthday. All right, so that being said, I just want to make sure you understand the gravity of the situation. Your parents understand the gravity of the situation. And I want to have this conversation with you four young gentlemen in front of your parents, just so there is no misunderstanding of how serious this is. You do have four lawyers here. I do know all your lawyers well. I practiced side by side with them for many years before I became a judge. It is important that you listen to your attorney's advice and to work through this. All right, so this is what I'm going to do is I am inclined, given the fact that y'all do not have history with this department, and given the fact that there was no weapon used, those are the two main factors for me right now in deciding that I'm inclined to release you. Here is the problem that we face. All four of you lied to your parents, right? And this is actually quite the teaching moment for you guys, is that sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter what you did. Specifically, it matters what situation or the timing that you actually did it in. And I'm not saying that you did this, I'm saying if it's true. I'm assuming this is true because that's the law. So this is the potential problem because of the timing, is that if I was to release you, I would only release you on electronic monitor because you were not where you were supposed to be at the time. That gives me concern. And if you had been truthful with your parents or have been doing what you're supposed to do, this would not have occurred. So I would release you on electronic monitor. The problem being is, and this is, you had nothing to do with it, this is just the timing, we only have 4 electronic monitors left, right? So my thought on this one is either I'm going to release you as a group or I'm not going to release you at all. So at this point, I am inclined to release you. I'm going to wait till I finish my portion of the detention hearing. If we have 4 monitors left at the end of this, I will release you all 4 to your parents for you to be on electronic monitor. However, if it turns out there's other children that end up getting the monitor, then all 4 of you will stay. And that's just your bad luck and your bad timing on when you were arrested, right? So I'm not comfortable releasing you without the monitor because it seems like y'all are making bad decisions with your parents. But I'm okay releasing you with an electronic monitor. Now, that being said, I'm going to ask the parents, so that's Ms. Burden, Miss Gallagher, I believe Ms. Gorman, and Mr. Webb. Is there concern on any of y'all for your parents, concerned by any of the parents about your sons using drugs? They were at a hookah lounge, right? I'm not that obtuse. I understand a lot of people who use hookahs also smoke pot or hashish or other things. So if you would like, this can't be used against them criminally because they're not in possession. This is just for your information if you would like that or not. If you'd like to, I'm happy to administer a drug test so that you have the information. If you don't want it, that's fine too. But there's nothing, I think the only potential negative is if it ends up a case getting probation, there would be, it would increase the chances of random UAs as part of their probation. I'm going to let you know if they were at a hookah lounge that day, they're probably getting random UAs anyways. All right. And so, and I'm going to order it as well as part of their release if I was to release them. The only question is, do you want one right now when they were brought in, or do you just want to wait until the court actually gives them a UA? So I'm going to start with the first one, Ms. Burden. Would you like us to give them a UA, or do you just want to wait till we end up doing it on our own anyways?
I mean, they can take it now. He can take it now
okay.
Yeah. And that's
right.
fine with me. I mean,
okay.
as long as, you know, it's,
there's no new charge.
If it's necessary, and I don't believe that I'm not concerned about it, but, I mean, if he's going to do it later anyway, you might as well do it now.
That'll be a condition for his release. So we're going to give it anyways. Okay. It's just the question is, I'm not going to do it right now at their initial detention. If they had a case with us before, I would have, but this is their first time here. So I usually give them a free pass. It's for your information, Mom, if you would like.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not really concerned about it, but if you're eventually going to do it, I mean, it's fine with me. It's fine. I mean, if that's what's going to happen. So.
All right. So to the parents of Matthew Gallagher, your thoughts?
Judge, he has no concerns about him. Can you turn that down? He has no concerns about him testing positive, but his concern is that if we do the UA now, are we going to be late in getting one of those electronic monitors?
Yes.
Oh no. So the electronic monitor, that they're mutually exclusive. Getting the electronic monitor will depend on. I'm going to finish my portion of the detention docket. If we run out of monitors, we run out. That doesn't affect things.
Okay.
So, all right. Okay. So Dad, again, he can't pick up a new case for this. This is really for your information. We'll find out in the next couple of weeks, anyways, when we give him a random urinalysis.
Right. No, I have no problem with it. Go.
Okay. Good. So the parents of Mr. Gorman.
Nancy Gorman already gave her permission to.
Okay, great. And the parents of Mr. Webb?
We have no concerns over drug use.
Great.
I think he's probably best to have it done now, though.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll get the UAs from all the children. And then, of course, young men, I'm going to go through my detention docket. As long as we have 4 monitors, I will release all 4 of you on electronic monitor. But if we run out, we only have 3, then unfortunately that's kind of unintended consequence, but still the consequence nonetheless. All right. So counsel, parents, do y'all have anything? Ms. Guerrero?
I just have a question about my client. Will he need to remain in Texas?
You know, Ms. Burden, this is my general policy. I've made a couple exceptions for children that are out of state, but usually it's because they're in Arkansas, Louisiana, or Oklahoma, and they are within a couple hours drive of the Metroplex. I remember requiring a child from New Mexico to stay here in Tarrant County just because I wasn't sure they could come back. I don't want you to get a warrant and be extradited to Texas because your son decides to make another, or I'm not going to say another, make a boneheaded decision. All right. So
yeah, sure.
He will be required to stay here in Tarrant County. All right. And then your daughter lives here in Tarrant, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. So he'll be required to stay here in Tarrant County. It's up to you whether you're going to physically stay with him or allow another responsible adult to be responsible for him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question, Ms. Guerrero. All right. Mr. Kutcher, Mr. Lane, Mr. Clark, Mr. Platt, any questions from the parents?
You know, at this point, I don't.
No questions.
Okay. All right. So we will, I'm going to set this aside. I already have the EM orders out. I just need to make sure we have 4 before I release them all. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
All right, next we have Anthony Harris.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Cynthia.
Hello, Ms. Goodman.
His mom is present, is my understanding, in court today.
All right, Mr. Harris, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, then the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Now, a foreign attorney will provide one for you. Mr. Berger has been appointed as your attorney. All right, so yesterday morning, just past midnight, just past noon, Arlington was dispatched for domestic. For a report, you got angry at your mom for rescheduling his probation meeting and drug test. According to mom, she did because she knew you would fail your drug test. Is mom?
Hi, Judge.
You know what? Now I see your face. I remember you.
Hi.
I remember I told you, you and me are going to work together and we're going to help Anthony out. And so, all right. So she knew you'd failed the test. You got upset, started yelling at your mom to keep the original meeting date. Mom, presumably so he can time his drug use with his probation meetings. So evidently you ran through the house, hitting walls, yelling. At one point you picked up a wooden chair and hit yourself in the forehead with it, called your mom a whore, a slut, and bitch, in other words, your mom. Mom, you're the person that's paying for his clothes and feeding him and keeping electricity on. Does he have a phone?
No, sir.
Okay. But the Wi-Fi at home, right? You're paying for that?
Yes, sir.
Drive him around, get him to doctor, school, like everything that he has, it's your sacrifice.
Yes, sir.
Just making sure. The mom reported slapping him twice in the face for calling her names. And they're reported to have shoved his mom into a wall, causing pain in her back elbow and right pinky. Then you were detained, transferred to the detention facility. Then you began yelling, screaming, saying you were going to die, and upset about going to jail again. And then you started hitting your head against the plexiglass divider. And police tried to calm you down, but you get upset again. Once you got here, you continue to scream, cry, yell, and hit your head on the wall. And you're on probation for assault, family violence. Mom, are you the victim on that case?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Now, hold on a second. I'm still reading this. We gave you a drug test when you came in, and you were negative. Man. Just think, if you were worried about all this because you were going to be positive, you were actually negative when we gave you a test. So, mom said you stopped taking medication about 2 to 3 months ago because you refused to take it. And you successfully completed our electronic monitor twice. All right, mom, so he stopped taking medication 2 to 3 months ago. When's the last time you saw a doctor about his medication?
We have actually been on a waiting list to get him into MHMR.
Okay.
But we have discussed it, and he said that he would pretty much refuse to take it anyways.
Okay.
Take it.
All right. And did you bring the medication with you?
He didn't have any left once he left his brother's house the last time he was detained and put on the felony probation.
I understand. Okay. How's he doing in school?
So far he's been doing okay. We just recently got that started as well because of waiting on the probation and stuff and doing everything virtual. But so far he's been doing okay when he does it, when he can find time to do it, because him and his sister are sharing a device right now.
Okay. Do you know what he was previously prescribed?
He was on Buspar the very last time that I know of, and then I cannot say the name of it, but it's for like itching, but they also use it as an antidepressant as well.
If you remember, can you tell Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, I can.
Judge, we do have a psychiatric consultation summary report that dates back December 18 of 2019. And it was, I believe you requested that, and youth was actually restarted on Sarah Traylon at that time.
That's going to be, Ms. Gonzalez, that's going to be a little too remote for me for 2000, that's over a year.
Yes, right.
I want to go ahead and get your, let's go ahead and, I like your advice. Let's go ahead and get another psychiatric evaluation. All right, so we have a more current one. Anthony, I'm going to let you know that some of your behavior I can get over, some of it I can't. All right. And so Hold on a second. I'll let you ask me a question in a minute. Some of it I can't. I'm going to continue now because it seems like if you are going to be this abusive towards your mother and be self-destructive by hitting your head, then I think you may need some medication. And so I'm going to have a doctor evaluate you. The doctor will make a decision. I'm going to let you know I'm not going to let you go unless you're level 1 outstanding. You know that. We've seen each other before. You need to be level outstanding to get out. And if you get prescribed medication and do not take it, you will never get to level 1 outstanding. So either you take your medication to get your way out of here, or you go your own way and you stay here, and eventually we put you in placement. All right, so Anthony, I know you had your hand raised. If you want to tell me something, your attorney wants you to stay quiet. If you want to ask me a question, your attorney, Mr. Berger, is okay with you asking me questions. All right, so Anthony, do you have a question for me, or do you want to tell me something?
So I was doing so good.
Whoa. That doesn't sound like a question.
No, it is a question. I'm just saying, how will this affect my probation? I was doing so good and it's just getting ripped from me and I can't do this. I can't.
Well, all right, so the first thing
I need to go to JPS or something. I can't be alone in that cell for 4 days at this point. She just ripped everything and I worked for a waste. So I'm just,
first thing I'm going to say,
I just can't handle this.
Is stop making yourself a victim. No, whoa. Don't victimize yourself. Why are you making yourself a victim?
Because
see, this is all somebody else's fault.
I can't say what she did because y'all won't let me. I can't tell my side of the story. This isn't fair.
Mom, does he always play the victim?
Yes, he does.
No, she dragged me out the bed by my hair and beat me on the ground. And when I tried to get away from her, she kept following me around the house, calling me names and everything, and I couldn't get away from her.
Hey, Anthony, you know what? I'm going
to
break this to you now when you're 15 years old, but mom's following you around the house, telling you what you did wrong and where you messed up. That's what moms do.
She was cussing me out. She was laughing at me when I was trying to calm down.
Do you even care what I have to say?
Yes, sir, but I just don't want to lose everything I've built over this. I've been doing so good. I haven't done no drugs, no nothing. I got a job as soon as I got off ankle money. I don't want
to. At what point do you actually listen to what I have to say? Because it seems like you're just waiting for your turn to talk, that you're not actually listening to me.
I'm sorry, sir.
So if you think mom's following you around the house and telling you what you did wrong and calling you names and writing you, that's a problem. That every mom in the history of moms has done that. That's what moms do. And there's a reason why they do that, because they set standards for you and they're pushing you to do better and be better. And it's up to you whether you accept that or not. But if you're going to do it your way, it doesn't work with moms. Nobody's ever won that argument with a mom saying, I'm going to do it my way. Didn't work with my mom. Didn't work with Mr. Berger's mom, right? And you know what? With your mom, didn't work with her mom either, right? There's a reason why she pushes this. So here's the thing. When I say stop making yourself a victim, when you're talking about everything going wrong and you're pointing to somebody else, it's not somebody else's fault. From what I see here is your mom wanted you to take a drug test because you were breaking the rules of probation. And that's what you're upset over. We're not going to talk about whether that's actually the fact or not. That's what I see. And if that's true.
What is going on? I did everything I'm supposed to. She beat me. Look at my face. Look at my arm. Why is she the victim? This isn't fair, Judge. This is not fair at all. She dragged me on the ground, slapped me in my face, and beat me with her fist. This isn't fair.
Anthony, I'll tell you what's not fair. What's not fair is that your mom, right, is trying.
I didn't push her. I didn't hit her. I didn't do nothing to her.
There I go interrupting you again. So.
Can't take this. Nobody will listen to me because I'm a kid and I hate it. It's always her side that gets taken. That's not fair.
So now you're a victim. You're victimizing yourself because you're a kid. In the poor world, nobody listens to you.
She beat me and I'm fucked up.
This is like the biggest pity party in the world. Don't make yourself a victim. Man up.
She did.
If you're going to call your mom a B, man up. Man up.
You wasn't there to see what happened. She beat me. I was trying to calm down. She came in the room messing with me, Judge. Judge, this isn't fair. You're not listening to me.
Anthony, it's time to stop. We can talk about this another time.
This isn't fair. I'm going to lose everything I just built up because of a lie. This isn't fair. This isn't fair at all. This ain't fair.
All right, Mom, we'll get through this.
Everything. This isn't
Thank you,
okay.
Judge.
I'm hoping a large part of this is the fact that he's not on medication.
This isn't
Hopefully we'll get that
okay. This
balanced out.
isn't
I
fair.
don't think this is really your son. Whoa, you need to sit down. Bring him back.
Give us 1 second, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is exactly what I deal with at home.
Oh, I have no doubt, Mom. Actually, I really remember you. I remember your demeanor, how calm you are. Actually, I remember you better than I remember him, just because I feel like you're doing the best with what you have.
I really am.
I'm impressed.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we're having a situation. We're trying to calm him down. He's lost it right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice.
Yes, we'll try and get him back when we can.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna have to break in here. What is that beeping? Seriously. Okay. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I'm not even on screen right now. Judge Kim is being a jerk right now. Judge Kim, I hate it when they do this to these kids that are having emotional problems. That's fucking Nana's show. That was so loud. Okay, my issue is this. The mom admitted that she hit the kid. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm a perfect parent here because I'm not. I was definitely a worse child than my child is, but I remember I mean, I've admitted this before. I spanked my daughter one time in anger. And I remember just feeling so out of control and realizing, no, this is not the right way to do this. And again, I had untreated ADHD. So my parenting was absolutely inconsistent and of no fault of my daughter, but of me. So when I see or hear a parent sort of talking about slapping a child in the face, pulling them off the bed, calling them names, what that says to me is that's not a parent in control. That is a parent out of control. And if she has such a good rapport with Judge Kim, she didn't need to slap him in the face. She needed to just pick up the phone and call the juvenile probation department and they would have come and got him. It's just, you need to be at a higher level. You have to elevate yourself as a parent. When you learn how to, and I can't do this all the time. I'm not saying I can, but what I've learned is that you don't need to do everything in the moment. You need to walk away and figure it out and then come back in grace and calm to be able to actually deal with these things. It is his version versus her version. However, what I'm seeing is just not, it's more concerning to me than when I see a parent that may not be concerned about their kid's behavior. It is absolutely possible that she is a parenting mismatch for this child. However, I draw a hard line. I draw a very hard line. You only hit people that can consent to be hit, and you can't consent as a child. So if you want to be hit as an adult, go right ahead. You'll find people that will do that. Believe me, that's fine. But again, adult conversations, adult decisions, it's just not cool. And so as a parent, but I also recognize being me, like, and being so angry, especially when I was younger and with my mother, like just so angry that I, couldn't control it. And I'm so glad that I've been able to get that under control as I've gotten older. But I'll tell you something, I wanted it under control when I was younger, and I couldn't. So I feel for both both people here. If this child is diagnosed with ADHD, do you know what the likelihood of one of his parents having undiagnosed ADHD is? It's like 70%. So, and when you have a parent that parents from undiagnosed ADHD, it is disrupted parenting. It's absolutely, it's critical for a child. And I just feel bad because I've been in the situation as a child, as a parent, as an adult. And I honestly, just like I say to you guys in the chat, and just like I say to my daughter, like, we just have to be better. If you're mature enough to recognize a situation isn't good, that means that you're the one that has to elevate above it. And as a mom, again, this is a situation where this mom needs other people. She needed somebody to call and bitch about my fucking kid again and this and that instead of going to him. He's going to remember this forever as an injustice, as that she didn't listen, you know, all of it. And I feel for all the situation. I don't like, I'm a little worried about pressing play here because what we're going to hear is this child having a breakdown, and it's a child. Let's keep that in mind. This is a child. So we're about to hear a child have a breakdown and multiple adults. And you know what else? The people in the back, they always try so hard. And we'll recall my dad was a juvenile jail guard in Canada, okay? He was the guy pulling the kids into the meetings and out of the meetings. And I just know he would be just saying the same thing, like, hey, Judge Kim, he's not okay right now. We can't bring him back to court. And Judge Kim can't get off his high fucking horse to put that first. And that bothers me a lot. A lot. I think it shows a real immaturity on the judge, to be frank with you. And you know what? Maybe the kid does need to be taking his medication. This is not the way to do it. There are other resources and ways. Okay, let's keep going. I'm not going to be happy about it. I'm not going to be happy at all, but we're going to keep pressing on. Also, guys, if you're new here, please hit the like button. That's how we take attendance to make sure that you are part of it. Everybody, if you're a line cook in the kitchen, if you could please make sure you clock in for your shift tonight. I'd really appreciate that. And yeah, I love reading your comments. I am reading them. I'm seeing them. I'm cooking as I'm doing here. Now I'm just stalling, to be honest with you. But let's go. Okay, let's go.
Mr. Berger?
Yes.
Just be aware, I mean, depending on how he behaves here, we may set him for a quick modification hearing. Right. So we know. I don't know. I mean, his behavior right now, just hearing, leaves me concerned whether the community has the resources to really help this child. We may have to remove him from the community.
I understand, Judge.
Look, I know this is very stressful for you. I hope that this is a mental health issue that can be addressed through medical help. All right, that's you and I. Neither of us want to see this. We just want Anthony to be adjusted and mature and grow into a young adult. And so, we all have our own issues and problems and our own demons. Hopefully, this is just one that can be addressed maybe through medical help. Okay.
Yes.
So give him every opportunity.
Yes.
Is H-Pod there by chance?
Yes, Your Honor, he's still dealing with that situation.
Oh, okay. What about
That too-
Foxtrot? Is Foxtrot there? Foxpod? I just figure if Mr. Harris is gonna resist, we can actually move forward with the female while we're waiting. All right, so Ms. Jones, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child is brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And we have appointed Ms. Johnson as your attorney. So, Shantasia, is that how you pronounce your name? Shantasia, okay. Shantasia, let's see. You are 15 years old. You've never been here before. And so, let's see. This is the one with the hair braiding center, which your debit card couldn't pay for it. And you refused to give your name. And so, all right. So on January 29th, we released you on electronic monitor. You cut your monitor off and went left house. We issued a warrant, made contact with Ms. Rojas. So you called us, good, and told us where you could be located. So we dispatched police and they picked you up. Then on Sunday, I think, Mom said that she asked you to help with chores. You became angry, cut your monitor off and left the home. And then you called 911 after leaving your home and picked by police and taken to a relative's apartment. And you say you do not want to return to your mom's house. Okay, we give you UA and you're negative. Okay. All right. Well, Ms. Jones, do you still not wish to go to your mother's house?
No.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, you don't mind me asking that.
Well, Judge, it's my understanding that her mother's not all that excited about her coming back in the home. There was a CPS worker on the screen the last time we were here, and you discharged her, indicating that you didn't think we might need her services, but I think we might need her services.
Okay, sure. Is the mom here?
Yes, she was online. Danielle Woods. Oh, there she
I'm
goes.
here. There she
Oh,
is.
hello, Ms. Woods. Okay. All right.
And Judge, for the record, my client actually called the police to turn herself in. They took her somewhere else as opposed to taking her to Kimbo, and then called again, and that's how she got to Kimbo.
I understand. Shantasia, look, I'm impressed by your maturity and self-awareness where you would call the police, you would call Ms. Rojas about coming back. So it kind of bothers me you cut off the monitor. I wish you had just left it on and then called the police, so at least we could track where you were. I'm impressed the fact that you're not positive for anything. It seems like there's just a deeper conflict going on that I'm not sure that I can really help much with. I just, I'm here only with criminal violations. And while you have a criminal type of case going on, that's the only reason I'm involved. At this point, Ms. Woods, is it fair to say that y'all don't think living in the house is a good thing at this time? Ms. Woods?
I'm sorry?
Oh, is it fair to say that right now you two living in the same home is probably not a good situation?
Even the last time that I came to court with you, she said that she didn't want to be here. So,
But I'm asking you. I know it's not about you loving your daughter or not. Right now, it seems like it's kind of a toxic relationship on February 9th, 2021.
yeah.
We can get CPS involved just because I'm not sure I want to keep her here, but Shantasia doesn't really call the shots.
Already involved.
I beg your pardon?
CPS is already involved.
Yeah, okay. What is the investigation going on right now?
Yeah, because the last time when I went to court with you guys before y'all released her on the ankle monitor, she told them that I punched them in the face. So they were here when I left.
Okay. All right. And right now they're still in the investigation part?
Yes.
All right. Well, at this point, Ms. Johnson, I think, Shantasia does not want to go home. I'm not sure. I'm sure mom wants her home, but not like the way she is now. Right? So, Shantasia, I'm going to detain you for now, but if you have a change of heart, please let your attorney know. Okay. the fact that you're making mature decisions about your monitor and calling Ms. Rojas, calling the police, I don't want to hold you here, right? I want to try and work through this in a more mature level, right? So if you decide that, it's time for you to go home, then let Ms. Johnson know, and I'm very inclined to let you go home. That's assuming your behavior level is level 1 though, okay? You can't cause problems back there and go home, okay?
All right.
You have any questions for me, Shantasia?
No.
Okay, so I'm detaining you for now, you understand? But I'm very open to the idea of releasing you. Just convince me, give your attorney a reason to release you, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
you guys sent mail for her father to my residence. Is there any reason why that was?
That's a question for Ms. Rojas, not for me.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. So, hey, do we have somebody from Hotel Pod there? They stepped out. So Ms. Gonzalez, obviously they're still having problems. Do you mind calling back there and just let them know we'll just do in person after, when I wrap up these detention hearings, we'll just do an in-person hearing, okay?
Absolutely.
So they probably just
Thank
need
you.
to restrain them, but bring them physically to court.
Okay.
All right, so Breland Jordan.
Oh,
Hello, Ms. Jordan.
good morning.
Hello, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Berger, is here. Why is she DJ only? Do we know? Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. All right, Ms. Jordan, this is the one where, okay, this is the traffic stop, hotel pulled out, pulled back in. Breland, I'm not going to release you if you're not level 1 outstanding. All right. So I do have a question for Mr. Nava. Do we have a parent here, first of all?
Yes, grandma and her mom should be present in the lobby.
Oh, they haven't brought him in. Okay.
And I know grandma wanted to speak on the situation.
With who?
Grandma wanted to speak about the situation.
Oh, okay. Is she receiving the vitamin supplements?
I'm unaware. I can only assume yes. I know the detention clinic is very on top of that.
Can I ask you to verify that she is receiving the prenatal vitamins?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Mom and Grandma. So we're here. Breland, this is her detention hearing. She's level 2. So if she's not level 1 outstanding, I just don't release kids, because what happens if she can't be a level 1 outstanding here, then if I release her to you, then she's going to misbehave at your home too. Right? I mean, this is such a structured environment. If she can't even follow these rules, there's no way she's going to follow your rules. So I generally don't release kids if they're not level 1 outstanding. But Mr. Nava did say that y'all did have a question for me.
When?
Or at least I know when I spoke with grandma, she wanted to at least to be able to have the opportunity to have Breland live with her, since Breland does live with mom. At one point, she started living with grandma, and of course, grandma's right here. So grandma's very engaged.
Grandma, did you want to tell me something or ask me something?
Well, what I wanted to ask you, sir, was that you had called and said that she was going to be released because you all were overcrowded and because of COVID. Breland has Crohn's disease, and she's also 3 months pregnant. So I thought maybe you could release her to me. But she had, on the level 2 that you're talking about, she has problems. She has ADHD. She's under MHMR. She's bipolar. She has a lot of problems, sir.
Right. Well, Grandma, I'm going to let you know the pregnancy thing doesn't really, it's not persuasive for me to release her because of that, because she told me that as soon as she gets out, she's going to get rid of the baby. So, it's like one of those, that's no longer an issue to let her out because she's pregnant, because she would just terminate.
I'm talking about the Crohn's disease, underlying illnesses with the corona. That's what I was just saying. I know you had said that she was leaving that day, and I don't know what happened because I was not there, but you say that she was leaving that day and something happened. So I wanted to know, why did it change? Because she still has the same situation.
Yeah.
Overcrowding.
So the overcrowding, actually, we released several girls. So we're no longer near the limit. So we have plenty of room for girls now. And she was on a list that was identified as very good candidates to release. But her outburst in court really led her to say, I just can't release her because she would cause more problems if I was to release her. So I actually had told her I'm releasing you, and she actually undid it and made it worse, where I changed my mind. Okay, so that's just the consequence of decisions. But she's level 2 now, 2 acceptable. So she's not behaving here. If she can't get her behavior level up, then she's just not going to get released. All right. So just hopefully that gives you more information on why this is happening. Okay.
Well, actually, can I speak?
Yes, yes.
Actually, it wasn't an outburst. It was me that said you hung me up. But so what's going on about the 12th? Is she want to have court again on the 12th as well?
Yes.
Talk to Mr. Berger. All right. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't keep up with all the individual court settings. We have thousands of kids under the supervision of this court, so I'm not sure which days, but Mr. Berger will know. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Adolfo Molina.
Where's Mr. Berger?
All right, Mr. Molina, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to leave you in the community or to take you into custody. By taking you into custody, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Currently, you are on probation for burglary of a habitation, a felony level offense. I'm going to ask Ms. Washington, is this determinate or indeterminate?
Indeterminate, Your Honor.
All right, so evidently, Adolfo, you were placed on probation last June. See, the court ordered counseling, and you're not participating in counseling. You had an appointment for outpatient substance abuse treatment. And in December, you failed to appear for that appointment. We had some administrative hearings just to encourage you to do the right things, like going to school and substance abuse treatment. So let's see, yesterday, there was an appointment scheduled, but you failed to appear. On that day, Mom contacted us, said that you left on Friday to visit Dad, but never came back. She said she tried several times to reach you, but could not. You knew about the appointment and told the officer last week that you'd be present for the appointment, but you failed to show up.
Your Honor, I did attempt to conduct the UA, and he stated that he wasn't able to produce this morning.
Okay. All right. How long did we give him to produce the sample?
Let's see, they arrived here around 10, about 10 minutes after 10, so he wasn't able to produce. So we had to come to the hearing at 10:30.
Okay.
I don't know if he's able to do it now or not.
Adolfo, can you provide a sample now? Nope. Okay. Well, that's a problem. So Adolfo, what I see right now is that you are skipping court settings, court-ordered counseling. This is part of your probation, and you're supposed to submit a sample. And so what I'm I don't think what you understand, Adolfo, is when you say you're going to take probation, that means, Judge, give me one more chance. I know I broke the law, but give me this chance. I'll prove to you I can do everything right. But if you're running away, we can't supervise you. I mean, if you are not even one to the basics, like keep appointments to the court, that's telling me that there's just no supervision that's right for you. So at this point, I'm going to go and detain you, right? We'll figure out how we need to approach your probation, or even if you need probation or not. Okay, we're also going to go ahead and, Ms. Washington, make sure we get a sample. And although I'm going to let you know that if you don't produce a sample, this afternoon, I just assume that you're dirty for everything. So that means heroin, methamphetamine, ice, crack, PCP, Xanax, fentanyl, you name it, you're positive for it. Because why else would you be hiding it? If you're only positive for one drug, then you don't want me to assume everything. You just assume provide a sample. So I'm just gonna let you know it's in your best interest to provide a sample than to just hold out forever. So Ms. Washington, we'll just make sure we get a sample, and then we'll go and detain him for now and see if his attitude changes. All right?
Yes,
Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank
Thank
you.
you for bringing this child to the attention of the court. Tygon Nesbitt. See that look? That's the unpositive look.
Hi, Judge.
Hello, Ms. Brown.
May I add that stepdad and father are here, but mom is passionate. She was kicked out earlier, so she's waiting to get back on.
You know, I kicked her out because she kept on moving around.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let her back in.
Okay.
Passion, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I removed you because you were moving around before, and this is still court, okay? So
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I apologize. I didn't know when I logged in. I didn't recognize the lady, and I kept hearing something. I didn't know. I thought I was logging into just my son's case, so I apologize.
No,
for
it's the
that.
whole
But I'm
hearing.
in my car.
That's fine. You're not driving, right?
No, I'm
Okay.
parked.
Good. All right. So just for future reference, if you can just kind of, now you know what it's like.
Yes.
All right. So Tygon, we're here. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to leave you in the community or to So, Ms. Brown, we have mom, which is passionate. We have, who else is here?
We have mom, and then we have stepdad that is sitting with Tegan.
Okay.
Him and mom are married, and then behind Tegan is Tegan's biological father.
Okay. So who does Tegan live with?
He lives with Mr. Cochran and Miss Cochran, mom and stepdad.
Okay. So I've got to ask, I'll ask Dad, what's going on with his hair? Yeah, stepdad, if he lives, or mom. Actually, I'll go with mom. Mom, what's going on with his hair?
So he's trying to grow it out right now to get it into a different style. So it's in an awkward stage right now.
What about the color?
It's blonde in the front. So he's wanting to change it to a different color. So
Okay.
yes.
All right. Well, as long as what we have here is not, that's not the plan, right?
No, it's not
Okay.
the plan.
All right.
Yes, no.
Okay. All right. So Tegan, if I take you into custody, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to be silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Hall is here. All right. So, Tegan, you had offenses for 2020 for unlawfully carrying a weapon and failed to ID by giving false information, and you got deferred prosecution for that. So now, on Friday, there's a new referral for theft of a firearm. Says that November 3rd, your dad told police that a known suspect took his firearm without consent. According to the police, he said that he was cleaning his son's room, found a scope as accessory for his black Smith & Wesson pistol. So he went to the closet where his firearm is kept, found the firearm and the magazine missing. His son, Tegan, had taken the firearm without his consent. And he also said, this is biological dad, right, Ms. Brown?
No, sir, this is stepfather.
Stepfather, okay. He also said that his son was recently reported as a runaway by his wife and was previously in trouble for stealing mom's firearm. On Monday, we received a new offense, terroristic threat, according to the police. Teacher at school was attempting to de-escalate incidents. The teacher stated while performing the duties that Tegan Nesbitt told him directly, "You bald ass nigger, I am going to find you and get you." So he took it as a threat. He would attempt to find him and cause seriously bodily harm because he was performing his duties as a teacher, and caused him alarm and wanted to file charges. So mom says that she does not have any problems while you're home or in the community. You've also started a job. The theft of firearm occurred before you were placed on DPP. Second offense occurred more than a month ago. You've only been enrolled a short time. So Ms. Brown actually wants you to work with you in the community. All right, so my first question, Mr. Cochran, did you get the gun back?
No, sir.
So as far as we know, Pagan still has access to that pistol.
The story I got was somebody walked in the house and took it. That's what the story I got. That some random guy just came in the house and took it. But he told his mom else something else. So,
Mom, question for you. Do you know where the gun is?
I do not know. He told me that one of his friends were coming over to play video games, actually, and asked to see the firearm. And when he went to show it to him, he took it back to his car to show somebody else in the car and just ran off with it. So we have not recovered it.
So did he possibly give you the name of that friend?
No, it's like a weird name, but not really, no. I can't remember it off the top of my head. It's not an actual name.
So the theory is he's inviting kids to your home, showing them guns,
Right.
playing video games, and taking the gun out to the car and doesn't even know his name.
Well, I don't remember his name because it's like a weird name. It's like a nickname of some sort. It wasn't an actual name. But whenever I had asked Tegan, that's the only thing that he told me. But we have a camera outside our door, which tells us when somebody is walking up to the door, or a camera that's also outside of our garage that says when there's motion. And we never got a motion for that to look back on the camera. So to answer your question, we don't have it. Don't know where it's at.
Nobody came to the house. I'm thinking, what I'm thinking, Your Honor, is he gave my gun to somebody, because we don't even allow people to come over unless we approve it.
Yeah, no, that's the way it should be.
So for him to just say some random guy came to the house and walked in the house and took it, I didn't believe him when he told me.
Well, so, I'm a strong believer in the Second Amendment. Mom, Dad, I'm just going to know my preference is, parents keep firearms locked and ammunition stored separately. But of course, I'm not faulting you, because at the end of the day, your son's not supposed to be taking things that's not his. Tegan, you and I have not met before, all right? I'm going to let you know that I have a really big problem with kids with guns, right? I feel like that is one of the greatest threats to our community. And so my policy really is, if a kid ends up with a gun as part of the offense, I detain them, right? I make sure that the situation is safe to release the child. As far as we know, if you did actually take the weapon, you may have just hidden it in the backyard somewhere and you have access as soon as you get out. That, combined with the new threat made to the teacher, that gives me great concern about releasing you to the community. All right, I'll let you ask a question in a minute. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and detain you now. All right. This is because of how serious it is. I am one judge that is absolutely committed to protecting the community from gun violence from children, if at all possible. Okay. So I'm going to let you know, if you do have more information about the firearm, that's something you may want to talk to your attorney about. You may decide whether that's information that can help you or not. Mr. Hall, you're here, right? Sorry,
yes.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't see the turkey. So that's Mr. Tegan, that's your attorney, Mr. Hall. He's very accessible, and you may have information for him that might help you, or it may hurt you, but it's better to tell him instead of me, because there are district attorneys watching this hearing. All right, so Tegan, your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, your attorney does not mind you asking me. I'm happy to answer the question. If you want to tell me something, this is not the time to do it, because you can actually put yourself in a spot, okay? So do you have a question for me, or do you want to tell me something? All right, so I understand that's a good decision. All right, Mr. Hall, you can probably, it seems like he does want to have some information. You may want to call him and reach out to him today, and maybe that's something that can help us make his situation better, okay?
I'll call him this afternoon.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take him into custody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ashlyn Wyatt.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Sorry, do I stay on the call? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I mean, you're welcome to stay and watch if you want. Otherwise, we're done with your case.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You'll have a good day.
Ashlyn.
No, he's talking to you. Say something.
Yes,
Oh, hello, Ashlyn. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Ms. Sherman is your attorney. Is Harmony here? I saw her earlier.
Yes, Your Honor.
Harmony, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Are you holding up okay?
I'm better.
Good. Good. It's actually really good to see your face.
Thank you.
So, all right, Ashlyn, you're 16, almost 17. You've never been here before. Yesterday, police brought you in. They're saying on February 7th, so Sunday, by 11 o'clock, police were dispatched to a missing person runaway call. Mom called the police, said you were missing. When they got there, saw your mom upset and crying. Marks around her eye, some cut, and she said before running the house, Ashlyn became aggressive when Mom tried to prevent her from leaving, pushing her into the corner of a wall during their argument. Mom said she fell on the ground, injuries. She said that Ashlyn had been smoking weed and becoming increasingly aggressive lately and had to call the police. Ashlyn arrived at the apartment, opened the door. Upon seeing the police, she ran, but was intercepted in the hallway. She was non-compliant, became aggressive with the officers. Your 17-year-old boyfriend reportedly tried to physically intervene. The mother's boyfriend, a former state trooper, got in between the person and the arresting officer and blocked his attempt to thwart the arrest. So Ashlyn started cursing and screaming, claiming her collarbone was broken. Ashlyn reportedly admitted to EMS staff that her collarbone injury was from high school volleyball years ago. Ashlyn would only tell the police she hates her mom and should have beaten her. We gave Mom the option of do not prosecute or mediation. Mom said really Ashlyn's pushed it too far. So is Mom here?
Yes, sir. Christy Barr is mother.
Oh, all right. Hi, Miss Barr.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
So how long has this been escalating?
For about the last month. I first reported her as a runaway last weekend. And then she, of course, did it again this past weekend. My concern, Your Honor, is she is drinking. She is doing drugs. We found paraphernalia in her bedroom. She is getting increasingly aggressive. She is angry.
Did you get her drug test?
No, I have not.
Would you like us to give her one?
Yeah, yes.
Is she lying right now?
I'm sorry, what did she say? Security control, who's back there?
Yes, sir.
What did she just say?
I say yeah.
She agreed to a drug test.
Mom, is her hair colored?
Yes, sir.
So Mom, this is just something in the last month that's escalated things?
I've suspected the marijuana use for some time now. It's only recently become apparent. We moved from North Irving to the HEB Fort Worth area in September, and she doesn't have a rec center directly across the street to go to do this stuff anymore. So she is doing it in the apartment. The day that the police were called most recently, I did receive a call from the apartment complex saying that the smell of weed was so excessive that the neighbor could smell it in their apartment as if they were the ones smoking the pot. We love Ashlyn. We want her to come home, but I've got an 8-year-old who's also being subject to this. Ashlyn's mentioned on a couple of times when I try to discipline her or set boundaries. If I do this, I will find her dead. If I do that, she's not going to, I'm going to lose my daughter. She reported to me that she had found a bottle of prescription drugs just over this past week when I had one of my calm sit downs with her out in the streets of the apartment complex, and she took them to try to kill herself, and all it did was make her sick and vomit. So my concerns go way beyond the minor injuries I sustained. She needs help.
Has she ever seen a mental health doctor?
She has not. I actually had an appointment scheduled for her for yesterday morning. But of course, due to circumstance, that didn't happen.
Right. Okay. So, Mom, this is my thought on your daughter. At this point, it sounds like her drug use may be more than we anticipate or expect, right? And so sometimes with marijuana, I'm not as concerned, but if it's a lot of marijuana, I'm concerned. If it's other drugs, I'm very concerned. I'm concerned about any kind of marijuana use by juveniles, but still, I mean, that's, I'm also really concerned about her attitude, right? Especially, she can be upset with you, but that's no reason for her to get aggressive or defiant with police officers who really, they don't have a dog in the hunt. They're just there to do their job. So at this point, I'm going to let you know, Ms. Wyatt, Ashlyn, is I'm going to go ahead and detain you for now, all right? Part of it is I think your situation at home is very toxic, but you don't really understand your role as a daughter and your mom's role as a mother and how it's supposed to work. And I don't think you really understand, based on what I'm seeing, is the level of respect that you need to show for the rules. So that's part of why I want to keep you here, is to make sure that you can follow the rules. There's not an underlying behavioral issue that we just don't know about that needs psychiatric assistance with. I'm also, part of it is because I'm concerned about the drug use, okay? So since you dye your hair, it's hard for us to get a sample and send it off because that could interfere with it. So I'm gonna go order I'm not worried about your analysis. I'm gonna order a nail bed sample. All right, so they're gonna go ahead and clip your fingernails or toenails, and they'll send that. Are you listening to me? Okay. But they're gonna go ahead and take your nail, and then we'll send it off to the lab, see what substances you're positive for, and then we'll go from there, Mom. So these tests go back about 6 months, right? So that will let us know what her drug history is over a period of time, rather than just the last 72 hours up to 30 days, okay? And Jocelyn, the best thing you do is you get to level 1 outstanding. That gives me a reason, or that puts me in a position where I'll review your case. If you're level 2 or level 3, I'm not gonna release you. If you're level 1 outstanding, I'll look at it, and then hopefully your mom will have the phone calls and you can start to discuss things and work things out. All right, so I know your hand is raised, Ashlyn. If you want to tell me something, your attorney does not want you to talk. If you want to ask me something, your attorney's okay with that. Do you have a question for me?
No, I never pushed her. That's
Well, hold on. So you have to understand, this is not a trial right now. This is not about whether you did it or not.
I understand that.
This is simply about deciding whether there's probable cause. So if they can put into words that you broke the law, then have to consider whether releasing you or not.
How long are y'all?
I want to let you know, the fact that your boyfriend was there looked like he was going to jump in and interfere with the police officers. He could have picked up a felony for that. And I think it probably sounds like, based on what I read in the report, is your behavior with the police, they probably could have put an assault public servant charge on you, which would be a 3rd-degree felony, but they might have been nice to you. They may have felt sorry for your mom, or I don't know what the situation was, but they could have actually put a 3rd-degree felony on you, depending on what you did, okay? So you may have actually gotten off better than you should have. Right? So
May I say something?
Well, no, I don't want you to say, your attorney does not want you to say anything. If you want to ask me a question, I'm happy to answer your question, but remember, this is not your trial.
I understand that, but the thing is I never pushed her. I was
Well, hold on. But this is.
Hey,
This is not about fact. I just take what the probation officer tells me from the police report, and then I assume that is true. Okay?
So how long do y'all detain for?
That really depends on you. If your level is 1 outstanding, and then that opens the conversation for me to release you. If your behavior is bad, then you just don't get out of here. So just follow the rules. That's what it is. You know the rules, follow the rules. We'll figure out a way to get you out of here.
I understand it, but what's the longest you detained for?
Well, on this offense till your 18th birthday. So you're almost 17. If you're 17, your cases become adult cases. But right now you're 16, 10 months or so. So, but yes, the law says I can detain you all the way up until your 18th birthday for this.
What about perfect behavior? I haven't done anything since I've been in here.
I'm sorry?
How soon do you get off perfect behavior? Because I haven't done anything since I've been here.
Well, your behavior, your level can get up to level 1 in 3 days, right? So we'll review this, we'll decide, but I'm also going to wait for this drug test.
That doesn't make sense to me.
What doesn't make sense?
Say that again.
What doesn't make sense?
Level 1. What?
Oh, the detention staff will explain that to you. It's you'll get points or lose points.
I want to go home. I just want to go home. Literally everything that happened last night and the first time.
Whoa, your attorney does not want you to talk about that.
I'm not going to say anything about that.
We're not deciding whether you did or not. We are deciding if this is true, whether it's safe to release you or not. I'm concerned about your drug use, right?
How would you
if you don't use drugs, you have nothing to worry about.
I understand that. That's why I said drug test.
Good. All right. So anyways, Ashlyn, please make the best use of the time. Yes.
If I may, forgive me if the court addressed this and I just didn't hear, but I would recommend a medication evaluation while she's in detention.
Okay. Like a psychiatric?
Yes, sir.
We can do that.
And she had that appointment yesterday anyway, and it was missed for the obvious reason.
All right. Okay. So we're going to go ahead. I'll order a psychiatric evaluation for her. And Ashlyn, just to let you know that if you refuse to take your medication that you prescribed, then you cannot get to level 1 outstanding. And that means you won't get out of here. So if you are prescribed medication, you do need to take it.
I don't need medication.
Yeah, if the doctor agrees with you, then you don't have to worry about it.
And what if they do to me what they did to my mom and over medicate me?
So I'm gonna let you know, trying to throw shade on your mom right now is not.
I'm just asking. I don't want to get over medicated. That's why I don't want to be on medication.
So if the medication is not working for you, then you ask to see the doctor again and get reevaluated and your medication adjusted. All right?
When is my court?
I don't know. Talk to your attorney.
I don't think I have an attorney.
Do you not even listen to me? Ashlyn, are you really trying to make your situation worse? Because you're doing a good job. No. Stop interrupting me. Will you stop interrupting me? Because if you're interrupting me, we're just done. Are you really trying to make your situation worse? The very first thing I told you was that if you can't afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you, and Ms. Sherman is your attorney. So either you haven't listened to a single thing I said, or you stopped listening at the beginning.
No, so I just didn't hear you say that part about the attorney.
Again, you weren't listening to me, or you never listened to me. All right, so the child's detained. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, at this point, this portion of the detention hearing is concluded. I'm going to pass this on to Judge Terry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to address the 4 gentlemen. At this point, we made it. We still have 4 electronic monitors. So probation for Gallagher, Gorman, Webb, and last one is Burden. What I want to do is As they submit drug samples, we'll go ahead and put them for the EM and let them go. If they refuse or can't provide a sample, they just stay here. Okay? All right, so Judge Sherry, thank you very much. We have that last Mr. Harris. That's going to be in person. Whoever's in charge of that, please bring him to the courtroom so we can do an in-person hearing. Thank you, everyone.
Give
Judge
him a
Kim,
call
and so
just
when I'm
now.
finished with my last one, I will end the Zoom.
I'm sorry?
Did you want me to end the Zoom then when I'm finished with my last one?
Yes, please. I believe we have under 14.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge Sherry.
Thank you. All right, Nathan Knox. Afternoon, Mr. Knox. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent, and you also have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Ms. Sherman. You see her here. She's got long blonde hair and glasses on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Do we have a parent or guardian here for him?
Your Honor, I'm covering this hearing and I was told that Mom would be on Zoom.
Your Honor, she accidentally got kicked off Zoom and she was trying to get back on, so she should be back on if she's not already.
I can't do anything. I don't know what happened. I don't have any control over that. So, okay. Let's see. You've been here since January 25th. On outstanding, you were brought in for, actually, have these cases been filed?
Yes, Your Honor. He has court next week.
That's right. He sat with Judge Porter. I just saw that as soon as I asked. So you've got theft of property, burglary of habitation, theft of firearm, burglary of vehicles, theft of property, burglary of a habitation, and then you had a supervisory caution, theft of property from back in October.
Wait, what?
Well, it looks like back in October, JPD supervisory caution something. In other words, they didn't file a case on you for a theft of property from back in October. All right, so positive for marijuana when you came in. You are on level 1 outstanding, and you have been for the last 3 days. Ms. Paxton, do you know what took him so long?
No, Your Honor. I can look though.
Sure.
Your Honor, on February 5th, he was not following instructions and sharing food, so he was dropped down to a 1 acceptable.
It looks like I probably just let Mom back in and she's walking around and everything, which is contrary to Judge Kim's standing orders. That may have been why she was removed. So Mom, I don't know if she can hear me, your audio is not connected, but you're gonna need to have a seat, Mom. All right, so he's in here on all these pending offenses and didn't follow the rules, but he is back on level 1 outstanding. Here's the thing, Nathan, I'm sure Judge Kim conveyed to you very clearly how he feels about kids with guns.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're in there stealing guns. And you know what? You're quite frankly, you're lucky you're in here and not in the ground, because you don't know when you go into someone's house what you're going to be facing. And you happen to be going into someone's house. Did they know the victims, Ms. Paxton?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, well, you're set with Judge Porter in front of the 18th, and because you are actually back in here on a similar offense that was alleged back in October, I'm gonna go ahead and keep you detained. I'm concerned that you are a danger to the community at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Elton Olive. Morning, Mr. Olive. I'm Judge Terry, or good afternoon. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You also have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Mr. Edwin Youngblood. Do you see him here on Zoom with us?
Good morning. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, I see him.
All right, great. Is there a parent or guardian here for him?
Yes, Your Honor, Jessica Wade.
Okay, hi, Ms. Wade. All right, so you have been here since the 12th of January. You've been on level 1 outstanding the entire time, as soon as you could. But you were brought in on the 12th for an out of custody detention hearing due to multiple and continuous violations of the terms and conditions of supervision, non-compliance with your substance abuse treatment recommendations. Back in November, you were denying any continued drug use, and then you tested positive for marijuana after that on November 18th. And Wednesday, the 25th, says that you had to make a runaway report.
Just thought about something there, guys. I want to point something out that is, I guess, just difficult for judges to comprehend because they really like black and white situations, I guess, in terms of being gray areas. But the reality about marijuana testing is that you can test positive for THC for a very, very long time, even after ceasing it completely and truly actually ceasing it. Jim in the chat was mentioning that it's been 8 weeks. I would be absolutely like so intrigued to see if you were still testing positive, because I believe that for me, I would probably test positive for a long, long time if I ever was to stop, regardless. And some of these kids, their metabolism is no problem, like not their fault necessarily. And the way that they process these this in their system, it's really unfair in a sense, because some of these kids probably don't. Yeah, so we're seeing one of my rehab stints, I tested positive for weed the entire 90 days, and you probably weren't smoking it. Like, that's what I mean. So imagine for some of these kids, when they've been doing the right thing, they're on the straight and narrow, and they get in this positive test for weed, and they're sort of just like totally disbelieved, where you know, it's really gonna make them give up in a sense. Like, well, what does it matter? You know, for some of these kids, for somebody like me with ADHD, every single minute of the day is sometimes difficult in terms of doing the right thing and making the right choice. And so when Judge Kim talks about, oh, you have to be on level 1, oh, that's the way it's supposed to be anyways, you don't reward them for that behavior. That's not right. That is not the way that you deal with somebody with ADHD. You need to bring the consequences near in time, but you also need to reward good behavior frequently. And what I've learned as an adult is you have to do that to yourself. I learned a lot of negative self-talk. I'm very good at it. I now catch myself being negative and try and reframe it, which is a difficulty. Like, it's difficult sometimes, but I really am trying hard to do that, because even doing it myself, I do better when I positively reinforce myself. That's why having you guys here and reminding, keeping me going is so helpful to me, because it's positive reinforcement in the moment. It's like a video game as opposed to homework, right? Yet I'm not in jail or trouble. Now, here's the thing is that I was in trouble a lot. I was in trouble. But my dad was a jail guard. And so the trouble I got into was behaviorally with my family and never taken to the legal system. But I was a bad kid. Absolutely. And worse as a younger kid. And then what happened was, when I was 14, I had a boyfriend, and I basically went and lived with his family. And his 2 parents in that house were in love still, and they parented so differently that I was together with him for 4 years, and they pretty much saved me from becoming delinquent, because they not only helped me do well, I guess just the parenting match was better, but they also, that's how I got my job at the bank. And when I started working when I was 15 years old, and that job really set me up to not get in as much trouble in the same way. Done lots of bad things, but not the kind that you get arrested for if you don't get caught. Anyways, but what I'm saying is it could have easily gone the other way. Easily gone the other way. Now, here's one thing. I didn't smoke weed in high school. That I did not do. And I don't believe children should. I didn't smoke weed until after I was an adult, which I still think is too young at 18. But I still didn't younger. And I really think that it's important to let your brain develop as much as possible without the input of drugs. And I include that to be sometimes ADHD drugs. But I was also unmedicated. That's as a child, and that's how I became who I am. However, if I knew that there was a pill that could have helped me get through school without literally failing everything, I would have taken it. But let's continue with Judge PTA President, Judge Terry here. But I just wanted to remind everybody, like, sometimes these kids are not lying. They are saying that they've got, that they didn't smoke weed, and they may not have. Yeah. So I just, as a person who smokes weed, I used to manage a dispensary, add that to the list, Cha. There's lots of realities of how people metabolize marijuana. Okay, let's keep going. And to everybody who's leaving, good night. Everyone who's here, please hit the like button. We use that as attendance. And yeah, let's keep going.
At 3:19 a.m. and you returned a few hours later. Next day, you were out again in the middle of the night. December, excessive absences from school and pending removal from the school. You admitted that you had not attended school. Mid-December, drug test returned positive for THC again. Earlier January, you had an intake assessment at Phoenix House in Dallas. You refused to participate. Let's see. And then it was determined by 2IRC you would benefit from residential treatment. Apparently, you continue to be disrespectful towards your mother, not attend school, and use marijuana. Taking money from your mom, probably to buy marijuana. Okay, so violation of a court order was filed on the 12th of January. You tested positive for marijuana again when you came back in on the 12th of January. Okay, so resource staffing is not scheduled until March 3rd. Motion to modify is set for the 16th of this month.
16th, Your Honor. I was told the 17th.
Well, I have the 16th in front of me. Ecological is scheduled for the 21st. All right, Mom, what are your thoughts?
I have not spoken to my son in a few weeks. I did have a conversation with him prior to that. He was on level 1 outstanding at that time. It was right before his last court hearing. He did say that he wanted to come home, and I asked him that would the level 1 outstanding continue if he came home. He did not like that comment. Therefore, he ended the conversation and has not contacted me since. He's been contacting my mother, his grandma.
Okay. Well, that makes it easier for me. So here's the thing, Mr. Olive, you're smart for maintaining your level 1 outstanding since you've been back here. You know how to play the game. However, I think that that's what you're doing right now. I don't think you're ready to go home and listen to your mom and follow her rules. I think that contacting grandma is kind of sort of like buttering grandma up, getting ready to maybe go to grandma's instead, to where you can do what you want. And that's just what I'm seeing. Your continued bad choices from, these other offenses in June, one of which you're on probation for, and then you just continue it on and on and on, and just making the wrong choices. I don't think that, I think you need to stay in here and get your psychological completed and see what happens with the placement search. I don't think there's anything at home that can help you with the, unfortunately, I don't think you are manageable at home. So I think you are likely to keep smoking marijuana and keep violating the terms and conditions of your probation. And so I'm going to go ahead and keep you detained. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One thing,
Welcome.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
according to my client who I talked with earlier, grandma is right now in a medical situation where she couldn't take care of him anyway. She has told him that she will now go to the doctor to try to see if she can get some sort of successful treatment. He's unaware and I'm unaware of what that might be. But I wanted to give you the full picture, Your Honor.
I certainly hope grandma's okay. And that would also, knowing that, I would also hesitate to, without knowing more, to send him to grandma.
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like her health is more important than dealing with his shenanigans. So, all right. Thank you, Mr. Youngblood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Peyton Scott. A parent or guardian here for Mr. Scott?
Grandfather.
Oh, hi, grandfather. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You also have a right to your attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Bronson, is here. Do you see him there?
No, I don't see him.
He's got the backdrop with the bridge behind him.
I can't see him on the screen. I see my probation officer and my grandpa though.
Okay, well, Mr. Bronson is here. I think, Mr. Bronson, when you speak up, your screen will highlight and he'll be able to see you. Okay. I remember you, Peyton. I think that Mr. Bronson did a really good job for you.
Yes, ma'am.
However, you don't seem to have appreciated it very much. I do appreciate, though, that you have been on level 1 outstanding pretty much as soon as you could be since the time you've been here. Came back in on the 11th because I signed a DTA. You were having trouble either keeping your sweat patch on or having a negative test result from your sweat patch. And see, the last one that was confirmed was on the 5th. That was positive for methamphetamines, amphetamine, and fentanyl. And you received on the 11th when you came in, you received a 9-panel drug test. I guess your other sweat patch had already been removed. You'd already moved it yourself, but you tested here positive for opiates, oxycodone. It was not submitted to lab for confirmation. What were the results of his nail bed screen that he had done on the 26th?
It tested positive for amphetamines, methamphetamines, oxycodone, and I want to say THC. And it was other, which I believe is ecstasy.
I'm really concerned about the type of substances that he's testing positive for. Hey, and I know what you're on probation for. I recall that without having seen it. And part of me wonders if it's substance abuse issue is tied to that. I don't know, but I do know that you have a problem, and I'm concerned about your safety mostly. Hate that you have to stay here, but I think this is the safest place for you right now until, because it looks like resource staffing isn't even available. Psychological evaluation was done. Be back next week. Oh, resource staffing also on not till the 22nd. It makes me sad, Peyton, as I'm not concerned about you harming anyone else right now. I'm concerned about you harming yourself. And so protect you, I'm going to keep you detained, okay?
May I be heard on the issue of our final trial setting, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, of course.
Thank you. We are scheduled for the motion to revoke on the 18th at 1:30, and the resource staffing, I believe, is in the 22nd. May we, do you set your own calendar, or would we need to get with Stephanie?
You would need to get with Mary on that, yes.
I mean, Mary on that, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, then we'll just get a new setting, and perhaps there will be another detention hearing after the staffing. But I will let the court know that I have been working with the grandfather as well, looking at additional placement options that we can share with the department in anticipation of their placement staffing that's going to occur on the 22nd. We've got some additional options in addition to what the department might have.
Okay, good. I like it. So, Mr. Scott, do you have a question for me?
It was for my attorney, Mr. Bronson. Is that okay?
You know what, Mr. Scott, there are other people waiting, and they've been waiting a very long time. And so if you need to speak with your attorney, I'm sure he can call you as soon as he has time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'll call today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Scott, you are so lucky that you have resources and family willing to help figure this out for you on top of the resources that JPD has. So, all right, we'll see you next time.
All right,
thank you, Your Honor.
Retained. It's retained. That's okay. All right, Felicity Willingham.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Felicity. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Ms. Nowolke, but I haven't seen her on here. And so who is pinch hitting today?
I'm here.
I'm sorry, Ms. Nowolke. There you are. Okay. All right. She's been here since the 11th. I think this was a DTA.
No, Your Honor, it was a new offense.
No, it was. That's right. All right. That's right. Domestic disturbance. Victim was Lakeisha Willingham, advised she was involved in a physical altercation with her daughter. Victim advised officers that Felicity is a habitual runaway, and this morning ran away from her aunt's house, was gone for 3 hours, and no longer wants Felicity to stay there due to an altercation that occurred New Year's Day. And she called Felicity's mom to come pick up her daughter. When mom arrived, Felicity was lying upstairs in the bed and told mom she was not going with her. Felicity's mom grabbed Felicity's leg to move her off the bed, and Felicity kicked her mom in the right leg and stood up and struck her mom approximately 3 times in the face and pulled out a strand of her mom's hair. Is there a parent? Are you mom here?
I am, yes, ma'am.
Mom was the one who struck her. Time to go. It's time to go, Felicity. You're on probation. Scheduled in front of me for later this week. Scheduled to see doctor for a psych eval later this month. Scheduled for the 5th of March. Mom, do you know where she's going when she's running away?
No. she talks to people on Instagram and friends that I don't even know of, and she just basically does whatever she does.
Judge Terry, if she knew that, would it really be running away? This is the kind of comment that I'm talking about sometimes with Judge Terry. Coffee machine! God. Anyways, Judge Terry, I don't know why. I think she just bothers me. My obstinance, my defiance just rears up when I hear these judges. Oh, I would be on level 3 confined for so long. So long. My seriously, guys, my sandwich. It's so good looking. I can't believe it. Seriously, if I ran a restaurant, I bet you guys would eat it. The only problem in the restaurant would be court playing constantly. Oh, one day, guys. Oh, one day. It's gonna happen. Even if it's just a pop-up restaurant like Mr. Beast. Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. I gotta eat my sandwich. Let's continue.
Yes.
Felicity hasn't learned this yet, but she's like basically talking to people who aren't really her friends, who don't really care about her. Okay, so preparation is for the unauthorized use of a vehicle. This is her third violation since then. Or no, second. I'm sorry. And you're level 3 acceptable, Felicity. So I would hope that you would be a lot better off right now, considering that you are set pretty soon. What you need to understand is your behavior here in the back will play a large role in the possible services that will be available to you, what will happen at the end of your case. So if you don't understand that, I suggest you speak with your attorney about that, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and keep you detained. Okay, do not bring in the next child. This time, because the remaining hearing involves a child under 14, the court shall close this hearing.
I don't even bother listening to her admonition because it's lame. Judge PTA president is lame. Seriously, would it be cool if we at a restaurant and you came in and you judged the food and you pay based on the judgment, but you'd have to make some limits because not everybody's as cool as you guys. I'll zoom ahead to the next little part. This is never mind. Holy moly. Wow. You don't see that every day. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I gotta pick my spot. Yeah, I'll sit on her face. No problem. Oh, is this thing on?
All right, this is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court on February 10th, 2021. To comply with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33, we are conducting these proceedings via Zoom to avoid in-person contact inside the courtroom. However, to comply with the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 13, also known as the Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public has meaningful access to what occurs inside a public courtroom. I would like to remind everyone this is still this is a court setting and a court hearing. People are expected to behave appropriately for court. That means please do not be laying down. Please be dressed appropriately. Do not use a restroom. Do not have moving backgrounds or being in a moving vehicle. I do expect all people to have their cameras on unless you are an officer of the court, at which point you may turn your camera off if you have other business to take care of for this court or other courts. No portion of this broadcast may be recorded or broadcast. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. So let's go ahead and proceed. Well, first of all, there's iPhone Taylor. Please turn your camera on. All right, so we're going to start with Mr. Demerson. I believe he's the one in the Tarrant County Jail. Mr. Demerson, this is a 10-day hearing. You've been in custody on a warrant from us for 10 days, so I'm determining whether to release you or keep you here. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So let's see. Fort Worth Police brought you in on a warrant for robbery. Victim said he was riding his bike through Hallmark Baptist Church to watch baseball. He was approached by you and somebody else, and they threatened to jump him if he didn't give you his money. So he gave $28. They'd known you before, and they had identified you in a lineup. So in March, we released you on an EM to go to your grandmother's funeral, and we left you out. However, in May, you cut off your electronic monitor, and so we issued a warrant for you. In September, there was another report for aggravated robbery. Then back in June, the victim said you approached him behind the Walgreens on South Hewlin. Said you were going to rob him. You lifted your hoodie and exposed a gun, gave you $16. You said that wasn't enough. So evidently they said that you made him walk to the 7-Eleven, withdraw money from the ATM to give to you. And there was surveillance from both the Walgreens and the 7-Eleven. So you were brought here on the adult charge. Okay, so you're currently in Tarrant County Jail for an adult robbery charge and a juvenile robbery charge. When I let you go to your grandmother's funeral, you cut off your EM and ran. And your hearing is set for certification before me on February 25th. So I just feel like if I let you go, you would run again. So I think it's better for you and the community for me to go ahead and keep you in custody. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Demerson? No? Okay. Done. I don't see one. All right, Mr. Demerson, we will see you. I might see you for another 10-day hearing before. I might see you on the 25th. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but hopefully we'll figure out what's happening in your case in the near future. Yes, sir. You have a question for me?
Yes, I got a court date on the 25th.
On the 25th.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Demerson.
All right, thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Koye. All right, Lorenzo Bird. All right, Mr. Bird, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's in custody, you have to see a judge every 10 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have Michelle Bryan. Please turn your camera on. This is a court proceeding, so your camera does have to be on. All right, so if I detain you here, Mr. Bird, then you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to attorney. Michelle Bryan, you have your last chance to turn your camera on. Otherwise, I'll remove you from this hearing. All right. Okay, so Mr. Bird. This is the one, okay, Haltom City with the Uber Eats driver. Neighbor came out, off, on the ground with blood coming from her. And so surveillance video matched. Let's see. Before we had talked about how, I guess you were identified. Definitely during an interrogation, it was said that she couldn't find the keys. And so the respondent stabbed the victim in the neck. And on January 27th, the detective from Haltom received a message, contacted the Chicago area, talked to the agent, said that this information, that there was a confidential informant who provided the name Zechariah Marshall gave me information about the homicide that had not been released to the public, including the weapon and manner of death and location of injury. Contacted them to investigate it. They also got the name of Lorenzo, and there's a plan for you and Mr. Marshall to be taken into custody. And so they set up an Uber ride by the police to apprehend you. All right. Lorenzo, you are level 1 outstanding. I'm glad to see that. It's a very serious charge, especially considering the fact that there were plans made for you to escape the jurisdiction of this court. I'm concerned that you would not appear for court if I was to release you. At this point, I'm going to detain you. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm here. I was a little bit delayed in the audio. I'm not sure if you know that I'm here.
All right. Hello, Ms. Herrick. Yes, so he, I'm concerned about him going to appear for court. There's also an issue about danger to the community and danger to himself. I'm not comfortable. I mean, I have released homicide children before, children accused of homicide, but it usually takes a little while for me to be comfortable. So I'm detaining him for now.
I understand that. I would like to point out to the court, the last time he had a detention hearing, the whereabouts of his mother were unknown, like probation wasn't able to find her. She's now available. I've talked to her, and I'm not sure if Patsy's talked to her, but she's certainly available too. So he does have a home to go to now, and a parent who will be here. And he also has some other, friendly adults who are willing to take him in and, supervise him during this, pre-hearing time.
I understand. It appears that mother is in the parents' courtroom right now.
Great.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Herrick.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Cuevas. All right, Mr. Cuevas, good morning. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. All right, so Eldridge Bryant, please turn your camera on. Thank you. So, Eric, within 2 days, you have to see a judge. I have to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Adler in the interim to be your attorney. All right, so, Mr. Cuevas, let's look at your case. You were previously referred here in September of 2019 for aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon, a firearm, and then in January of last year, about a year ago, you were placed on probation for the aggravated robbery. Your probation would expire January of 2022. So now, according to police, on yesterday, about 5 o'clock, police were dispatched to a theft call over at I-20 and Granbury Road. Call said somebody was following a black Honda occupied by 4 suspects who stole his son's money. There was a traffic stop. Driver was identified as you. Other suspects were also identified. According to the complainant, the son was attempting to purchase an iPhone using OfferUp. Seller told the victim to meet at the victim's residence to purchase the phone. Black Accord arrived. Victim approached the vehicle. The driver said the phone was in the back seat, rolled the window down. At that point, the person on the back seat snatched his money and pushed him away from the vehicle. Then the Accord sped off. The victim ran inside and notified the father. They both left and pursued the vehicle, and a total of $250 was taken. And you're on probation, and it turns out we give you a drug test, and you're smoking weed while you're on probation. See, in the month of January, entire month, you went to school 1 day. So, all right, so, well, Ms. Lopez, are you here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he doing anything right on probation?
Not in the last few months, Your Honor. He's really declining his production. Apparently, he thinks nothing can happen to him. We've been having some issues getting a hold of him. And like I said, he's going to Casada, but he only went 1 day. I was contacted by Casada High School. They're trying very hard to work with him, but he's not responding.
Okay, so is his probation determinate sentence or indeterminate?
Indeterminate, Your Honor.
Determinate. Okay. All right. Well, Eric, I'm going to let you know you're on probation. When you ask for probation, you're basically telling me that you're asking me to give you one more chance to show that you can do right and follow all the rules, and that's why you don't need to go to TJJD. If you violate your probation, you're telling me that you can't follow the rules, and we have to look at other options. So at this point, you're on probation, you're skipping school, you're smoking weed, and evidently you're committing new offenses. And so I'm very concerned, and same type of offense that you're on probation for. So I'm very concerned about releasing the community. Now I see your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question, but I'm certain your attorney, Mr. Adler, does not want you to tell me anything. This is not a trial. This is not about whether you did or not. This is simply about whether I should detain you. So do you have a question for me, or do you want to tell me something?
I just want to say that ever since
No, hold on. When you say I want to say, that's you're telling me something.
Yeah.
Your attorney, Mr. Adler, am I correct? You're telling your client, do not tell me anything.
Correct. There's nothing you can tell judge is going to change his mind if that's what you're trying to do.
Nah, I was just trying to let them know that. Like,
Whoa, Eric, I'm trying to protect you. I'm not the enemy here. I want to make sure, because there's a DA that's listening and taking notes. I don't want you to say anything that they can use against you to put yourself in a spot. You understand what I'm saying? So this is simply about detaining you. It's not about whether you did or not. That's something we can catch up with later, okay? All right. Thank you, Eric. All right. So I would like to remind everyone, this is still a court proceeding, so you're expected to be on camera. So Ms. Taylor, you can't step away from the camera. If you're going to do that, then you just have to come to court next time. Mr. Bradley, you need to be on camera. Right? It's really going to be the last warning for everyone. Zoom is here as a convenience and to assist the parents who may have conflicts in their schedule. But at the end of the day, you can be required to come to court. And we're trying to be accommodating, but you can, we don't need an empty screen. All right, next one we have Pedro Flores. Mr. Flores?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Flores, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. The attorney appointed to your case is Mr. Adler. Good morning, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Judge.
So, Pedro, let's see, you're 14 years old. You were brought in last August for evading arrest with a motor vehicle and unauthorized use of motor vehicle. You were placed on probation for evading arrest with a motor vehicle. And then yesterday, Fort Worth PD brought you in for unauthorized use of motor vehicle. I guess your mom contacted Fort Worth PD about 1:30 to say her son had taken her car without permission and ran away. It's also noted your father said that you were no longer in the living room. When he checked his room, he noticed that the window was open and observed your mom's car pulling out of the driveway. About 3 o'clock, police found the vehicle and followed the vehicle that pulled into a driveway. And you were identified as the driver. So mom said when she came to the scene, she asked to speak to Pedro, but Pedro spitted on both parents' faces and started to insult them. And so you were brought here and I said spit. And we gave you a drug test. And so you're on probation for taking a car, evading arrest. Now, evidently, you have taken a car without permission and you're smoking weed while on probation. So it seems like you're not engaging with your MHMR therapist and you're not taking help and you're saying no one can help you. And your mom is saying you don't accept any rules and you're out of control. You leave whenever you want. You don't go to school. And well, tell you what, you don't know me, Pedro, but I will let you know that kids respecting their parents is one of the most important things to me. Because if you're going to spit on your parents, I don't think you deserve your parents. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you. Maurice Howard. Eldridge Bryant, for the last time, your camera needs to be on. Okay, I'm tired of, from now on, people, I'm going to start removing parents from here if you can't behave appropriately for court. You can just appear here in person. Zoom is here as a convenience for everyone. We have the facility set up where the parents can appear remotely. I'm only doing this as long as people can behave appropriately. All right, Mr. Howard, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, then the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Adniji as your attorney in the interim. Good morning, Mr. Adniji.
Morning, Judge.
I don't know why Mr. Bryant feels like he can talk on the phone and walk around in court. All right, Mr. Howard. Back in 2019, you were placed on probation, or for, okay, 2019, you were arrested for assault bodily injury on December 4th. Evidently, you were let go, and on December 11th, you were arrested for possession of controlled substance and like a shoplifting case. You got probation on May 29th of 2020. That will expire this year. And then yesterday, about 9:30, Marco's pizza manager contacted Fort Worth police saying that a person with a weapon was over on North Tarrant Parkway. Earlier that day, an employee told the black male's girlfriend not to feed the stray cats. An employee showed her the posted sign. This made the girl upset because she didn't like being told what to do. So you have an employee that doesn't like being told what to do. It's like employee of the year. It's like Stephanie. All right. She said it first, y'all, just so you know. Okay, this made the girl upset. She didn't like being told what to do. She told her boyfriend about the situation. Later on, black male came up with a black handgun in his hand and was unsuccessful entering the business since the doors were locked from an earlier disturbance. What the heck is going on at Marco's Pizza? All right, so black male was a former employee of the pizza place, and they knew who Maurice was. So he tried to open the front door, pointing the handgun at the business, motioned with his handgun for the employees to open the door. He called the business using his cell phone and asked the employee to open the front. Mr. Miller, are you here?
Yes, Judge.
So do I get this right? He's a former employee, shows up to a place where people know him, doors are locked, waves a handgun, then calls him and asks him to open the door while he's holding a gun?
I believe the call came previous to him coming up there.
Okay.
He'd called the general manager, but I'm not really sure on the police report. It's not real clear when the call was made. If it was before or after he came up there with a gun.
So the employee refused to open the door because he was afraid that Maurice was going to use the weapon. So Maurice called the general manager. Manager accessed the employee files, found a record for Maurice with the same number that was called from. Police got there. They saw him fleeing the scene in a white Honda Accord. There's surveillance video, and they matched the car with the one in front of Maurice's house. So the photo lineup, they picked Marco out of the lineup. Picked him out of the lineup. There was a warrant issued, and then later on they picked him at his home and he was brought here for the offense of deadly conduct. Maurice, you're 16 years old. We gave you a drug test since you're on probation, and you're positive for marijuana and cocaine. So you're on probation. You have a gun. You're on probation for a violent offense. Now you're on video with a gun, waving it around, and you're using cocaine and marijuana. Mr. Miller, is he doing anything right on probation?
Your Honor, he does communicate with me well. We have been having issues with the JJEP he's been attending, but he's been available for all visits with me. He's been doing that well.
Okay. So are you mom? You're here for Maurice?
Yes, sir.
You have any idea where this gun came from?
I do not.
Okay. Mom, I need to let you know, I don't think we've met before, but
No. I
I have a really big problem with kids with guns. I think you probably do too. If it was up to you, you wouldn't approve of this behavior either. So my general rule of thumb is that whenever a child is brought in here for a gun offense, I always hold them. I need to make sure that they don't have access to other weapons or end up using weapons in other offenses. So at this point, I'm detaining them. Fortunately, the gun wasn't fired. Nobody was hurt or killed. But this is obviously a deep, deep concern for everyone. And so I just like to tap the brakes, slow down, make sure we're very careful about what we're doing before I release a kid that's brought here on guns. Now, the second question for you is, did you know your son's using cocaine?
I did not know, but I had a slight idea. When
You probably had an idea about weed, but probably not the cocaine.
I did. I have asked him before. There was an incident where he was pulled over and they told me they saw something that kind of looked like a dollar bill rolled up or something that he may have been using it. And I asked him, in which he denied it at that time.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess he was lying to you.
Obviously.
Yeah. And so, all right. Well, Mom, hopefully this is information that you'd want to know as a mother about what your son's doing. This whole process is about the court trying to help the parents and the parents trying to help the court for all of us to work together to help kids like Maurice. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Sergio Mata.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. So, Mr. Mata, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing when a kid's brought in to our facility. You need to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, we'll provide one for you. We have appointed Mr. Sierra as your attorney for this case. All right, so Mr. Mata, you're 15 years old. You were brought in last January, a year ago, for criminal mischief. We let you out, and then you were arrested for assault bodily injury of a family member and terroristic threat of a family member. That's February. Oh, that's what we're here for today. See what happened. I guess this morning you were brought in by Fort Worth PD saying yesterday about 10 o'clock, police were dispatched to a domestic. Dad said you had a family night at a restaurant. On the way home, you turned on music that the dad found inappropriate. So kudos to Dad for setting boundaries. He told you to turn it down. You became upset, insulting him, and you said you would kick his ass. Then you punched him in the face with a closed fist. Then they're saying that the victim, Dad, was driving his vehicle at a high rate of speed on North Freeway. When he was trying to stop, evidently you reached over and poked him in the eye and to not lose complete control of the vehicle. He stepped on his brakes and was able to stop on the shoulder of the freeway. So then he punched you in the face, and then you reacted by putting Dad in a headlock and began to punch him. And then after it was over, evidently you told your dad you would stab him once you got home. Mom was in the vehicle. Once you got home, you went to the restroom, and Mom thought you might be getting a razor or other cutting equipment. And your old criminal mischief case from last year was set for court on March 4th. I don't even know what the juvenile justice system can do for kids like you, but hopefully your attorney can find one. So at this point, I'm not going to let you go because you're going to go and cause more problems. I mean, look at your attitude right now. Look at the way you're sitting in this chair. It's like, stop making yourself a victim. Take responsibility for your own bad decisions. I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you, Sergio. Marvin Velador. Marvin, I'm Judge Kin. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child is brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Yanez as your attorney. Is Carrie here? I haven't seen him.
Yes, Judge, I'm actually in the parents' room, and I'm here with the mother.
Okay, hello. Good to see you, Carrie. You been well?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, so Marvin, you're 16. Where's Marvin? Okay, you're 16 years old, and let's see. Back in August, you were brought here for a robbery case. Evidently, we let you go. Let me ask this. Mr. Nava, was it robbery, no weapon involved?
There was a weapon involved, but no weapon was recovered.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Let's see. saying about August 16th, around 5 o'clock, police were dispatched to Academy. Oh, that's right. This is the one where there's supposed to be a setup to sell some shoes. And they say you pulled out a handgun and then pointed the gun, drove off. Later on, we were pulled over on Stanley Keller. And they matched the truck to the one from the robbery. But there was like something about like relatives involved. I remember this one's kind of confusing. All right, so you have this pending robbery case. And we released it on electronic monitor on September 10th. You went 2 months without a problem, so we removed the electronic monitor. So now, yesterday, Fort Worth PD brought you in. Somebody called 911 saying that somebody stole his son's money. He was purchasing phone via OfferUp. 4 people showed up a black Accord. Oh, this is a companion case to the one we heard earlier with Eric. Okay, so you were in the front passenger seat, 2 adults in the back. They found cash. And one of the adults said that the OfferUp account was his and met the victim sell the phone. He said he took 100, Eric and Marvin took 100, and the other adult took 50. And you're positive for weed. So while you have this case pending for a robbery case, now you're smoking weed, and evidently you are now involved in another robbery case. So, well, Marvin, it's pretty clear if I let you go, then you would just get involved in more robbery cases. So I'm going to go and detain you. Yes, Mr. Yanis.
Can I just at least say something here? I mean,
Yes, sir.
the new allegation is what brings us here today. And just reading even from what's in this detention report, he's the front passenger of it. A back passenger is the one who allegedly grabs the money out of the victim's hands. I believe Eric, who was just had his hearing, he was the driver. When the police find them, they search them and they find money. On the other 3, they don't find any money on Marvin. And then that last sentence then is the only thing that would really connect them in any way is, I mean, other than just being merely present, he stated that he used his phone, Marvin stated, he used his phone to locate the address where the offense occurred. But that doesn't mean that he knew what the backseat passenger was going to do. Right. So, I mean, it's not clear at all, even just accepting these facts as if they were true, that's not clear that he's committed an offense.
I understand, but he's still smoking weed while he has a pending case.
I don't have much to say about that one.
I understand. And so I see the potential problems with the case, and that's certainly a fight for you to take up with the DA. But if he has a pending case and he's smoking weed, I've just, I mean, especially with this supposed to be wrapping up pretty soon. His next court date, when is it?
It's March 8th.
Right. Yeah, it's just coming up. So, and it's been a while.
Well, and I'll just point out, I mean, he has been out really without problem. I mean, until this new allegation. There is the positive drug test. I mean, that's a problem. I'll admit that. His mother's here. She speaks Spanish. I'd be happy to interpret if the court has any questions of her. But speaking with her before this hearing, she says he's been doing fine at home. He's been following their rules and not.
Well, hopefully, smoking weed is a violation of the rule. So there's a smoking weed, and he's also associating with a kid that's currently on juvenile probation, which would be one of his conditions. And so, I mean, he can't be doing that either. And it's one of those. I have great discretion on this one. It's while the new offense has its merits and has its weaknesses, the fact is he's smoking weed and he's hanging out with other kids who are on probation while he has a pending case. He knew better. So at this point, I'm going to go and detain him, and we'll reassess this in the future. It's not a permanent thing, but we'll reassess it. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yanis.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, this concludes my portion of the detention docket today. I'm going to turn this over to Judge Porter. Thank you, Judge Porter.
Thank you, Judge Kim. Jarvis Brothers. Are you Mr. Brothers?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brothers, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Ms. McGonigal, is here. I will note that you achieved level 1-0 this morning. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention. You have prior referrals to the department. In fact, if I remember correctly, last year, you had to get to level 1-0 and maintain it for 3 days before you were released. You eventually did that and earned your release last time. You've been brought in this time for allegedly being involved in an assault and unlawfully carrying a weapon. Ms. McGonigal, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, Jairus mentioned to me that he was actually on level 1A. That was the dip, but he had been on level 1-0 for that dip. He has access to no weapons in the house. I understand that this is a weapon allegation and the court is extremely concerned about that. But he has assured me that he has no access if he's allowed to go home today on a monitor. So he would be asking the court for that.
All right. I am not comfortable releasing you yet because you haven't proven that you can maintain level 1 outstanding. Do so for 7 days. And Ms. McGonigal, if you can maintain level 1-0 between now and next Wednesday, we'll have good reason to reconsider this.
Okay.
As for today, I'm going to order his detention. Now, Mr. Brothers, let me make this clear. This is not a promise that you get out next Wednesday. Instead, that you maintaining level 1-0 for 7 days continuous without a single dip will begin that conversation for me. Okay? But it's not a guarantee. It's not a promise. It's not a bargain of any type. That's what I'm requiring before I will consider you for release. You understand?
Can I ask you something?
You can ask me something. Yes, sir.
So in 7 days, does that mean I will come back for a detention hearing?
If Ms. McGonigal requests it. Yes. Yes. All right. Thank you. That'll be the order of the court.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge.
Yes, somebody. Okay. Andrew, is it Gatanda?
Andrew Gatanda, Bruce Ashworth on behalf of Mr. Gatanda, Judge.
How are you, Mr. Ashworth? Good to see you.
Oh, good to see y'all. Sorry for the technical issues, but I think I'm okay now.
Looks good. Just waiting on.
Okay.
At least you're not a cat.
Yeah, I don't have a cat.
All right. Are you Mr. Gatanda?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gatanda, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Ashworth, is here. I will note that you have been level 1 outstanding since January the 15th. Mr. Victorson, do we know guns that were allegedly stolen have yet been recovered?
They have not, to my knowledge. I've called the detective a number of times and he's promised to let me know if he does find them. I haven't heard from him.
Okay. Who is here on behalf of the DA's office? Zane, I believe this is your case. Do you know if all 6 firearms have been recovered?
That's not I have not heard that, Judge. And per the report, they were not recovered. Okay.
And Mr. Ashworth, do you have any lead?
Judge, may I be heard on that? Zane and I have been discussing this and this question has come up. Where are the weapons? Where are the weapons? I wish I knew where the weapons were, Judge. We don't know where the weapons are. We have an issue with our involvement in this offense, and that's not for this hearing, that's for the adjudication hearing. I personally called the detective myself and said, hey, I would tell you if we knew where the weapons are, we'd tell you, but you might go down this trap and maybe do this investigation and talk to these people, and maybe you might be able to find out where the weapons are, because detective, the unknown whereabouts of these weapons are unfortunately keeping my young man in detention. That's not to say that he's got another problem. I understand that, but Judge, he's been in there. He voluntarily surrendered. They did a search warrant of his mama's apartment. They didn't find anything. We found out he had a warrant. He self-surrendered to juvenile. He's been on a good level, I believe, since the 15th. I'm not putting a crown on his head, Judge, but he appears to be doing everything that he's supposed to be doing at a juvenile. I would request humbly that you allow him to go home to either set mom or dad, and you can ask mom or dad. I think they're both there. They're no longer married. But if he could have a monitor, y'all could monitor him and he'd jump through hoops, whatever y'all wanted him to do.
All right, Mr. Ashworth, I thank you. With those firearms still on the loose, it gives me great pause. However, as you said, we'll be able to revisit this case. Let's see, is it going to be, check. It'll be Friday of next week. So I will see everybody then. But between now and then, I'm going to also order that you be detained. Thank you, Mr. Goodtunda.
Thank you for your time, Judge. Zane, I'll be talking back to you, buddy.
All right.
Thank
Robert
you. I'm
Early.
going to leave the meeting, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ashworth. Good to see you. Robert Earl Lee.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Hopkins. How are you?
I'm well, sir. And yourself?
Better than I deserve. Are you Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lee, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And your attorney, Ms. Hopkins, is here. You see her on the screen. All right. He's shaking his head up and down. All right. Mr. Lee, did either myself or Judge Kim go over with you what your level needs to be before we can begin to consider releasing you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Level 3 confined is the worst behavioral level back in detention. Level 1 outstanding is the best. Where are you at?
I'm a 2A.
Yes, sir. So because you're not one outstanding, what do I have to do today?
Detain.
Why do I have to do it?
I don't want to know.
Right. Because before we can think that you'll behave at home, you got to prove to us that you'll behave in detention. And if we don't have that evidence that you'll behave in detention, we have no reason to believe you'll behave at home, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what do you got to do between now and the next time we meet?
Oh, no.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. I'm going to
Your
order.
Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
may I speak to his levels?
Yes, ma'am.
His level dropped only in the last day and a half. He was on level 1O or 1A for the majority of the 28 days that he has been in detention. I know he has dropped a level, and that is an issue. However, Mr. Lee has been doing a very good job of maintaining that up until a recent incident, which he claims not to have been involved in during the school session yesterday.
If memory serves, it was more than just one incident. It was like 2 or 3 incidents all put together that dropped him from 1O to 2A.
Okay.
Am I misremembering?
Isn't.
I'm not asking you, Mr. Lee. I'm asking your attorney, because I don't want you to say anything that might get you in trouble. Does that make, am I remembering things correctly, Ms. Hopkins?
I believe your information may be different from mine.
Oh, okay.
So, but I do trust the court. If the court has that information from probation.
Well, I've been wrong before. Ms. Aguirre, can you shed some light on this?
Yes, Your Honor. So Robert dropped down to level 1 acceptable due to being slow to comply ×3 over playful ×3. In the past, he has maintained level 1 outstanding. However, there have been some times where he was dropped to level 2 due to having contraband in his possession.
Okay, and this most recent drop from 1 outstanding to 2 acceptable, was that more than just one incident?
The detention records state he dropped from level 1 acceptable to level 2 acceptable as of today for losing points from first shift, but it doesn't specify what the infractions were.
And then yesterday he lost points for being slow to comply ×3 and over playful ×3.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so it wasn't just one little thing. All right.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I see that now. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lee, you are going to see me Thursday of next week. We'll have a hearing. So between now and then, I want you to get back to level 1 outstanding, because if you do that, then at the hearing next Thursday, I'll know that. I'll know that you're doing everything you're supposed to do in the back, and that'll put you in the best position in front of me next Thursday. All right?
All right.
Thank you, sir. All right. Vija Potter. Good morning, Ms. Potter. How are you doing?
Good.
All right. We've met before. My name's Bruce Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you've got to see me every 10 business days. I'm the one who ordered you to Desert Lily. How let's see, how are we doing, Mr. Houston? Does she have a plane ticket yet?
Yes,
sir.
First of all, I don't know what's happening with the audio. That's them, not me. Secondly, over playful. Oh, thank you, Jonathan. To the moon and back. Absolutely. Thank you so, so much for that lovely, lovely super chat. And I'm talking in the chat about a book club and a case club that I have in the works in my mind. And I'm excited to do that. I've run a book club before. I've done a lot of these sorts of things before, and I'm excited to do them with you guys. I I definitely am like all about making books that are digestible, or in reality the case club is what I'm really excited about, because I plan like we can have a case and get materials and look at it and then all come together and talk about it afterwards and um throughout as well. So that's something I'm really quite excited for. And then I have a couple big trials that I plan on streaming as well, like older trials, but in their entirety. Anyways, I have a million ideas, and if somebody follows behind me and just picks up the pieces, we can have millions. I swear, guys, we'll do it. But also yoga is a pyramid scheme. Please don't forget that. Oh, Daylight, thank you so much. You're so sweet. For my dreams for the channel. And it's our channel, guys, because we are all going to do it together. I don't read as much anymore. Sorry, I am here. I don't read as much anymore by myself, but with you guys, I like to do it. Read boobies. I love you, Ethan. But yoga is a pyramid scheme. Please don't forget that. That's important to know. I live in like the yoga capital of the world. And the hippies, they all just get right into it. And I'm a bit of a hippie too, I realize. I've been told. However, are you going to bed, Nana? Okay. I don't think Better Call Saul is as good as Breaking Bad. You're not as interested in that one, hey, Nana? Are you as interested in Better Call Saul? No, that's a no. I know my camera's on. I'm aware it's on. Anyways, and my mic. I'm talking to Nana. She's running away now. Hi, that's the way I see it. Thanks for coming. You're not really late. On this channel, we're actually just getting started at 3 hours in. So, yeah. Oh, yay, Amy Alaska. I wonder who that is. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you guys all for being here. Peloton yoga. Peloton, first of all, I used to have access to a Peloton like bike and it was amazing. And one day, there's another dream, but we'll get there. I'll be doing biking in front of you guys, actually. That's what will happen. Judge Porter, Better Than I Deserve stickers. Please, whenever we hear Better Than I Deserve, please use those stickers in the chat. It's the only one I have right now. James Bradley, I am so crazy. Like, he's down here. I'm on top a little bit. What are they doing? They're going to get kicked out of this meeting. Anyways, let's continue on. Also, you guys, that is the way I see it is here. Thank you for being here. If you guys have not checked him out yet, you need to do that. Amazing channel, amazing stuff happening over there. Absolutely have to subscribe. So please make sure you do that. And also remember, we take attendance here by hitting the like button. So I need to make sure everybody was accounted for properly. So you'll have to just hit that like, oh, perfect. We're well in, we're well taken care of. And the other thing about this is if you are a member, you're one of my cooks in the kitchen, you need to make sure you clock in. And if you can't cover your shift, you're going to need to make sure you get somebody else to cover it for you. I'm just kidding, guys. Okay, let's continue on. I love you all. My sandwich was so delicious. I ate it. I'm probably have it all over my face. My Peloton did not turn into a coat rack. It was not my Peloton. That's the problem. It was my sister's Bowflex bike that she was lent by somebody to keep it in their house, and then it got taken back, and I was hit hard when that happened. Anyways, one day I'm sure there's going to be lots of them used eventually. So anyways, let's continue.
Judge, may I interrupt? Your audio quality is very poor at present. It's as though wind noise was happening on a jacket mic or something.
Yeah, that's coming from somebody else.
Ms. Blake, can you mute for a second to see if that by any chance is coming from you?
Mr. Youngblood, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't hear you, Mr. Youngblood.
Oh. Well, that's odd. Now I can't hear you.
Judge, I can hear Mr. Youngblood if you can hear me.
It says you're muted, Your Honor.
Also, I love these situations.
Digital noise. Still digital noise, almost like a cassette tape running on fast forward or something.
Oh, we're
David, are
going
you still
back to
hearing
hear
me?
that again.
I can hear Mr. Youngblood if you can.
Now I can't hear you.
Judge, I can hear Mr. Youngblood if you can hear me.
It says you're muted, Your Honor. digital noise. Still digital noise, almost like a cassette tape running on fast forward or something.
Oh.
David, are you still hearing me? Ms. Blake, you nod your head. Are you hearing?
Mr. Ainsley gave me the thumbs up. All right. So, Mr. Houston, I was asking how the ICPC transfer process was going.
Was the delay due to the process purchasing, not putting in the contract for Desert Lily? So the placement was postponed.
Hey, did
I believe
Naya
was
Mosley
postponed.
have
Okay. Do we have a timeline?
If the commissioner court signs it on the 16th, she will leave on the 22nd of this month.
Okay. Mr. Youngblood, have you had a chance to talk to Ms. Potter about all those arrangements?
Not the most recent news that I just heard now, but beforehand, yes. And she is not thrilled, but sanguine about it.
Potter, I share your concern. I know you're ready to go. So, so between now and then, I have to detain you pending
Toby, that's what I
the
just
transfer
I
to
was like,
Desert Lily.
I've just recovered from laughing so hard, but I'm being serious. How does that happen? How does that happen? I've never I've, I don't say. It's so ridiculous. Like, how does that happen? And then get fixed, please. Please. We need we need to make a symbol for if there's a chipmunk voice coming from me, how would I know? How will I know it's voice is a chipmunk? If that could just happen. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. So sorry.
So the 16th is next Tuesday. Let's hope that the Commissioner Court hops on that and then we get it taken care of, okay? All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Youngblood.
Thank you.
Aubrey Sarno. I'll be right back, everybody. Good morning, Ms. Sarno. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. Let's go ahead and admit Ms. Sarno's mom. Waiting on Justine Sarno to come in. All right. Ms. Sarno, you have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. I'll note that you've been level 1 outstanding since January 27th. You have an adjudication disposition scheduled before me in about a week and a half. Yes, a week from Monday. So, Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Judge, I believe she was told if she held level 1O for 7 days, that her mom would be in agreement with her going home. It's one of those cases, peaks and valleys. I hate to say this over detention hearing Zoom, but she was a CPS child. Miss Sarno was kind enough to adopt her, doing everything she can for her. It's my understanding today she's willing to give her another chance at home on the monitor.
All right. Justine Sarno, if you'll turn your microphone on.
Hi.
Were you
Your
able
Honor.
to hear what Mr. Adler just said?
I did. Yes, I did.
And Aubrey has been level 1 outstanding for not just 7 days, but looks like almost 2 full weeks.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what do you think? Do we give her a second chance?
Yes, yes.
And we do that because this time she's earned it, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, now Aubrey, you've earned this chance to go home. Do you want to go home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you think I expect from you when you go home?
To stay level 1 at home.
Exactly. Are you willing to do that for me and for your mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Adler, any additional thoughts?
All right, Judge. No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank
Am I remembering correctly that there's been 1 or 2 past instances of running away?
Yes,
So
sir.
this is going to be appropriate where we release you on the electronic monitor. You can't cut it off, Aubrey, okay? That's
Yes,
the
sir.
absolute worst thing you can do. Because as long as you keep that on, even if you have to go into the backyard to take a stress break, we'll be able to tell that you're only in the backyard. And if you're only in the backyard for like 15 minutes, then you'll come and tell us, I need to go to the backyard for a stress break. That's believable. But if you cut it off, we have no idea where you are or anything like that. That's the first thing. Second thing is you promised me you'd maintain level 1.0, correct?
Yes, sir.
Third thing, I want you to keep in touch with Miss Sandra, okay? And talk to her. If you feel like you're getting stressed out at home, pick up the phone and call her and tell her you're feeling stressed out and tell her why you're feeling stressed out, because she can help you. She can talk you through some things and she can give you some ideas on how to deal with that stress, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so 3 things. Keep the monitor on. Second thing, level 1.0 for me, right? Third thing is,
Keep
Miss Sandra?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to authorize her release on the electronic monitor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, finally, Angel Manuel Torres Salazar.
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Sierra, is here. Oh, dearie me, sir. You are on level 3 confined. Why is that bad news for both you and me?
It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. What's your level supposed to be before I can even consider you for release?
1.0.
Yes, sir. But you're at the polar opposite of that spectrum, right? You're not level 1.0, you're level 3 confined.
It wasn't my fault.
Oh, give me a break. Nobody gets to level 3 confined without being responsible for at least some of it. So don't. No, what you selling, I ain't buying, sir.
That dude,
Your attorney putting his finger over his mouth?
Yeah.
He didn't want you to say anything. Because anything you say, while it can't be used against you, it might give ammunition for the DA's office to use against you. Now, do you want to give the DA ammunition to use against you?
I'm good.
There we go. All right. Mr. Sierra, we all know what I got to do, but give it your best shot.
Judge, given the circumstances and the offenses that he has, I don't think we have a good faith argument to make to the court.
All right. Mr. Thorius Salazar, I have to order that you be detained today. Get everything in order. Get back to level 1-0 for me. You've been there before. You just didn't hold it very long. Get back there for me, okay? That makes your attorney's job easier. Thank you, sir. That concludes today's detention hearings. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Sometimes Judge Porter does this really nice ending. I'm waiting for it one of these days because sometimes he goes, it's important that our public have access to the court system. And so I applaud and thank you for watching. Like it's just beautiful. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, we're on to the next one. That's how we roll in this kitchen. That's how it goes today. Look at all these people. There's a lady wearing Call of Duty headphones today. It's always funny when they're like super intense on their headphones. Oh, let's just put I got us a poster too, guys, that we can put up in the kitchen in a way. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I will show to you. That is not poster. 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 Find the source. Do it in real time. That's the way we do it. These are the other. Go. We don't need it that big. I was thinking more like small, but like that. Just like Mr. Nava. I do have a bingo card too. At the bingo card. Oh, and I also got a beaver and a turkey. Beaver, Mr. Beaver, Beaver, Las Vegas, Beaver, Las Vegas. Yeah, I'm so big. I know it's not the kind of beaver everybody wants it to be. I do need I need a Frida poster. That's right. Somebody find me a good one. But I don't want to steal their art. I feel bad. I don't know. One day I'll have to get one made. Viva, viva Las Vegas. There we go. There's the beeves. Now we need the turkey. Oh, I was supposed to get the bingo card. I did not take any ADS today. Shit. Also, we can't ahead. You know what will happen is inevitably I'll click it and ahead of Judge Kimmy. Judge Kimmy Kim. Oh, see? Alrighty. Just too much. I like his admonitions. So distracted. Okay. Also, new source. This is key.
Yeah, Peyton Demerson next. I think the sheriff may have him.
Oh, no, sir. That's way too. I should have just left it where it was. We were on there. And bingo. Was it Where is booking, by the way? I don't know where it is. But Viking would say, we do live. I called it free trial bingo.
All right, so we're at the detention docket again for 323rd.
Oh, sorry, Judge Kim. I'll turn my mic off. You can have the floor.
So we're doing this hearing through Zoom. We're broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube. Nobody can copy or publish this proceeding. Violations are punishable by contempt of court. We're expecting everyone to behave appropriately for court. So don't move around. Don't have moving objects in your background. Don't be in cars. Do not have bright lights in the background that shadow out your face. So we're just, Victor Alvarado is the first one. I think Mr. St. John waived that one. We have Peyton Demerson next. I think the sheriff may have him.
I don't have a Demerson. I have a McDaniel, Parker, Saldana, and Newton.
We'll just go to McDaniel. I think Demerson's in Green Bay. Are you all downtown?
This is downtown. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey, can you call Green Bay and say they're late on the kid? I'm sorry? Okay, we're ready for McDaniel then.
Okay.
Tanisha Deloach, you're in court. Your camera needs to be on. All right, Tanisha, I'm removing you from the hearing. All right, Mr. McDaniel, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You've been in custody for 10 days. So I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, then you have to see a judge every 10 days. You're on probation for a serious offense. You have a violation for failure to yield. 18 years old. Mr. McDaniel, I hope you understand, once you're 18, I cannot keep you at the juvenile detention facility. So I'm going to go ahead, but I do need to detain you because there's a violation of probation that's pending. I'm concerned that you're not going to appear for court. All right. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. McDaniel? Do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir.
We're sitting in front of you in the morning, Your Honor, on this case.
Okay. Thank you. Cameron Newton.
What up? What's up, huh? Rolling? Who do you need next, Doug?
Linda Navarez, I've warned you, please do not walk around while you're in court. That's not appropriate for court behavior. All right. We have Mr. Newton there?
Yeah, coming right up.
Thank you.
You'll swear
All right, Mr. Newton, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. Stephanie, what's the reason why he went downtown? All right, that's right. Mr. Neal, we had you here at Kimbo, but you kept having behavioral problems. And so it got to the point where we just cannot keep you at the juvenile center because you were causing too many problems. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you, and you will remain in the Tarrant County Jail. Thank you, sir. All right, Sheriff, I think. Oh, well, do we have Danny Parker?
Yes, sir. Coming right up.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Parker, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You've been here 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. So you were over at Kimbo last week. You know I had to move you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's just the conditions there weren't comfortable and they weren't good, so I was trying to do what I could to put everyone in a reasonable environment. And so I moved you to downtown jail. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you back this afternoon to Kimbo, okay? You didn't have any problems. You were doing your job. I was just trying to keep you warm and safe, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you'll be back here at Kimbo by tonight, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jocelyn Saldana.
I'm here, Judge.
Okay, hi, Jocelyn. I'm Judge Kim. So you're one of those 17-year-olds that moved to the Tarrant County Jail last week, right?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you understand you didn't do anything wrong. You were holding up your end of the deal. Your behavior was fine. It's just because of the power outage and the weather, I want to make sure that you were, all the kids could be warm and safe. And so that's why I moved you downtown to the jail, but we're going to go ahead and bring you back to Kimbo, okay?
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. So you'll be back here at Kimbo tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, deputies.
Thank you, Judge.
This is February 2021, so I think that was when Texas had that big snowstorm or ice storm. It's going to become like one of those time defining factors for Texas people after this in court, like before the ice storm or after, sort of like COVID is, like before COVID or after. Shaw asked a question in the chat about indictment times in Fulton County. You know what? You're Americans. You can do whatever you'd like. You can petition whoever you want. I don't know that it will make a difference, but I think that you always have that right to do that. I've worked in government before and I've worked in private enterprise before, and sometimes the, you know, sometimes it doesn't work the way you want, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. And, part of what we do, I think part of why Judge Manning, it's so important, and I'm so thankful that she broadcasts her hearings, is because those people deserve to have people know about that. Can you imagine if that was just happening in a courtroom? You wouldn't believe that. You literally would not believe somebody saying, "Oh, I've been in jail unindicted for, even 300 days, 350. We've heard 600 days before. I don't think that, and well, I've had experiences before where where I've disbelieved something before, been incredulous about it, and then all of a sudden, it was just, plain in front of me, the data, and I had to change my whole stance on something and realize, oh, I've been very, very, very disbelieving of somebody before based on what they've told me. And I think that that's how a lot of people might feel in Fulton County if they heard about it. They really wouldn't believe it. Anyways. I love you guys so much. Texas, yeah, they had that big storm for a while back. And I remember being in the chat during this time, like I was live with most of these hearings originally. And yeah. Anyways, let's continue. But I think basically the answer to the question is yes, you absolutely can petition and can bring attention to it. However, I don't know that they're required to do anything about it based on a petition. That's just my 2 cents as a Canadian girl who watches court.
All right, do we have Mr. Demerson? Okay, I saw Green Bay come up on the screen.
Judge, I'm just waiting for the jail to bring him around over here.
Okay, great. Just go ahead and sit him down where he shows up. We're gonna move on with the docket because it's so
Yes,
long.
sir.
We have Haider al-Bakhtari.
Hello, Judge Kim.
Hello, Haider. Okay, so I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to be silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Gladstone, I think he was here. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Gladstone. All right, so Haider, I mean, you've been here for 36 days, but you're level 2.
Yeah.
All right, you know I'm not going to release you if you're level 2, right?
I understand. Yes, sir.
Okay, so get your level up and we'll review this case and decide what to happen. But right now, you know I'm not going to let you go. All right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We'll work on that, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone. Jeremiah Colon. All right, so Jeremiah, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Keenan is your attorney. I think I saw her earlier.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Keenan, or good afternoon. All right, so all right, so we're here. You have a pending serious offense. And
This one, we're waiting on the placement. This is the one that CPS is involved in.
okay, we released you on EM. And the CPS removed you from your father's home. And then you ran away from placement. And so picked you up on a warrant. All right, Jeremiah, I'm just concerned if I was to release you, that you would run away again. All right, so I'm glad you're level 1-0. Keep it up, but help your attorney make a good case for you, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chaka Livingston. All right, Mr. Livingston, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Ms. Hamrick is your attorney. Good afternoon, Ms. Hamrick.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
So, let's see. You're here. This is the one for shooting progress call. 3 individuals armed robbed 2 victims after refusing to hand over money. And when searched, you had weed. And let's see, it was recommended that you go to residential substance abuse treatment. After 1 month, you were unsuccessfully discharged because of behavior problems and hitting another youth. So we released a mom, and we issued a warrant for you. And so then you were brought over here. So I'm going to ask. So Ms. Hamrick, we're almost 4 months into this. What's the plan for Mr. Livingston?
Your Honor, we had a plea schedule in front of Judge Porter. He didn't let us proceed with the plea, and then we had it in front of you, and you likewise did the same. He was set for last week. I believe we had something worked out, but due to the weather, his court date got canceled. So
Okay.
we're just waiting. I've sent Mary and Stephanie an email asking for the quickest court date they can get us back in. And I've explained to Jocko that what's going on.
I remember this one. This is the one where I just wasn't comfortable because it's a non-secure facility.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's right. Okay. All right, so I guess we had court last week and we're all recovering. So Jock, I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding though. You're helping your attorney, okay?
Yes.
All right, but I'm gonna go ahead and detain you because I'm worried about your case. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Victoria Montague.
No, both of
Oh, yeah, I was late. I was late.
All right, Mr. Montague, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. Your attorney, Ms. Keenan, is here, and you do have a right to remain silent. And, all right, so this is the one, the capital murder of the marijuana, allegedly over the marijuana, right? Marijuana deal?
Yes, yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And then it seems like Mr. Montague also had absconded at one point. And so we're set for certification, determined sentence hearing on March 11th. All right, Mr. Montague, I see your level one outstanding. It's only been 4 days. I'm going to ask Mr. Bose, what happened to his behavior level?
Your Honor, it just shows that maybe starting on the first, he was a 1A for being over playful. He kind of juggled between 1O and 1A until today, well, the 18th.
All right, well, that's understandable. I'm not too worried about that one. All right, Decorian, so your big thing is the fact that you've run away before while you're in supervision. Gives me a lot of concern, especially now you have a more serious offense coming in on the Capitol. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Danila Morales. Let her back in.
You're all right.
All right, hello, Ms. Morales. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, Mr. Adler. Your attorney, is he here? There we go.
I'm here, Judge.
All right, so, see, yeah, this is continuous family violence. Mom blocked you because you were supposed to go to school. You left. Your stepdad, I think you allegedly bit him. And that's right, I let you go. The rule for no self, do we have the mom here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what happened with that? Didn't I release her to you, but she had to have a flip phone?
Yes. And I did provide it.
And then we ran into a problem with after that, right?
Yes.
What was that problem?
Phone and disagreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Danila,
Yes.
here we go. We're back here again, right?
Yeah.
You understand how this works, right?
Yes.
So if you're here at Kimbo, you don't get to use a phone, right?
Yeah.
If you're back at home, you don't get to use a smartphone, right?
Okay.
Where would you rather not use a phone?
My house.
Okay, so I'm willing to let you go, but you're level one outstanding here. You have to be level one outstanding with your mom. You get that?
Yes.
So you can't be slow to comply. You can't be refused to participate. You can't violate her DNA, right?
Okay.
Like, be a level one outstanding with your mom, and we'll try this again, but you understand what happens if you're breaking her rules.
Yes.
What happens?
Either I guess I'm back here. Yeah.
Come back here,
Yeah.
right? I always have a place for you here, always. So you got to remember, it's your choice every day. Are you going to be at home following your mom's rules and respecting her? Or you can be here following my rules, respecting me. I think you'd rather be at home, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and try it. I think last time, let's see, Mr. Nava, last time did we do EM?
No, sir. And I honestly don't see a reason for the monitor. She does have a job on hold. She has been running away issues in the past.
Mom, no history of running away?
No.
Okay. See, that's good decisions in the past. Come back and help you out in the future. Right, Daniela?
Yes, sir.
Okay, don't let me down. I don't want to
Thank
see you
you.
anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Navarez.
George will meet you up front. Thank you.
Hi, Judge Kim.
Hello. All right, Mr. Navarez. This is a 10-day hearing. You know how it works. Got to see a judge every 10 days. Your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. So just review your case. You're level one outstanding since the 17th. Mr. Adler, this is the one they're seeking mandamus, right? Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So Joseph, you understand what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand we're waiting for a different court to make a decision, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing I can do about that. So I'm going to go and detain you, but hopefully we'll find out, hopefully pretty soon. Okay?
Yes,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Navarez.
sir. Thank you.
All right, I believe this is Mr. Demerson here. Are you Peyton? I think he's on mute. Green Bay, I think he's on mute.
That's not Dennis Window.
Sorry, Judge.
That's all right. All right, Mr. Demerson, this is a 10-day hearing. Every 10 days, a juvenile's in custody. You have to review your case, decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, oh, Mrs. Uwehe, she is here.
Thank you.
All right, so this is the guy watching the baseball game, got robbed, then later on over at the, I think, CVS, right? Or Walgreens. Yeah. Another guy got robbed, went to go to the ATM at 7-Eleven, and because he didn't have enough money, they're saying that you threatened to shoot him. You're currently on probation for robbery already. So I'm very concerned about the safety in you and the safety of the community. If I was to release you, I'm afraid that you would commit another robbery if I was to release you. So I'm going to go ahead and keep you in detention. All right. Thank you, Mr. Demerson. Ethan Nordyke. Thank you, Sheriff, for bringing this inmate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nordyke. Where's Mr. Nordyke? All right, Mr. Nordyke, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. All right, so you're level 1 outstanding. You're almost 17. Back in December, call to juvenile services. Dispatch victim said he got robbed, and guy displayed a handgun, demanded the wallet, stole his wallet and phone, then hit him in the face with the handgun. A month before, there's a call about a guy who showed up to buy some weed, or to sell some weed, and then the person who's selling marijuana to robbed him at gunpoint. So, anyways, search warrant over on Glenview, and found a gun in your room. The victim pulled you out of a lineup, and fingerprints on the cell phone. And you're on probation already for robbery. So Ethan, look, you're on probation for robbery. You get arrested, identified as a person committing an aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. I'm not comfortable releasing you. I feel like I think you'd be a danger to the community as well as yourself. All right. So I'm detaining you. Thank you, Mr. Nordyke. William Beasley. Where are EP? Liliana Paez. What are this one? You gonna miss that? Oh, yeah, that's Judge Porter's. Okay, at this point, I've concluded my portion of the detention docket. I'm gonna hand over to Judge Porter to continue with the remainder of the cases. Thank you. Or Judge Terry. Thank you, Judge Terry.
Well, Judge, I think Judge Porter's were up next, but he may be in hearing still. I don't think he hears me now. So what we'll do is we will skip to page 4 and start with Aiden Adalco.
Stand by, Judge. We'll have to get that young man.
All right, thank you. And we'll just go in that order. I don't see any under 14 here. At least they're not marked for me. Can you check that with Mary? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Judge, sorry about that.
That's okay, thank you. We went out of order. Okay, are you Aiden
Yes, ma'am.
Aldaco? Okay. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you detained. You have a right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney, and your attorney, Stacey Alford, is here on Zoom with us. Do you see her?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so you're 16. You were brought in on February 4th for offense date of February 3rd. 3 of assault causes bodily injury. It says at 6:30 p.m. on the 3rd, police were dispatched to a fight call. Police arrived, did not see a fight. Short time later, victims called the police stating they had been assaulted and that suspects were banging on their door. Police arrived, but the suspects had left. There were 2 male victims and 1 female, all 18 or 19 years of age. All victims had serious injuries to their face and head area. Busted lips, swollen eyes, many lacerations that required staples. 1 had a broken tooth. Victims reported they did go meet you and your 17-year-old companion to fight. You ran up to one of the male victims and began hitting him multiple times in the face and head, but the victim fled. You and your companion began to assault the other male victim. He fell to the ground and you guys continued to assault him. Female victim tried to pull you and your companion off the victim, but she was thrown to the ground and kicked multiple times in the face and head area. 2 victims were eventually able to run away as well. Says you and your companion were located a short time later. First denied it, but then you had blood on your hands and clothes. Later admitted to being in the fight, but that you were hit first. You were detained and brought here. On January 12th, you were referred by Grapevine PD for assault causing bodily injury. Under that report, on December 21st, officers were dispatched to an assault upon arrival. Fire department medics were treating a 13-year-old victim for injuries to his face. Says the victim and his friend were playing basketball against someone named Lee and you. You were upset because you were losing the game. You thought the victim was trash talking, so started to punch him in his face. Victim fell to the ground and you continued to punch him in the face. All right. Previous contact with the department, other types of matters. Positive for marijuana when you came in on the 4th. Been level 1 outstanding. Is there a parent or guardian here for him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that Ms. Jones? Okay, I mean, your audio is not connected, ma'am. I can't hear you at all. All right, Ms. Alford.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
What are your thoughts? It looks to me like he's been on level 1 outstanding the entire, as soon as he could be. Is that accurate?
That's been my understanding. That's been my understanding of it also. He also goes to school when he's at home and I think helps around the house. He just maybe has a fight problem.
Yeah, 16 and a half years old. He does have a temper problem. What's that?
I said they met to fight. The other people were probably just as guilty as he is.
Well, and I'm not.
It's just
really
kind of like
here to-
maybe he won.
I'm just here to consider his behavior, Ms. Alford. So I just need to be able to talk to mom, but
understand.
she's not connected.
I've spoken with her several times. She would be more than willing to pick him up and make sure he makes any hearings if you were to release him. He's not a problem at home or with his siblings or with her.
Right, he's a problem when he goes out with other people and doesn't get his way or doesn't get what he wants. I'm not sure what's going on, but I know that he doesn't know how to de-escalate a situation, that's for sure. So, but he has been level 1 outstanding the whole time. I'm going to release him, but it's going to be on a monitor. Aiden. You're going to be on a monitor, which means you're not leaving the walls of your house. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I expect your behavior to be level 1 outstanding at home. I better not hear that you're giving mom any problems or any siblings any problems.
Yes.
All right. You're not to have friends over or anything like that, because I need you to be on your best behavior so that your attorney can resolve this in the best way possible for you. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you on a monitor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tyler Blankenship.
Your Honor, he was released last week by Judge Kim.
All right. Nash Burns is out too. Okay. All right, Jared Coleman. Hi, Mr. Coleman, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you detained here. You have a right to remain silent, and you also have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Mr. Adeniji, and he is present here on Zoom. Do you see him?
No.
Can you see me now?
Yes, yes, I see him now.
Okay. All right, so let's see. Is there a parent or guardian here from Mr. Coleman?
Your Honor, the mother shot me or emailed me a screenshot, said she was in the waiting room.
Well, she was probably late then if she didn't get let in. We left the late waiting room open until after 1:30 just in case. What is her name?
Princess Amar.
I don't see her in the waiting room. All right, anyway, so let's see, 15. And let's see. Oh, level 1 outstanding as of today. So let me see what he's been doing.
Your Honor, he had a couple minor write-ups, I believe back starting the 17th, not following instructions for wearing mask, and a couple others. He didn't drop below 1A.
Let's see, well, he was brought in for aggravated assault ×2 on the 16th of January. Police responded at 3 a.m. to a shooting call at Bottoms Up. He was 15 years old. Witness reported that a black male wearing a yellow shirt had gotten into a fight at the club and then started shooting non-discriminatory into the crowd of people, striking 2 victims. Jared ran and got into a Ford Fusion along with 3 other individuals. Police removed all individuals from the vehicle, and Jared was the only one wearing a yellow shirt. The report does not mention locating a weapon. Jared was detained and identified by witnesses as the active shooter in the incident. And he's got an offense history going back to 2016. Tested positive for marijuana on the 30th. Set for determinate sentence. Oh, tomorrow.
Judge, that's the first setting, so we're not likely to resolve the case then. So
Okay.
we'll still be asking if it could be released with electronic monitor.
He completed his probation at a place. What placement was he at previously?
Your Honor, I'd have to look it up. As out of state.
Okay. See, that's the thing. I guess as soon as he completed that, he was good for a bit. And now, well, there was an authorized use of vehicle that was rejected last year. But now he's allegedly shooting into a crowd indiscriminately, which means he has 0 regard for human life. Mr. Coleman, I appreciate that you have been on level 1 outstanding, or on level 1A even the whole time you've been here. I'm not comfortable releasing you right now. I'm gonna encourage you to keep that behavior level up. The allegations here are extremely disturbing. You're 15 years old, you're out at 3 a.m, allegedly shooting into a crowd of people, hitting 2 people, and you're lucky this isn't a murder.
That's the allegation, Judge.
I know it's the allegation, and you know that's what I have, that's all I can go on. So, and I'm looking at his history. I am very concerned about your likelihood of reoffending, Mr. Coleman, and the safety of the community.
Judge, can we confirm if the mom is on the waiting?
Yeah, I looked. What's her name again?
Princess Amar?
She's not in the waiting room.
I just want to make sure she's, because she wants to be at every hearing.
I looked when you mentioned it. Again, we left the waiting room open until about 1:35 or 1:36 or so at least. She's not here now either. We're in the waiting room, so.
Yeah, I just want to confirm before you finish.
Okay, no, I understand. All right, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and keep you detained, Mr. Coleman. I encourage you to stay on your best behavior. It will make a difference, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Marquez Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this is to determine whether I should release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. And you have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is, well, it's Mr. Berger. I didn't see him here today. So it'll be Mr. Adeniji stepping in for Mr. Berger today. All right.
Your Honor, he is currently in CPS care. Ms. Barker should be on Zoom.
Ms. Barker?
Michelle Barker.
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, hi, Michelle. Hi. All right. So let's see. You are 16. Been level 1 outstanding since yesterday. Violation of a court order on the 20th. Let's see. On January 21st, you're referred for a runaway. On the 20th, the Fort Worth PD was dispatched to Crowley Road for a prison pickup. According to police report, loss prevention officer reported that he observed you pick up several items and then place in your backpack. You passed all points of sale without paying for the merchandise, and you were apprehended outside of the store by the loss prevention officer. After interviewing you, says that you reported to the loss prevention officer that you were a runaway out of Dallas County. Fort Worth PD confirmed that, and you were transported here. Says that on November 7th, you left Camp Worth without permission. Okay, back in November, you were then placed at Promise House in Dallas. Ms. Barker, is he one of my kids here?
I believe he's got transferred to downtown.
Okay. Do you know what court he's in down there?
Just a sec. I believe it's 360. Hold up. It's the 231st.
231st?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just so we can have a read. Do you have a cause number on that?
Yes, ma'am. It's 679916-20.
67991620. Okay. I knew I recognized the name.
Yes.
All right. And then you left Promise House on the 10th. Okay. And you're currently under investigation by Fort Worth PD for some other couple other serious cases. All right, and then also possible family violence pending charge.
Your Honor, we were
Well,
set,
those happened beforehand, but since have been referred. Go ahead.
Your Honor, we were set for court on the 19th, but it didn't occur.
Obviously it didn't occur. So do we anticipate, well, I guess we wouldn't know, Mr. Berger's not here. So Ms. Barker, what's the status of any sort of placement options for him?
We currently don't have a placement. We were looking to place him back at Camp Worth, but they can't take kids they can't take kids because they're on lockdown and the state is not letting us place kids there. So I know at the last hearing, Judge Kim had mentioned something about maybe a lockdown facility, and we were waiting for the outcome of his hearing that was supposed to be on the 19th. So right now we don't have anything.
Okay, so Camp Worth, are they on lockdown? They have a COVID outbreak there or something?
I believe there might be an investigation or something. So it's the same state is not letting anybody place there.
Okay, that's good enough for me. All right. We'll reach out to Judge Navarez and see if we can get his CPS case moved back here as well.
Okay.
That would be helpful. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to, what has his behavior level been here before yesterday?
Well, he's fluctuated up and down because he had some altercations with some kids in the back. They said he got in a fight, and so, but he did work his level back down to level 1.
Okay, is he on any kind of medications?
He is, but we don't have the medication right now.
Ooh, why not?
We were gonna pick it up because it was at Promise House. So, and then the weather got bad, and it was like 35, 45 minutes from here. So I wasn't gonna drive in the weather, but I have it at the office. I just
You do now.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can we get that here for him by tomorrow morning?
I can. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm gonna, Mr. Gaither, I know you need your medication. Obviously, you wouldn't be prescribed it if you didn't need it. Okay. So we got to get that to you. And I need you to understand that you are hurting your placement options the more you continue to do this. Okay. You're making things harder and harder to put you in a place that is least restrictive. But pretty soon we are going to run out of options. All right. So I need you to keep your good behavior level that you have going on right now. Okay. That way we have more options for placement for you. Right. You're not leaving any kind of placement anytime soon. So I need you to understand that and just work with what you have. Do the best you can. Work with what you have. Okay. So I'm going to order that you remain to be detained. When's the last time you had a permanency review?
We got PMC of him in December, and he should in December. So he doesn't have a hearing right now. I can check.
Okay, so not yet. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if we can get it just sent here and that way I can become familiar with whatever's happened since it left here. Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Berger had a doctor's appointment. That's why he's not here.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I'm sure that's why we have someone to cover. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting. This is Trent Lofton. I don't know what you might have passed me. I was on a hearing with another court, but if I just was going to sign off if you've already.
Yes, we passed I believe Mr. Burns has been released.
Okay.
Already. So I was just told to skip over his name.
Okay. May I be excused in, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
You too. Okay, so I've got a waiver here. Mike Berger's had a waiver on Goodwin. Okay, Jermaine Key?
Ma'am.
I was trying to get in. Were you there? Oh, I didn't see. I've been watching here. The lawyers and. Oh. It says Judge Porter right there. Yep. All right, Mr. Key, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Candace Taylor. She's here on the Zoom screen. Do you see her?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, you've been level 1 outstanding since February 2nd, but you were brought in for an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and assault caused bodily injury family member back on January 30th. Petition has been filed. I have no other details here whatsoever. You've obviously been previously detained. There's been probable cause previously found to that you had committed an offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and an offense of assault caused bodily injury family member had been committed, and that you were the one to do it. Obviously, it was Arlington PD. What else do we have here? Because I don't have anything in this report.
Your Honor, I apologize for that. I don't know how I left that out. He got suspended at school, and when he got home from school, he got into an altercation with his mother when she was attempting to discipline him. The stepfather walked in at that time, and that's where he got the first charge of family violence. He had picked up some scissors and was holding them in a threatening manner, which is where he got the aggravated assault.
Okay. Is mom here?
I have talked to mom constantly throughout his detention hearing. He was actually released at the first one. However, Judge Kim changed his mind and detained him due to his response at the end of the detention hearing. I know mother,
I think I recall that. I watched that one. Okay, go ahead.
Mother has been in constant contact through email the whole time. Not sure why she's not on. We even spoke this morning, so she did plan on being present. I'll have to follow up with her afterwards to see what happened.
Okay, what is her name?
It is different. I got to go back to. Her name is Carrie Privet.
I don't see her here in the waiting room, so.
I thought she was coming in person today, Your Honor.
Is mom willing to take him home?
Last time I spoke, she was, yes. I mean, I will have to follow up with her after court today to see what happened.
I mean, he's been on level 1 outstanding for like 16 days. And I don't see any previous contact with the department at all on this report. Is that correct, Mr. Kroll?
That's correct.
Why was he suspended from school?
It was possession of Xanax.
Oh. But he tested negative for all substances.
Yeah, I believe the allegation there was holding it for somebody.
Mr. Key, I don't know what happened, but whoever you got that from or whoever you were holding that for, you understand that they're not your friend, right?
I wasn't holding it for nobody, man.
Okay. Well, however you got it, whoever handed that to, you don't have to tell me anything, but I just want you to hear me that however you got your hands on that, because it's not prescribed to you, that person is not your friend, okay? I know it magically did not appear on your body or in your possession out of nowhere. No fairy put it there. So I just want you to understand, however you got that other person is not your friend. Do you know that?
Yes, ma'am.
Because a friend wouldn't put you in that position. So I'm really concerned about the behavior you exhibited when your mother tried to discipline you, because she has every right to discipline you for that. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
If mom's willing to come get him, I'm willing, because you have demonstrated that you know how to behave, Mr. Key, and you're being respectful now, which was the opposite of how you were when you came in. I'm willing to give you a chance and let you go home if your mom's willing to come pick you up. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You are not to have any sort of offensive or assaultive contact with your mother or your stepfather, okay? It means you don't raise your hand to them, you don't step towards them in a threatening manner, nothing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and those will be the terms and conditions of your release. Thank you.
Clarification, is that electronic monitor?
Keep up the good behavior at home, Mr. Key.
Judge, for clarification, is that going to be electronic monitor?
No, I don't see any reason to have them on a monitor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Dylan Moore.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Dylan. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I should release you to a parent or a guardian if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent and you have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is also Candace Taylor. Do you see her here on Zoom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Madam,
You
if I
are,
may.
whoa, level 2 outstanding. You're 16. You've been here since grade 9 days. Actual stay. Possession of controlled substance. Less than 2 grams. Let's see. Evading arrest, detention with a vehicle, and unauthorized use of a vehicle. Is there anyone from is CPS still involved in with this family or no?
Yes, ma'am, they are, as a family-based safety services
They're
case.
still at that stage? Okay.
And if I may point out, his grandmother / legal guardian, Miss Powell, has been trying to log in. I think she might be in the waiting room.
I saw her here earlier, but Judge, the respondent indicated to me over the weekend he wanted to waive any future detention hearings. I'm assuming that's still the case.
Well, I think that's the case too. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Miss Taylor. I don't want to cut you off, but I mean, he is level 2 outstanding. So he's level 2. So I think you understand, Dylan, that I don't even consider releasing you at that point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's been presented to resource staffing. A placement search was recommended. Results are still pending, even though it was initiated January 11th.
No, they're not pending, Judge. They could not locate any place.
Oh, they could not locate anything. Okay. And I know he was scheduled for last week, but obviously it has to be rescheduled. Okay.
And I apologize. I think I edited and sent out a prior detention hearing report.
Okay. And so at the time this was written, or maybe at this time, so returning to grandma's home she's not willing to take him back. Is that right?
He is, but CPS is not willing. I'm sorry, Bob. CPS is not willing to allow it. Her mother has just come back into the picture, or I'm sorry, Dylan's mother, not grandmother. And so we might be working with something with CPS there.
Okay. Positive for marijuana. All back in November. All right. So, Ms. Taylor, you're in contact with CPS then?
Yes.
Okay. Dylan, you're not giving anybody anything to work with right now. So, I mean, I think you know what you need to do to get yourself out of here or get yourself in a decent placement. But
Dylan?
that's all up to you.
Dylan, if you have a question, that's okay, but I don't want you to make any comments to the court, all right? Do you have a question for the judge or for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Dylan. I can't hear you. If you could sit up, please.
Yes, ma'am. Can y'all just sentence me to TJ because I'm fucking tired of sitting up in here.
You know what? We're done. You're not going to talk that way. You're done. All right. Next.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I handed it to. Didn't I let him go? Oh, okay. Oh, I signed the conditions already. Yeah, right down here. Here's the, I know it's off. It used to be on the back page. Okay. Okay, Ja'Kiah Smith. Hello, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, and your attorney.
It's me.
Oh, Mr. Edzaniji, that makes it easy. Thank you. All right. Level 1 outstanding since the 18th. Oh, and then let's see, you're 15 years old, Ja'Kiah. You've been in here 94 days.
Or I can cut through some of this if you like. He's been adjudicated already, and because of the storm last week, his flight was canceled for placement.
Oh, so he's just here, wait, pending placement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yep. So
So as soon as placement can get a flight, he'll be out of here.
he's going out to Mesa. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that means that you are detained, Mr. Smith, and I wish you luck out there. Hopefully you can succeed and put this all behind you at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And you're welcome, Mr. Edzaniji. Judge Porter will take the remainder of today's detention docket, and that will start at the top of page 3 with Mr. Beasley.
Thank you, Judge Terry.
Thank you.
All right, William Beasley.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. All right. Are you Mr. Beasley?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Beasley, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And Mr. Adler, your attorney, is here. Mr. Adler, if we can get you to turn on both your microphone and your screen. This camera's still off. All right, Mr. Edzaniji, do you mind filling in for Mr. Adler real quick?
I'm here, Judge.
Thank you, sir. All right.
He's on, Your Honor. Mr. Adler's on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll step aside then.
Thank you, Mr. Edzaniji.
Yes,
all
sir.
right, Mr. Beasley, if memory serves, you were previously placed on probation by this court, and you were brought in. Brought in on January 19th by the Fort Worth Police Department for a DTA issued by the court, as well as you were brought in, referred in on 2 new referrals for robbery and theft from a person. And the new referrals, the robbery stems from an alleged theft from a Domino's pizza delivery man. I will note that you have been level 1-0 since the 18th. Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, Judge. Is the mom present?
That is a negative. We spoke early this morning around 9 o'clock. She said she would be present as William's brother had a detention hearing this morning, but I do not see her on here.
Judge, just without a parent present, considering these facts, I can't present anything to the court that would let you decide to send this young man home without a parent present.
All right. Mr. Beasley, congratulations on getting to level 1-0. You need to maintain that. And here's why. That's going to put your lawyer in the best position to argue for the best possible outcome for you on both your old case and your new case. So you need to maintain that level 1-0 for him, because that will help your lawyer. The reverse is, if you slip to level 3 confined, instead of helping your lawyer, you're helping the prosecutor. Now, you don't want to help the prosecutor, do you? Okay. So you want to help your lawyer, and the way you do that is maintain that level 1-0. But as for today, Mr. Adler's right, because there's not a parent or guardian here to release you. Even if I was inclined to do so, I couldn't do that. Not today. We'll revisit this in 10 business days. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right, Michael Cortez.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Marquez, how are you?
All right, how are you doing?
Better than I deserve. All right, are you Mr. Cortez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cortez, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. You see Mr. Adler on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Now, the court previously placed you on probation for a weapons-related offense back in April of last year. Then you picked up a new referral in October for an aggravated robbery, also involving a weapon. And now back in January, we have 3 new referrals for theft of a firearm, unlawfully carrying a weapon, and burglary of a vehicle. All of those look really, really bad and demonstrate a pattern of concern to the court. I will note, however, that in your case, you've been level 1-0 for what? If my math's right, 30 days now, Mr. Adler, is that correct?
Approximately, sir. Judge,
Okay.
yes.
So what are your thoughts, Mr. Adler?
Well, Judge, I've informed my client and the mom of exactly what you just said. So I'm not going to just throw things out there and see if they'll stick. Of course, the mom wants him to go home. Of course, he behaves in detention. But we're dealing with three allegations in 3 different counties. So I understand whatever the court decides.
And not just 3 different counties, but 3 different gun cases in less than a year just in front of me.
For the power outages from last week, there's a number of different questions.
Mr. Adeniji, can you mute yourself real quick for me?
And how do we make sure?
Thank you. So, Mr. Cortez, I'm really scared that if I were to release you, you might pick up a new charge, and I just can't let that happen. So, for the protection of the public, I'm going to order that you be detained today. However, you keep maintaining that level 1-0. And just as I explained to the kid right before you, when you maintain level 1-0, you're helping your lawyer because that gives your lawyer ammunition to argue for the best possible outcome for you. The reverse is, let's say you slip all the way down to level 3 confined, you're actually helping the prosecutor get to argue for the worst possible outcome for you. Do you want to help the prosecutor or do you want to help your attorney?
Attorney.
There we go. So what do you need to do to help your attorney?
Level 1-0.
There you go. All right. But as for today, I got to order that you be detained. Thank you, Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Heaven Garcia. Hello, Mr. Garcia. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, well, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. We've met before. My name's Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. I will note that you got back to level 1-0 today. Way to go. You were previously, actually, if I remember, you were placed on probation. No, you weren't placed on probation. He was just supervisory caution. Is that correct, Mr. Dotson?
That's correct, Your Honor. He came in for an EM violation in October.
Okay. But since then, he's had some new referrals. And the court previously found that probable cause exists to believe that he engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant his initial detention. That combined with his EM problems. So, Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Judge, this is a case, and I know you've heard this, and so has Judge Kim. Really, all the court has ever asked Heaven to do is to get to level 1-0 for an extended period for the 7 to 10 days. And I think both judges would have released him to his mom. So that's been our struggle. It's my understanding that he's been level 1-0 at least for the last 7 days, unless things have changed between here since Friday. So I don't know. But if he is level 1-0, Judge, I'd ask that he be released to his mom.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Dotson.
Had been having issues with behavior in the past, but I must say for the month of February, of the 22 days, he has been on level 1 for 18 of those days. He had 2 setbacks that took him to a 2U. And the other day, on the 21st, they put him 1 acceptable, but they didn't say why. So I imagine he just lost some points. But he has been doing a lot better. In February, he had a stint from the 13th to the 21st where he was on level 1 outstanding. He got the A on the 21st, and now he's back on outstanding today. So to his credit, he has really been putting a good effort in for this month to maintain level 1 outstanding.
Okay. That's what I'm looking at. Give me just a second, gentlemen. Mr. Dodson.
Yes, sir.
Are you looking at the detention notes?
Where?
Let's look at February 10th. And the detention notes indicate that Mr. Garcia was placed on a DNA.
That's correct. They put him on DNA and they moved him to 2 unacceptable. So I'm assuming he was not secluded before that. But he did. That's the unacceptable he got on the 10th. Then he got back on the 13th to level 1, and then he went 8 days on level 1 from there. But yes, he was on a do not associate on the 10th.
Yeah. Mr. Adler, did you know about the alleged physical assault back in detention about 12 days ago?
No, Judge, I did not.
Okay. I'm pointing that out so that if you can learn additional information about that, because maybe the detention notes that I'm reading are inaccurate, and I want you to know about that so you'd be able to point out those inaccuracies. Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
One of the things about maintaining level 1.0 for us is we as judges, that gives us reason to believe that if you can maintain level 1.0 back in the back for a period of time, then it gives us more faith that you'll maintain level 1.0 for your mom at home.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So I'm still seeing some peaks and some valleys. Instead of peaks and valleys, I need that consistency for me, okay? And I'm not convinced yet, all right? And the reason is because we still see peaks and valleys, all right? So I'm not going to release you today, okay? I need you to be a little bit more consistent. Let's not talk when we're not supposed to the tune of 10 times. That shows because the detention notes also suggest that you got in trouble for talking 10 times when you weren't supposed to. When something occurs once or twice, I understand, maybe it's understandable. But for 10 times, that's just you doing what you want to do rather than wanting to follow the rules. That's not the impression you want to give. The impression you want to give to me is that I'm a good kid. I want to follow the rules, okay? So let's keep working on that in the back, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All
As
right.
of today, I'm going to go in order you to be detained, but you're doing better. You're doing a whole lot better than back in November. So keep doing that for me, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dotson.
Thank you.
All right. Aiden Morgan.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
can I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't know
Mr.
if I'm sorry, I don't know if I have one more with you, but I have to give a presentation for the Juvie Law Conference in 3
Yes.
minutes. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Judge.
All right. Are you Mr. Morgan?
Sir.
Mr. Morgan, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Ms. Hopkins, is here. Do you see her on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Morgan, the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. You were brought in for a referral, I believe, by your school concerning assault, family violence, resisting arrest, and possibly assault on a peace officer. Now, you got back to level 1-0 today. So, Ms. Hopkins, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, we would like to see Aiden released so that he can be placed either through his parents or through services through the program for his treatment.
Ms. Guerrero, do you know if we've been able to get a hair follicle sample yet?
No, Judge, he was scheduled for one for last week, but since we had the storm, one was not done. I have left a message today to reschedule, and I haven't heard back.
Okay. And Ms. Hopkins, is that mom in the family room?
Yes, Your Honor, that is.
Okay. Mom, what are your thoughts?
Every time I discipline the child, he runs away.
Oh.
So I am a little apprehensive about him coming home on an ankle monitor. I'm willing to give it a try, but you know, we'll see.
Mr. Morgan, do you realize that you're charged with a felony offense of assault on a police officer? Okay. Do you understand that if it is found that you did engage in delinquent conduct that would constitute a felony offense, I or any other judge of this court could send you to TJJD all the way up to your 19th birthday. Do you understand that's a possibility?
Yes, sir.
And you also understand that if I were inclined to release you today and you decided to run away, we'd just issue a warrant for you. And it doesn't matter if you were on the run for 30 years, that warrant would stay open. And eventually you'd come back. I'm not exaggerating. That has happened in the last year. There was a guy who was just about your age who back in the mid 80s ran away from this court, and he got caught coming back into the US from a vacation last year. And guess what? He got detained, and he spent 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail waiting for his case to go to court. So this doesn't go away just because you run away. You understand that?
No, I'm just trying to get it all away, to be honest.
Well, that's something you need to discuss with Ms. Hopkins. Ms. Guerrero, tell me about his levels in the back. He just got to level 1-0 today. What's it been like? Has he been mostly level 1 since being brought in?
He was a level 2 acceptable on the 10th of February because it just says he lost points. But before that, it says he was talking off task. And then he was a level 2 unacceptable again on the 15th. And then again on the 20th.
Okay.
But he has not gone down to a level 3. So between a 1 and a 2.
This is his first referral, Ms. Guerrero?
No, sir.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. That changes things. Okay. All right. That does change things. Okay. Mr. Morgan, here's what we're going to do. You're at level 1-0 today. If you can maintain level 1-0 consistently, not going down to 1A, but maintaining level 1.0 for the next 7 calendar days. Ms. Guerrero, I'll authorize his release next Monday if he can maintain level 1.0 consistently. All right. So you've heard your mom. Your mom says she's willing to give you a chance. Now it's up to you, Mr. Morgan. You've got to prove that you can maintain level 1.0. And if you do that, then I'll authorize your release on the electronic monitor, and I expect you to maintain level 1.0 for your mom. That includes you're not allowed to curse at your mom in any shape, form, or fashion. If mom tells you you do the dishes, take out the garbage, you do the dishes and you take out the garbage. You don't talk back to her. You understand?
Sure.
Are you willing to do that, Mr. Morgan?
Sure.
Okay. So mom, I'm going to order he be detained today, but if he does what he's supposed to between now and next Monday, Ms. Guerrero, you give mom a call and he'll be released on the electronic monitor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. That'll be the order of the court. All right, Imayo Salvador País. Thank you, Ms. Hopkins.
Okay, sir.
Are you Emiliano?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is it País? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Paez, but you almost
Paez. Okay. Mr. Paez, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially
WTF? Just ends like that? Whatever. This is why I made a playlist. So that it can just keep playing. And, oh, hello, lady. Wow. Jesus. Crikey, her face is big. I'm just internet safety. Oh my gosh. This was why it's so funny to be in this courtroom early because people would just like sign on in the weirdest way. Okay. Come on, Judge Kimmy Kim. Judge Kimmy Kim Kim.
At your face. Please restrain your domestic.
Judge, I will. Oh, see, we have to hear him say, "Please restrain your domesticated animals." It's like a better than I deserve. Oh, that's creepy. That's the way I see it.
This is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court for Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021. Comply with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33. We're not conducting in-person proceedings. These hearings are on Zoom. In order to comply with the Texas Open Courts Act, Article 1, Section 13 of the Texas Constitution, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube to give the public meaningful access to what occurs in open courts. This is still a court proceeding, so we do expect everyone to behave appropriately for court. That means please dress appropriately, behave appropriately, do not have moving backgrounds. Please do not have bright lights behind your head as that tends to shadow out your face. Please restrain your domesticated animals. Do not use a lavatory. Do not consume alcohol or other illegal substances while in court. No portion of this broadcast may be recorded, copied, or broadcast. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. Let's go ahead and start with Hector Arevalo. Oh, also, one thing to mention is if you're an officer of the court, obviously you are excused. Otherwise, if you are a parent or otherwise participating, you do need to have your cameras on and be focused on the camera. That means Erica Miller, please get the ceiling fan. When I said moving backgrounds, please direct your camera away from the ceiling fan. Latara, your camera does need to be on. Henry Handy, I guess your camera needs to be on. Henry Handy, this is my second request to turn your camera on.
Vexatious.
Henry Handy, this is your third request to turn your camera on. this point, I've enabled the waiting room, so if they're just simply a parent, they are late to court, won't be allowed. If people are officers of the court that were late, I understand. If I haven't let them in from the waiting room, somehow please message me, let me know so I can let them in. All right, so we're starting with Hector Arevalo. Are you Hector?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adler is your attorney, and he is here. I think I saw him. Good morning, Mr. Adler.
Yes. Good morning, Judge.
All right, so Hector, so you're 16 and a half. You're on probation for aggravated robbery. You were placed on probation in June of 2020. And on February 3rd, Fort Worth PD referred you. They're saying on October 30th of last year, they were dispatched for a shooting call. When they got there, Fort Worth firefighters were treating a juvenile male for a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And the injured person was identified as Larry Rosales. When there was an investigation, he was given the gun by Hector to store for him the night before. There was a video that Hector had uploaded on Snapchat and showed the account identifies Hector. In the video, officers could see an arm of the gun being fired is a Glock with extended magazine and threaded barrel. Located in Larry's room was a Glock 17 with a matching thread barrel and extended magazine. And so you're being charged with unlawfully transferring a handgun to a child under 18 years old. And you were positive for marijuana. So you're on probation. Your Snapchat has you with a gun. Somebody says you give them a gun and you're smoking weed. And so, Hector, you understand I take cases with kids with guns with the highest level of seriousness. I see that you're level 1 outstanding. You have been for about 10 days, but that's not like an automatic release for me. I just take things slowly whenever kids have guns, especially if they're on probation for aggravated robbery and you're smoking weed while on probation. I'm very concerned about releasing you to the community. So do we have a parent here for Hector?
No, Your Honor. She was supposed to arrive in person, but has not done so.
That's fine. All right, Hector, so I'm continuing to keep up the level 1 outstanding. You know, I'm not even considering releasing you unless you're level 1 outstanding. But right now, I just need to be comfortable before I release you. I'm just not there yet. All right. Thank you, Hector.
Yes, sir.
Daniel Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
They're on the way, sir.
I don't even know who you are. Ma'am, you can't just walk in a courtroom and yell at me.
I ain't trying to yell. I'm trying to
You are yelling.
I'm here.
You need to leave the courtroom. All right. 2021 says, hold my beer. All right. Daniel Garcia. All right, so this is 10-day hearing. Mr. Garcia, I'm Judge Kim. This is a hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you here, to release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. All right, Daniel, let's see, you're 16 years old. You had never been here before. About a month ago, police report says that they're called to victim's location, met with a witness who said the daughter, your ex-girlfriend, your current girlfriend, arrived at the residence along with a third person wanting to fight. There's a fight between the two girls, but it was broken up. Daniel and two girls were leaving the scene. He put out a small gun, shot towards Maria, and everyone else standing on the porch. One person was hit in the shoulder. Several casings were recovered. Stepdad pursued Daniel, called 911, vehicle wrecked, and there was a 9mm pistol recovered at a restaurant. And then one of the police saw Daniel hiding in the children's seat. Reported seeing Daniel hiding in the children's seating area. Wait a minute. So, Mr. Lewis, Daniel was hiding, or Daniel hid the gun in the children's area?
It should read that Daniel was allegedly observed hiding the gun in the children's seating area.
And then that there was a 11-month-old child in the vehicle that Daniel was driving when he crashed out. So, and that wasn't in the original report. That's even worse. So he left a gun in an area where kids frequent. So allegedly. All right, well, I see the parents are here. At this point, this behavior, Mom, I know you're here. Does she speak English? Do you speak English, Mom?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so Mom, I'm just deeply concerned because not only is Daniel identified as getting into a fight, but he's also identified as shooting a gun towards a crowd of people and then hides a gun in a children's seating area where children can find it and presumably shoot each other, shoot themselves by accident. So this is just a high level of dangerous behavior. I don't think the community is safe releasing him at this point. All right, they're just a consequence to actions. I just have to be careful about this. All right, Mom, I hope you understand why. If you had a little 2-year-old child that's in a children's area that picked up a gun and shot himself, I think you'd be upset too if I released this child. All right, so at this point, Daniel, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you.
Judge, can I just say this for the next time?
Yes.
I realize you're ruling today, but the family in this case is not our typical family that we see in these type of cases. And just for next time, if he is level 1 outstanding, they can put him on lockdown where he won't leave the house. Mom doesn't work, dad does work. The family's good. It is his first offense. So I would just ask the court for at least next time to consider a release on the electronic monitor with truly home detention where he can't go out virtual school.
Right. Yeah, I'm just, this one, Mr. Adler, and you know, I'm open to the idea. I just really slow down when a gun is actually used. There's so many bad things going on right now. There's an 11-month-old child in the car when he crashes out. There's, you know, a drive-by shooting. There's ditching the gun in the children's area. It's an absolute disregard for other human life is my concern right now. Right now, it's all about Daniel. And I just have to be confident because if I release him, I don't know if that's changed in the short time he's been here. But Mr. Adler, I will consider it. But there's so many things going on wrong right now. It's a safety of the community issue.
Yes, sir. I completely understand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Andrew Gatanda.
He's here, sir.
All right, where's Andrew? I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing when the child's brought into our facility. You have to see a judge within 2 days. I decided whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You're one of the ones that moved downtown last week, right?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm going to let him answer, Judge. I'm sorry. I just think there's some errors on how long he's been out there. About 30 days, Judge.
Right, but he's one of the ones that moved downtown.
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. So Daniel, do you understand why I moved you downtown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know it was cold here and there were problems with the water. So I want to make sure that you were in a safe environment. One of the easiest ways for me to make room here is to transfer you downtown to the jail. But it wasn't because you did anything wrong. All right. You're level 1 outstanding. And so I wanted to explain to you face to face or, in person, I guess on Zoom, that I wasn't punishing you. This was simply about trying to put you in a better environment than Kimbo at that time. So that's why I brought you back as soon as I could. Okay. All right. So now reviewing your case. You're 17. You're level 1 outstanding. Warrant for theft of firearm. That's right. This is a friend came over and. All right. This is when friends were playing. Evidently, they're saying you came over, took guns and cash. Did we recover all the guns?
No, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may be heard, this issue has come up. Where are the guns at every detention hearing? I wish I could tell you where the guns are. And I've talked to District Attorney Reed about it and I told him if I knew where the guns were, I'd tell him. I've even talked to the detective. I said, detective, you might go down this path or this route because we don't know where the guns are. Unfortunately, the unknown whereabouts of those guns, I'm afraid, are detaining or assisting in the detention of my client. I know he has another case. I'm not minimizing that, and there's a weapon involved in that too. But I wish we could tell you where the guns are. I've talked to Mr. Reed, and I think that their cases that's not for today, but the merits on that case may be less than the other case. But the bottom line is, no, we don't know where the weapons are.
So this, Mr. Ashworth, this is my problem is, looking at the theft of firearms, my concern is if we know he sold the guns and they're gone, he can't get a hold of them, that's one thing. If he was to hide a gun and it's just as soon as he gets out, he has access to it again. Let's say he gave it to a buddy to hold on to, or he hid it, behind a trash can somewhere. But then you have the other offense.
I understand, Judge. I understand.
So it seems like
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but we don't know where those guns are.
I mean, were they, Mr. Ashworth, can you represent that they were sold and they were discarded, or are they kind of stored away so he has immediate access to it as soon as he gets out?
Judge, I'll tell you that our defense on that theft of firearm is we don't know anything about it. We were not in, I will submit to you that we were not involved in that theft, irrespective of what the report says. And that's why I reached out to the detective to please investigate somebody else on that. I'm not trying to mislead you, but
Right. No. I get it. But so I guess according to the report, there was a Snapchat where Andrew was showing that the stolen guns on his Snapchat feed. And so obviously
true.
He had access to it, and it seems like Andrew was trying
believe
to
that
sell the guns.
Snapchat was obtained from, we submit that Snapchat was obtained from somebody else's Snapchat. Does that make sense?
Okay, well, yes, it does. Let me ask, so Mr. Vickerson, in your report, you're saying the Snapchat post indicates that Andrew was trying to sell the firearms. Like, do we know anything more about that?
Well, the only thing we really know, Your Honor, is that through the course of the investigation that the boys that are accused of stealing these weapons were involved in advertising the guns for sale on Snapchat. And they linked them together as friends from school and through Snapchat.
But the guns for sale was broadcast by Andrew.
No, Your Honor, I don't know that that's particularly accurate. I would have to look at the report again to be able to definitively tell you that that's the case. That through the law of parties, I would say yes. But as far as whether that was specifically on his Snapchat, I don't recall.
So he has a pending adult case?
Yes, Your Honor.
He does. They're misdemeanors, Judge.
For the UC, okay. And has he made bail, or is he able to make bail on the adult cases?
My understanding
Judge,
is that
I think we've already made bail on those, if I'm not mistaken. And I can confirm that real quick, Judge, because I don't have my.
So let
me.
Right. So let me kind of figure this out then. So Mr. Vickerson, this question is for you. So according to the report, there was a person who had a daughter who had friends over. The daughter's friend, Hunter, came over, and then evidently a friend of Hunter's came by, stole the guns and money, and that later on there was a Snapchat video belonging to Andrew's account that was a friend of the daughter's, and that Snapchat video, Andrew's Snapchat account, is showing Andrew trying to sell guns, and they're the same guns that were stolen. Is that?
Well, I'm not sure if Andrew's account shows that he was trying to sell them, but in Andrew's account, there's a picture of him sitting next to what looks like might have been some of the guns that were stolen and identified by the victim that it looked like it was his gun. And the victim didn't have serial numbers memorized or written down anywhere to.
Okay. How long, so I see here the admission is 1 day, 10 hours, but that's not quite right. How long was he in total before I moved him downtown?
36 days, actual stay, 24 business days.
He surrendered on the.
Right. No, I understand. He surrendered himself on the warrant. So,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vickerson, what was his, tell me about his behavior levels. Has it been 1-0 the whole time?
Your Honor, he's been on level 1 almost the entire time. Let me just double check. I think he actually has been on the entire time. He had one minor violation for using profanity on January 25th. Other than that, he's been pretty ideal inmate back there.
All right, so dad, are you dad and mom? Are you here in the parents' room?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so what's the plan for Andrew if I was to let him go?
I work from home, so I'm at home 24 hours. I hardly leave home, so I will be there all the time. I've been working from home for the past 4 years.
Do you know who Jabari Hunter is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Like how do you know him? Is he one of Andrew's friends?
I know him through Andrew.
Is this somebody that you approve of normally?
No, sir.
I mean, is it somebody you disapprove then?
Yes, sir. But I didn't have kids in boys in my house hanging out and stuff. So, and may I say, during the time that the theft of the firearms were supposedly happened, Andrew had a fractured collarbone on his right side. It was broken. And I don't know if the lawyer has a record of it or not, but he couldn't have, unless he made multiple trips or something like that. But I just wanted you to know that he had a fractured collarbone at that time. He could not lift his arm and it was broken. And it is documented.
All right, Andrew, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and release you on electronic monitor. You can only associate with people that your parents approve of, all right? The reason why I'm doing this is because one, you're looking at adult cases, and I think to a degree that the adult system should supervise you and you have consequences for that. Also, part of this is, while this is a gun-related offense, and that's why I held you at the beginning, there's nothing to indicate that you actually used the gun for the juvenile matter in an offense against other people. So it's been about 30 days. I'm gonna give you this chance. All right, Andrew, so at this point, I have a feeling that if you only associate with people that your parents approve of, that you'll do fine. If you do your own thing, you and I are going to see each other pretty soon. Okay?
Your Honor, can I offer anything on the state's behalf?
Sure.
In your detention report, does it go over the details of the aggravated robbery that's pending?
That's the adult case, correct?
No, Your Honor. There's
No,
a
that's
juvenile aggravated robbery pending.
So did we recover any of the guns out of that one, Mr. Reed?
No, Your Honor. I believe the only firearm recovered was stolen out of Louisiana and unlinked to the other case.
Mom, Dad, where is he getting these guns?
I had no clue Andrew had any guns. And may I say, when he was stopped, that was not his car, that was Jabari's car. So,
But your son admitted
oh, he did?
to being the gunman in the robbery. Yeah, I'm gonna stay with this. Mr. Reed, thanks for bringing that to my attention. That aggravated robbery predates the theft. He's 17 now. Yeah. Mr. Richardson, come by and see me about this one after detention hearings if you can.
Yes, of course, Your Honor.
So, but yeah, so at this point, Mr. Katenda, I can give you this chance. There's a whole bunch of factors coming in here. And so, but you need to stay at home strictly on the electronic monitor. We're going to monitor you. Do not leave the house without permission from Mr. Victorson. All right. You have all the conditions that you have to follow. Don't break the law. Don't use drugs. And do not associate with anybody that your parents do not approve of.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll do
Judge,
Andrew
we
Handy.
appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Ashworth.
Thank you.
Mr. Handy, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When the kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days of coming in, then I decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. Mr. Handy, you're 17 years old. Okay, so you were over at Tarrant County Jail over the weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand why I sent you over there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it was just because I was worried about the conditions here, and so I just want to make sure you're safe and warm. And so, but I brought you back right away because now the conditions here are fine. I wanted to let you know that you didn't do anything wrong. This is really to try and keep you safe. All right, so this is, let's see, over West Seminary with the F-250. And then ran from the police. I see. Oh, wait a minute. No, you pulled over. You were the driver. And you had a violation for EM. See, back on January 6th, you had EM went off, called your dad. You didn't have permission to leave. Dad told you to rake the yard, and you told your dad to rake your own damn yard. So,
Sir.
Dad said he raked the yard, then took your dog to the pound. And then it escalated and you left the house. This is you were originally here for burglary of a building. Oh yeah, that's right, breaking into the school. Part into lockers, taking items, putting in the hallway. So damage of $5,700. You've been accepted, Clarinda. Is Clarinda closing? Ms. Turner, how?
Yes, that's what I was told. Placement's looking for another option right now.
Oh no. Do we know why Clarinda is closing?
I don't know for sure, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay. So what's his behavior level been like while he's here?
He's done very well while he's been in detention. He was level 1 since January 14th, which was as soon as he could get there. He's maintained it the entire time.
And he's been what the entire time?
He's been level 1 outstanding the entire time he's been in detention.
Mr. Handy, are you here?
He was, oh, there he is.
No, he was.
Okay.
Mr. Handy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No, your dad. Henry Handy, can you hear me?
I asked him before the detention hearing if he was willing to take Andrew home, and he said yes. So I don't know if that's.
Henry Handy, can you hear me?
Judge, he was there before yet.
No, he's here. I just don't know if you can hear me.
Okay. I understand my client's been talking to his parents, have kind of worked a lot of the issues out that came up in this incident. Initially, the parents were pretty upset, but they've been talking a lot.
Dad, can you hear me? There's a problem with Zoom. Sorry. So, Mr. Earl, did he cut off the EM or did he just violate it?
When he first left, he had just violated, but at some point he did cut it off.
Did we recover the unit?
No, not yet. It was found in a field. I just need to go pick it up.
Well,
Judge
Looks
Hanley,
like
yes, Ms. Goro.
Mr. Hanley just sent a message saying, I guess that he can't hear you. He just put no. I don't know if you received that.
All right, well, I tell you, Andrew, I'm going to go ahead right now. I'm going to detain you. If we can find that unit, I'm okay letting you go back on EM. So if you threw in a field and it can't be found, you're going to have to stay here longer. That's the consequence of you ditching the EM.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone. Ms. Turner, let me know if you find it.
yes, sir. I will.
Thank you. Aaliyah Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Aaliyah. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Ms. Barrows, your attorney requested this hearing. Ms. Barrows, for what purpose did you request this hearing?
Your Honor, my client is asking to, actually I'd requested it yesterday, but I think with the snowstorm last week, my client is wanting a chance and opportunity to be released to her mother on an electronic monitor. And she has been in detention this past week without water, electricity, limited food, and her family and myself have concerns for her safety continuing in the detention center.
Well, Ms. Barrows, I was without water, electricity, or limited food last week as well. I mean, that's, so when you say for her safety, what do you mean, looking forward?
We're wanting her to be at home with her family on the monitor, Your Honor, and not in detention.
Yeah, but what about her? You said there's concerns about her safety. What ongoing concerns are there about her safety?
She has fears of being, there's another child in detention with COVID, and she fears that she could possibly get COVID, and she is fearful of staying in the detention center.
So, all right, Ms. Guerrero, what's going on with the Dallas County case?
Judge, as far as what I can tell, it seems that the Irving Police Department just submitted the referral to the juvenile department. So that's where it is. So it hasn't been assigned to a caseworker and it hasn't been referred to their prosecutor's office yet.
Okay. Yeah. So at this point, Aaliyah, I'm looking at a pattern of behavior. I don't know if the Dallas County case will get filed or not, but my problem right now, do we have a parent here?
Yes, the mom is there.
Okay. Yeah, the problem is you were the person holding the gun on this robbery. This is the Arlington police officer at the QT. So you're identified as the person with the gun as part of this aggravated robbery. And so I'm just, when kids are actually using guns in crimes, just really got me upset, and it really gives me concern about the safety of the community. That officer had a gun. You're lucky that they can pull a gun on you and shoot you dead in the middle of a parking lot. So at this point, I'm going to go and detain you. I think it's the safety of the community and safety of yourself issue. All right?
And Your Honor, I believe the mother did want to make a statement as well. She did travel from Richardson to come to court to speak with
this
you.
mother is also the one that burst into the courtroom yelling at me when this all started. So, I mean, you know, her efforts are taken under advisement. All of her efforts.
Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. This wasn't the parent that came into your courtroom, Your Honor.
There's another one with colored hair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, Mom, I understand you're coming from Richardson, but I don't know where your daughter is allegedly getting these guns. I don't know why she thinks it's okay to rob people, allegedly. But she has 2 aggravated robbery cases now that she's looking at. This is one of those, it's a matter of time, one out of Dallas County, out of Irving, and one here out of Tarrant County in Arlington. So this is just a matter of time before your daughter gets shot by somebody for the things that looks like she's doing. So I'm doing this in large part just to protect your daughter from herself. Okay?
Okay, I understand, but I was trying to see, sir, if there's any way that you could let her come home on a monitor and we have her up under supervision. She's really not that type of child, sir. My baby's never been in any type of trouble at all.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said my baby's never been in any type of trouble at all. She's a straight A student. She's not that type of child. Like, she just was at the wrong place, wrong people doing the wrong thing.
And so, Mom, usually wrong place, wrong time. It's like she's in the car when everyone jumps out and robs somebody. The case here is that she's the one that jumped out of the car with the gun, pointed at an off-duty police officer while he's pumping gas, while I'm not sure if she's the one that hit him with the gun or the other person hit him. An organized effort that they said they were robbing multiple people. So this is not a one-off incident. This is a pattern of behavior. It took some planning, it took some thought, and they were trying to hide their crime after the fact. And so this is as really the only thing more serious than this is if somebody dies, and then you're looking at capital murder. But at this point, Aaliyah, you have to know that you're looking at up to 99. Well, if you get certified as an adult, you're looking at up to 99 years or life in prison for this. All right, this is how serious this is. All right, and I take these cases very, very seriously, these aggravated robberies. Okay? All right, thank you. Roderick Jones.
Yeah.
No, I just want the parent here. Is this because when they misbehave, right? Okay. Okay. All right, so Mr. Jones. All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Just reviewing your case, deciding to keep you here, release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. Right now, this is the capital murder or the murder case. Allegedly spent the night at a friend's house, and allegedly you shot your friend's mom's boyfriend, and I guess in bed because you were on the phone. So security camera outside showing that you're transferring guns. You left the home, picked up a warrant later. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm glad you're back to level 1 outstanding. You understand the seriousness of this case. I'm detaining you for this case while it's going on. Do we have a parent here?
Yes.
Yes, hello, Mom.
Hello.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to detain you. We'll reassess things and figure out where we go in the future, okay?
Yeah, I thought you were going to reassess today. You let him go on the other weekend, but this last week we had this problem. We couldn't have the detention hearing. I thought this is another opportunity to give him another chance to go home for the weekend.
So it's not going to be a regular thing. Like
I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought you were going to reassess again.
Yeah, no, I will. But this is these rare situations that come up. I'm balancing a whole bunch of things, but it will never be like a regular scheduled kind of thing.
If a situation has come up, I'm not aware of anything that came up.
I'm sorry?
You said a situation came up. I'm not aware of it.
No, what I'm saying is I evaluate many different factors in my decisions, but I'm not making this a regular every weekend or once a month. I'm not doing that. That's, I'm balancing a whole bunch of factors in my mind and just making the best decision that I can. And so I don't want an expectation from the kids that this is just, this is a regular occurring thing, right? I mean, I do what I can, I do what I think is best, but I just have to balance a whole bunch of different other factors. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when is my son gonna be able to come back home? Since, not to bring it up, but you allowing this other child to be
It's not about other children. This is about Roderick.
Yeah, it is.
George, I think what she's trying to say is we have two kids who are charged with the same thing as co-defendants, and you are letting one go and you are keeping a child here. And there's no reason why he shouldn't be given the same opportunity. So I thought we have went through this. It's just, I mean, what she's saying basically is that what makes the other child better than my child, you let that child go home. And they did the same thing. They are charged with the same thing.
They're charged with the same thing, but precisely according to the offense report, what I'm seeing, Mom, is that your son is identified as a person shooting somebody in the head as they're sleeping.
Judge, nobody
There's a difference.
identified. Judge, the only person that identified him as is the person that shot his own mom. He's a companion.
But she
Judge,
lived.
he's a companion, and there is no corroboration. In fact, we have enough materials now that saying what is written in the offense report may actually
Your Honor,
not be the case.
I
So
object
we are,
to the defense counsel proffering something outside of the detention report. Unless it's
Objection overruled because, I mean, I know the purpose of the hearing and we can bring other things in. What I'm looking at is a safety of the community issue, safety of the child issue. And so we had different levels, Mr. Adeniji. I'm looking at the fact that one child was, while they're both charged with the same offense under the law of parties, you have one person that's identified as actually killing somebody, one person who did not kill somebody. You have one person that's identified as hiding evidence, one person being more forthcoming. I mean, and they're entitled to, they have the right to, but that exercising a right doesn't mean I can't consider that in a detention hearing.
Judge, what I'm saying is the only person saying the other person is the shooter is a co-defendant. There is no independent information in the police report saying what the offense report is saying. So you are basically saying a co-defendant saying something could be held against the other person without any additional information.
And the law specifically states that in detention hearings, I can consider the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice.
Absolutely.
In other hearings should be an issue, but in detention hearings, it's not.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to articulate to you what the mom is saying. The only thing different in this case, Judge, is that the other guy is white, this guy is black. That's the only thing different.
So I think there's more things different than that. That is a difference.
No,
And-
Judge, that's the only thing.
But the other guy's brown. He's Hispanic.
Well, it's Caucasian.
Can I say something?
Yes, Mom.
My thing is, these children was together every day.
Okay, it's not these children. This is about Roger.
But I'm just.
But it's about the two of them as far as she's
They
concerned.
was friends. They was both, they hung together and everything.
The crime scene of this case, Judge, is the other guy that you let go. That's the crime scene. It's his house. My client is the guest in this house. This other guy tried to shoot his mom twice, recorded. That's the only thing that nobody's disputing. And he's the one that gets to go home.
It's not fair.
Okay, what's not fair is being shot while you're sleeping over a cell phone.
But how?
So don't even start with what's
Judge,
fair.
you kept saying this, but that's the person that shot his mom. He's the one you are holding what he says to be anything. He tried to kill his mom.
I agree.
And he's the one you are using his evidence against Roderick. as a basis to say, I can release you that tried to kill your mom, but I won't release you that is being alleged you shoot my mom's boyfriend.
And that's what detention hearings are for. It's on the allegations, probable cause. It's not even preponderance.
There is appearance of fairness that detention hearing is also called for, Judge. This doesn't look fair on the face of it. Appearance of fairness. Let's even accept everything in the offense report is true, which is not. What is the sense of fairness in looking at it? You let the person who wanted to kill his mom go home. The offense
and I'm
happened.
detaining the person that actually killed somebody.
That's an allegation. The one that I'm talking
Mr.
about
Adniji,
is not an allegation, Judge.
but it's the allegation I'm looking at. This is a detention hearing. It's uncorroborated. There's no evidence. There's no witnesses. It's whether it's probable cause, and the probable cause exists that there was a homicide at the hands, direct action of Mr. Jones. I mean, it is what it is, right? And I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying that is what the probable cause indicates, that Mr. Jones actually killed a human being.
No, not Judge. When you say actually, that's not true. There is no actuality until it's proven.
There is probable cause that he did it.
I don't even see. You say probable cause. By who is saying who provided the information of the probable cause? A co-defendant?
Yes, the co-defendant.
Without corroboration?
Mr. Adniji, I am inviting you to show me case law that says that that's not to be considered. Judge, I understand that it may not seem fair.
It's not about case law. You have a discretion. I do
have the discretion.
I'm appealing to your sense of fairness and appearance of fairness. That's all I'm doing. This is not about case law. Two people are before you, charged with the same offense. You let the Caucasian go home, you're keeping the black guy. It doesn't look good.
How about this? Why don't one of the big differences on the co-defendant is the victim came in and said, I want this child to be let go. You bring the victim in to tell me that he wants Roger Jones let go, and I'll do the same.
Which victim are we talking about?
The victim from the report, the deceased. You see my point here?
Oh, the victim is dead. So
that's what I'm saying.
So what victim are you talking about?
That is my point.
How can you ask me to bring somebody that I cannot bring?
That is my point, Mr. Adniji, is the fact that there is a homicide, there is a deceased. The victim in the other case said, I want my son back home. And now the victim here is dead. That is what the significant difference is here. You
are talking about the victim in respect of the person, the other guy that you let go, tried to kill. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, the victim of the gunshot.
Okay. I don't know that my client has anything to do with that.
I don't know either. I just know what.
Judge, you know, because there's a video of him trying to kill his mom. You know that.
They have a what?
There's a video recorded by the mom while the son was shooting her.
Yeah, I'm unaware of that.
That's the only incontestable evidence in this case.
Mr. Adniji, I don't have any of that. Like, I don't have access to that.
We can stipulate to that the DA is on this Zoom. He can confirm that.
But this is not evidentiary, Mr. Adniji. It's not probable cause, safety of the community, safety of the child. Mr. Adniji, I understand your position. I understand your argument. All right?
Okay. Thank you, Judge. I think, yes, I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Adniji. And I understand your frustration. So, Mr. Jones.
Judge, I'm not frustrated. I'm just trying to articulate the mom who does not understand the way the system works. And I think I've done that, and you have exercised your discretion. That's what we all want.
Thank you, Mr. Adniji. All right. So, Mr. Jones, at this point, I'm going to continue to detain you. Thank you. Caleb Bowles.
Yes, sir.
Morning.
Hello, Mr. Olds. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought into a facility, you see a judge within 2 business days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, then you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Hall, is here. All right. So, Mr. Olds, you were in the Tarrant County Jail over the weekend, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand why I sent you there? You didn't. Your behavior level was fine. It was the conditions in our facility. I want to make sure that you were warm and you had water. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's why I also brought you back as soon as I could, as soon as the conditions here were acceptable. All right. And so I just wanted to tell you that face to face. Now, as far as your car, this is the CVS with a robbery over the vape cartridges. All right, so Mr. Olds, my decision on whether I'm detaining you or not hasn't changed. You are looking at a capital murder case, all right? So I feel like a safety to the community and safety to yourself, I need to detain you. But I did want to let you know that as long as you continue to be level 1 outstanding, I will continue to keep you at Kimbo, all right? But if your behavior level drops, I will transfer you to the adult jail, all right?
May I request to speak to my attorney?
Yeah, your attorney can call you, but I'm not
I'll
going to
call
suspend the whole detention hearing for you to talk to your attorney, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Peyton Scott. All right, Peyton, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to attorney. Mr. Bronson, your attorney, is here. I believe Peyton, I had moved you to the Tarrant County Jail over the weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand why I moved you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're warm, you had water, that your conditions are okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I just want to tell you face to face that as long as you continue your level 1 outstanding, I will keep you here. Okay, I want you to be a good example for the other kids. I did move you because I thought you would be better off there over the weekend. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
you understand I'm not going to release you because of the hard drug use. I'm concerned about your safety if I was to release you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you, Mr. Bronson. Norman Walsh.
Have a seat right here, please.
All right, Mr. Walsh, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you if I keep you. You have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Willett, I believe, is here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willett. All right, so Norman, you're 16 years old. Yesterday, Fort Worth PD brought you in. They said that about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they were dispatched for a welfare check. When they got there, please talk to your 91-year-old grandfather who said you came into his room, tried to take his pants off, which led to a fight, but then he ended up with bruises to his arms. They said that he was ordered by you to stay in the room and not allow him to leave while you were holding a pair of scissors. The police revealed that the grandfather said you took his cell phone away to prevent him from calling anyone, and that you tried to take his pants off again. He had to fight you off. So you're arrested and brought over here.
You have to say it out loud. I thought.
Mr. Adniji? Mr. Adniji?
Yes?
Could you mute yourself?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Ortiz, I can't figure this out. Why is he living with Grandpa?
Living with grandfather because in 2005, grandfather became guardian for Norman, and he's been legal guardian since then.
All right, so are you Grandpa here in the waiting room?
Yes.
All right, well, all right, so I've got a whole bunch of questions. First of all, where's his mom and dad?
He was taken away from his parents when he was born, the day he was born. He was born with cocaine, various drugs in his system, and Child Protective Services took possession of the child and gave him to my wife and myself, and went into courts in the Fort Worth area, and he got involved because his mother had 3 or 4 other children. She was the drug addict, And when he was born, he inherited all the drugs that he had taken. And so the court, the lawyers, the judge in the court had taken two cases because there was 3 other children by a different husband. And it got all confused, and it took almost a year before it was finally settled. And my wife and I were given full custody of the child. And because during that year period, the mother had been sentenced to prison for 2 years for being a drug addict. All kinds of things had happened. And they kept bringing in this her other children, which we had nothing to do with. So we finally got full custody, and they had visitation rights, but they had to be on the child protective property. So we had them there. They had to discontinue because the first husband that had the boys and our grandson's mother would get in an argument, and parts of her family would be there, and it would actually have to basically tear those people out of the area, so they stopped the visitation rights at that time.
Grandpa, pardon me, please excuse me for interrupting you. First of all, Miss Miller, you need to be on the camera, and I don't need to see your ceiling fan as I did earlier. Now, Grandpa,
That's okay.
So is CPS, Miss Miller, again, your face needs to appear on the camera. Oh my Lord. All right, so Grandpa, then, was there a CPS termination? Or did CPS just place the child with you?
No, we got full custody.
Okay.
And they had visitation rights.
Okay, that answers my question. They have visitation. Now, here's what, you're 91, so you're born in 1930?
Yeah, so I'm 90.
I can only imagine what you've seen over the last 90 years.
Yes.
So, all right, well, I can tell you now, if what I'm reading here is true, you deserve much better than this. And I think you paid your dues in your 90 years of experience and wisdom. There's no question that you'll ever, well, here's my next question. How old is his mom?
In her 30s.
So you were in your 60s? You were like 60 when you had his mom?
No, my father is the father of Normie's dad.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so you're his daughter.
I'm Normie's aunt.
You're Normie's aunt. All right. Well.
Now, excuse me, Judge. The big issue here to me is Norman has been under psychiatric care since he was 5 years old. Okay. The psychiatrist is the doctor that's the head of the JPS psychiatric system. And he's been attending her since he was 5 years old. And he's on a drug called sertraline, which causes suicidal. But he's on several different drugs, and he's been on drugs. What happened here recently was he hid his medication, and I didn't know it. I thought he was taking it out because I put it out every morning. And consequently, what happened is his suicidal thoughts went away, but he became very, hard to get along with. But he does go to school, has been in school, has passed all the grades. He's in Key School, which is he's in a class of 9 people. Right now,
you don't mind me asking.
Go ahead.
So what is the core issue? I want to trust your wisdom. I mean, you have far more. Well, you've been through in 90 years. I'm not sure I can, even as a judge, you have so much more wisdom than I do. So tell me what the core issue is, and let me try and figure out a way to address that issue. Is it his medication, not taking it?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So my suggestion then, did you bring that medication with you by chance?
No, I didn't bring it at this time.
Okay.
Because I have called the head of JPS psychiatrics, and I'm going to try to meet her this afternoon and get new medication and so forth.
All right, so this is my thought. Typically in this situation, what I do is I hold the kid, watch the behavior level. If they can get to level 1 outstanding, that means they followed all the rules, they didn't lose any points, which taking a prescribed medication is part of that requirement. Yes. Then that tells me that they can take the medication, that they are able to follow the rules, and then release them to you. That is what I typically do. I'm going to defer to you. You're the victim in this case. You're also, excuse me, you are also now entering your 10th decade, I guess, on this earth. So if you are telling me that you think that's the best thing, then I'm going to defer to you. So my preference in this is to hold him, let him take his medication, see how he does. If he can get to level outstanding and hold it, and he's taking his medication, that gives me a measure of comfort to release him. But in the time that you raised this kid since he was a baby, newborn baby, you're telling me just release him and he's going to take his medication. You're going to watch him take his medication, then I can do that too. So do you have a preference?
Yeah, my preference is that you release him back to my custody, and I can get with the JPS psychiatric and get this medication situation straightened out, and see if they can, because he will obey what I.
Well, hold on a second. When you say get his medication situation straightened out, what's not straightened out? What needs to be fixed?
I need to get him back on the medication. And what happened was I had an appointment back at JPS for the 3rd of February for his evaluation. He goes in about every 4 months. He's been doing that since he's 5 years old. And what I wanted them to do was get a medication that's going to work. However, we got snow. In other words, and I got a cold. He got a cold.
So currently he does not have medication at home?
He does.
Yeah, he does. He's got a bottle of it. I didn't bring it with me.
So why do you have to go back to the doctor then?
Well, because he goes in for every 4 weeks he goes back to JPS, and they see a psychiatrist there.
When's the last time you saw one?
It was 3 months ago.
3 months?
Yeah, yes, sir. His appointment was for the first week in February, and that's when all the bad weather hit and everything, and I got a cold, and he did too, and we didn't get up there, and I called JPS, and they said, as soon as everything clears up, bring him up here, we'll reevaluate his, the drugs and so forth.
Right. All right, so Aunt, I see that you're there.
Yes.
Tell me what your thoughts are.
I think he needs help, and I think he needs to be in a place where he can get that help. He needs more than medication. He refuses talk therapy, which I think needs to be done in combination with medication. And I think if he goes home, my dad's going to do his best, as my dad has been constantly trying, and things don't get better. So I don't know. I have to defer to my father if he wants to take the boy home, but I will all once again be waiting for the phone call where things don't go well.
So has things like this happened in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And nobody ever called the police?
No.
Yes, the police have been called, and they've made reports. He has been in JPS for observation. The police have come out and not filed a report. There have been incidences where the police were not called. So I think my father's doing the best he can, but there's really no support because of this. There's no one to support my father to help with this because it is so difficult.
Grandpa, honestly, you're at the point in your life you should be enjoying your grandchildren, not fighting them. That's my thought.
Yeah, he doesn't see his grandchildren now because of this situation.
Oh, the other grandchildren?
Yes.
Well, the situation is, I have him, he's going to a private school, Key School. There's only a little over 100 children in there, and they're special trained people. It costs $20,000 a year. Okay, that's not the problem. There's no problem there. And right now he's on the Zoom schooling, and they are, since this situation just happened again, I got a call from the vice principal, and they're making arrangements where they can get a one-on-one teacher, and if they have to send the teacher to the home, they'll work that out. And so they're in the process of making sure he gets an education. There's only 9. He was student of the year last year out of the entire 145 people. He is right now a straight A student. All the teachers he has dyslexia teachers. He's got all these professionals, teachers, and the children, the number of children in his class are 9. Now, if you put him anywhere else, he's not going to be able to go to that school. And that he has a mental issue. And even at the time when this incident happened, he would go to his computer, work on it for 50 minutes, and they took a 10-minute break, and he'd come back, and he was trying to take my pants down. And
Grandpa, I understand. Look.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm at this point now where I am. You're doing everything you can for your grandson, but you may have hit the limit, and this may be a large part because he is just physically matured, and he's just a lot larger now than he was, 6-7 years ago, and so, it's not about intentions. It's not about your heart or your desire. I'm kind of worried about your safety, right? Because it's escalated and a weapon was used and it just got pretty extreme. What I'm inclined to do at this point, and I want your feedback, I haven't made my decision, is to go and detain him, get him a psychological evaluation because your daughter is saying there may be other issues that need to be addressed. Get a psychiatric evaluation, so both a psychologist and a psychiatrist, and we can assess the situation and make a decision about what medication he needs and then how to go forward from here. All right.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Is there any way he can continue his Zoom education while there?
So unfortunately, being here, he would be enrolled in the Fort Worth ISD campus that we have here in our facility. And so he would continue his schooling. It would just be through Fort Worth ISD. He could not go to his private school.
Well, I have a problem with that because he was in the public school system for 8 years, in grade school, and he clammed up. He wouldn't talk to anybody. Didn't talk to anybody in 8 years. Then he went to high school, Southwest High School, where he was accepted by the students and the teachers. However, it got pretty wild up there, and I had to take him out because the special education program wasn't any good. And consequently, this situation has arisen because he has not taken those drugs for medication. Sorry about drugs, but medication for about a month or so.
All right, so this is the conflict I'm dealing with. And I need to make a decision because we need to move on.
Yeah,
Right.
because I really don't want him in the Fort Worth school district.
Right. So, sir, I need to make a decision because we have to move on with the hearing. So I'm at this crossroad where I have to decide. On one hand, Grandpa is saying he just needs his medication, things will be fine. And I'm inclined to believe you. You don't seem like a man that would come to court and lie to the judge. All right. Now, on the other hand, I see Aunt saying that there are other services that are needed. There are other issues that are not being addressed and resolved. And that is a conflict that I'm trying to figure out right now.
Yeah. Because
So,
he's not going to get it in the Fort Worth system.
I beg your pardon?
He's not going to get the assistance in the Fort Worth.
I understand, but more than his education right now, I'm concerned about your safety, sir. All right, and that is what's driving this train. I'm concerned about your physical safety. And so, Aunt, do you agree with your dad that if Normie is on his medication, that he'll be your dad will not be in danger?
Not medication alone, no. I think he needs talk therapy, and I've talked to Normie about that. And
okay, so I understand your position that he needs the therapy for his overall health. Yes. What I'm talking about is the immediate danger to your father. If Norman was to go back home and he was taking his medication, do you feel like your father would still be in danger?
I think it's close to call. I think it could go either way. And I think.
How did we get to this point where we're so deep in the game that there's other services needed, but is it just Norman refusing to do any other services?
Yes.
No.
Yes. My father has tried to get him help, has brought him to different psychiatrists, tried different schools, had people come to the house. And Norman wants to be left alone.
So have you gotten MHMR of Tarrant County involved?
Have you called mental health?
Yeah, he's been to mental health. Yeah.
I think my dad's called. My dad's been working at this full time for years.
Well,
trying to get him help.
Yeah, JPS is actually the mainstay of everything. In the school he's in, is the mainstay of everything. What has happened is over the years, people ignore him and he has no friends.
You know what this tells me? I mean, I think I have a big idea. Okay. I think this is a classic situation where you've asked public services, the local government for help. And every time you get there, they say, well, if he goes back home to Grandpa, you go above and beyond what the normal person does. And they say there's not an immediate issue or danger to you or the child. So they just forget about you. And your papers get shoveled to the bottom of the stack because there's not an immediate crisis going on. And so I think we've just hit that point now, Norman, where I think you've made decisions that brought it before the attention of this court. And so I have to make a decision. So at this point, I'm going to go and detain him. I'm going to order a psychological evaluation. I'm going to order a psychiatric evaluation. We're going to figure out where he is. Grandpa, if you can get the medication to us, which will have the doctor's name, that gets our psychiatrist a head start in knowing where we're starting from. All right. This is purely, I think, our local government, our mental health services has failed you. And so for that, I apologize, but it's pretty clear to me now that y'all have asked for help and y'all haven't gotten it. And you probably haven't gotten it because they felt like you've got it under, not that you have it under control, but there are other people in a more dangerous situation than you. And so they've just forgotten about you. So I do apologize on behalf of the county.
Okay, where will he reside?
He will reside here, and it will take our psychologist will be here. They'll be scheduled right away. The psychiatrist shows up on Thursdays. So we need to get his medication. I want to make sure that we understand what services he needs. We'll have to do this anyways for his juvenile case. And so I just rather get it done right at the beginning. I'm open to the idea of releasing him to you, but I need to know that Norman is taking his medication as prescribed and that he is not violent.
Thank you.
I also think CPS failed you too, because they found what they thought was a safe home and just left him with you and never gave you additional services that Norman needed. But I think every facet of our system has failed you, sir, and you deserve better than that. All right.
So where is he going to reside?
Here.
He's going to reside here at our facility, and hopefully he can get out in a week. Depends on what the psychiatrist says, and depends on whether he's compliant with the rules and with the medication.
Yeah, I believe that the psychiatrist you use our JPS.
I beg your pardon?
I believe that I was under the impression that the psychologists you use are for JPS, John Peter Smith.
We have a doctor here that comes under contract, comes once a week to visit the kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because see, okay. Because
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
J. Lee West.
Yes, sir.
Yes, hello, Miss West. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I saw you yesterday, and what did we reset this for? Because
My drug test, they didn't put in the system.
okay, so I later on received word that they did put in the system, or they did find it. They just hadn't put in the system. I'm not sure what happened, but I go on what they say, and so this is juvenile probation. If they don't do their job, I can't do mine. So, all right. So you are clean on all substances. This is you were at Mesa Springs, you went home, this is domestic, hit grandma, and all right, so do we have grandma here?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at this point, Ms. Jenks, I need to know, I mean, this is similar to one you just heard immediately before. I'm concerned about your safety. So you tell me what you're thinking.
Well, Your Honor, Jaylee has been hospitalized 4 times already this year alone. She's having a big problem with aggression, physical aggression, suicidal ideation, elopement. We've had multiple 911 phone calls when she is home. What is in the works right now? Jaylee is part of the MHMR system, but she refuses the talk therapy. She'll see her therapist, but she doesn't want to talk to her therapist about, what's going on with her. However, through MHMR, we are on the waiting list. Hopefully by the end of next week, she'll have placement in Cedar Crest Residential Treatment Center. We also have a meeting set up on the 3rd of March with CRCG, so that if she can get into Cedar Crest, once she comes out, she'll go straight to the Waco Center of Youth for another 30-day program, just to help her get herself together.
It sounds like you have a plan. Where are we right now? What do you think I should do? I would like for her to, I would like for her to come home, Your Honor. I'm fearful, but I would like for her to come home. Okay. You think that's what's best for you and best for Jaylee? And I'm not asking what you want. I'm not saying asking what your heart is.
Yeah, I think that's what's best.
Okay. And you feel like you will be safe if I release her to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She has a prescription right now?
Yes, she has all her medication, sir.
And she is taking her medication?
Yes, she is.
Was she taking her medication on the day that she got arrested?
Yes. She had just gotten out of the hospital that morning. Yes. She's compliant with her medicine.
All right, so Jaylee, this falls on you. You're level 1 outstanding right now. So that tells me you know how to follow the rules.
Yes, sir.
You understand that if I let you go and probation comes by and checks on you, that if you're not level 1 outstanding at your grandmother's house, I'm just gonna bring you back here, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand, like, there's no love lost. Like, I care about you and that I want you to do well, but we don't have a personal relationship or anything, right? And so there's no love there. I mean, for me, it's a very callous decision. If you're causing problems, if you're being disrespectful, if you're not following instructions, if you're not following her DNA, right, all that, I'll just bring you back here.
Yes, sir.
It's really that simple for me. Do you understand? Okay, think of me as just a very callous, kind of uncle that just doesn't really, like, it just doesn't matter. Like, the rules are the rules, so that's all I care about. Okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, so you understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Ms. Jenks, you understand that you need to stay in contact with Ms. Guerrero and let Ms. Guerrero
Yes, sir.
know if there's any kind of problems.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is, you just need to be honest with her. Even don't cover for Jaylee, because if you do, and I find out next time, I'm not going to trust you.
Right. I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and release her. Does she have a history of running away, Ms. Jenks?
Yes, she
Okay,
does.
so we're going to place an electron monitor on her.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Jermaine Wilson. Sorry. All right, Mr. Wilson, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility and I detain you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Hamrick is your attorney. I believe your mom is present in the building. This is the one, right? Where the mom bust into the courtroom? Do we have mom coming? There we go. All right, so we have mom here. This is the one with the girlfriend. There's an argument. We're buying a car. Evidently, she's saying that you threatened her, and her family saying you pulled out a gun and found you with a gun, and you were documented as a Crip gang member. This all happened while you're on probation for aggravated robbery from last June involving a gun, so you had a specific order for no gun. In December of 17, you were placed on probation for assault of a public servant. So you have this history of violence and guns. Now you're arrested again. And it's my understanding that you also had $1,800 in restitution for your probation, that you got no payments. And previously on a different probation, you had $113 in restitution for which we've received no payments. So it seems like you have this history of robbing people and not paying back the money after you're caught, assaulting people, and then assaulting them again later on after you get caught, using guns in crimes, and then continuing to use guns in crimes after you get caught. So you're an absolute danger to yourself and the community. I also release you. I'm convinced that you will either harm yourself or somebody will defend themselves and harm you. So I'm going to continue to detain you. You are almost 17 years old, Mr. Wilson. I'm going to let you know that if your behavior level drops, I will house you in the Tarrant County Jail after your 17th birthday. I see that your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question. If you want to tell me something, your attorney, Ms. Hamrick, does not want you to speak. So do you have a question for me?
Yes, can I go to Terry County now then?
I beg your pardon, I don't understand your question.
I said, can I go to Terry County now?
No, you waive certification, but at this point, if you're under 17, you have to stay here.
I keep my level. I do everything I'm asked. This last incident is false. I don't know what to do, Judge Kim. I got a son.
I need you to stop talking. We're not going to talk about
Mr. Wilson, this is what I can say. The little advice I'll give you is that if you keep the level 1.0, you don't drop, and you're 17th, you ask to go downtown, I'll send you downtown. And as long as you were behaving when you go there, because you asked me to, if you ever want to come back, you let your attorney know, I'll bring you back here. So you can choose where you're going to stay. If your level drops, you don't have a choice. I'll just keep you downtown. Okay. So I would advise you to keep your level, like do right and keep your level up. Also, the second reason is your behavior level is what gets your attorney. It helps her explain your case and get your probation instead of being sent to prison. Okay. So you want to give her as much as you can to help her. Okay.
I don't understand this, Judge Kim. I really don't.
What don't you understand?
Because it's false. I don't understand.
Oh, right. So, Mr. Wilson, this is not your trial. This is not about whether you did or not. This is simply about detention. All right. The law tells me that if somebody can say something that, if it was true, would be a violation of our law, then I have to consider whether I release you or detain you. And then if I do that,
because I got a job.
You're asking me to explain something and then you cut me off.
I'm sorry, but I just want to know. I got so many questions. I do what y'all asked me to do.
I'm trying to explain this to you though. if you want to know, let me finish my sentence, right? And so this is, if I'm assuming that is true, then I've decided whether you're a danger to yourself, to others, or not to appear in court. Whether you did this or not, that is something that's for trial. This is not a trial. There's no proof. The DA doesn't have to provide evidence. In fact, the DA doesn't even have to be here. They are here, but they don't have to be, because no one gets to present any evidence to me. Only juvenile probation is the one that provides evidence. Your attorney does not have the right to provide evidence. She cannot, okay? So don't think your attorney's not fighting. She's just not allowed to. This is a detention hearing, not a trial. Okay, Mom, I see that you're kind of antsy. Did you have a question for me?
Yes, sir. So y'all keeping JD locked up because of some accusation when,
Yes.
and then this not fair, this not right. Like y'all didn't have no water, y'all feeding the moldy bread, y'all didn't have no lights. My son was in here cold.
And that is something to talk to your attorney about. This is a detention hearing. This is about whether there's probable cause that he committed an offense, and if there is, whether I should release him or keep him here. It's a very limited type of hearing. Okay, so it's not about his conditions. Talk to the attorney about that. It's not about a trial, whether he did or not. You need to talk to the attorney about that. Okay, these detention hearings are very specific.
Lady Hunter, he did have a hearing yesterday, and he was fine.
Everything I worked on for, you said I ain't pay nothing. I could pay something now. I have a card in the front. I can pay something now.
It's not about that. These are all factors. If it's paid off, that changes the fact.
We feel like he dry locked up. He dry locked up. Y'all dry got him locked up. He didn't do y'all saying about pistols and stuff.
Right, hold on, Mom. You need to stop this y'all saying. I'm not saying anything. I'm telling you what I'm being told. I'm not saying it actually happened. All right. So
but Judge Kim,
before we lose control of this hearing, right? Because you've already started off the wrong foot, busting into my courtroom, yelling at me.
I didn't yell at you. I'm just letting you know I was here.
All right. So, ma'am, just so you understand, other judges may be different, but I can guarantee just about every other judge in the state of Texas, if you bust into courtroom yelling and telling them that you're here, they're going to put you in jail for contempt. All right. So please be careful in the future. All right, so he's detained. All right, at this point, I'm going to turn the docket over to Judge Terry for the remainder of the 10-day hearings. Thank you, Judge Terry.
Why is y'all steady detaining
Judge.
me?
All right, Jabari Ballo.
We're about to get him out.
Hi, Jabari. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing today is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you detained. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Mr. Brian Willett, and he's here on Zoom. Do you see him there? He's got a blue jacket on. It says Brian Willett. All right. You were brought back in on the 5th after a DTA was issued. Mom filed a runaway report. We were previously released on January 15th at a 10-day detention hearing after you were brought in on New Year's Eve for a domestic disturbance where you threw rocks at your mom and one of them hit her in the arm, causing pain. Does he have a parent or guardian here today? Mr. Nava, I can see your lips moving. Is this yours?
Yes, ma'am. I'm coming for Casey. Sorry, but Mom should be in the lobby.
Okay. Well. All right. You've been on level 1 outstanding the whole time you were here. So, Mr. Nava, does he have a date yet as to when he can go to the care house?
I don't believe so. From speaking with Mr. Case, he didn't have a date. I think Mom might have a clearer picture about that.
Okay.
Mom right there.
I can see her.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good.
All right. So I was just asking about the care house. I see that he's on a wait list. His behavior level, it looks like he's got to level 1 outstanding pretty much as soon as he could here and has been there. And so I'm asked, what I want to know from you is, do you have a date certain yet where he'll be going to the care house?
No, that's just was something, an option I wanted, but he's already has an appointment for the Yes Waiver program for March 25th.
Okay.
but he'll be getting the assistance with them. And the care house lady told me that he's more than welcome to use their therapy services.
Okay.
Mhm. They said they work together with the Yes waiver.
Okay.
Mhm.
Are you ready to have him back at home in the meanwhile while this is going on? While you're
Yes.
waiting?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, I think, Jabari, you've done what you're supposed to be doing here. As long as you can keep that behavior up at home and promise that to mom and I today, then I'm comfortable releasing you.
Yeah, we just gotta work. He's very good for y'all when y'all come here, when he comes here, but you know, we just gotta work on listening to my rules too.
Yeah, do you hear that, Jabari?
Yes, ma'am. I just need to start working on doing the chores at home and stuff. That's all I need to work on.
I mean, you eat at home, right?
Yeah.
And mom buys you clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
And so in return, do you think you can do the chores that she asked you to do?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I'm sure she doesn't have you doing anything that you're not capable of doing, right?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to release you. I expect you to remain level 1 outstanding for mom.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're not, for some reason you're brought back, even if you're level 1 outstanding here, I'm going to have a hard time trusting that you'll behave if we release you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't want you hitting mom, threatening her, throwing anything at her. I am going to release you on a monitor though, because you did run off and I don't want you out there running around. So. All right, Jabari, I don't want to see you here until your case is being resolved, all right? Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge Terry.
You're welcome, Mom.
Have a good day.
You, ma'am. Ryan Hyder?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, and your attorney that you've retained is Mr. Shane Lewis, and he's here on Zoom. There, do you see him? And it looks like mom's walking in.
Yes, Your Honor, mom and dad are here.
All right. All right, so you're 16. And you were brought in on New Year's Eve afternoon. Fort Worth PD were working off duty at the Will Rogers Gun Show. The Cedar Hill off-duty officer was also working the gun show and informed Fort Worth PD that 3 individuals known to be gang members were at the gun show. He was able to verify them by their names and that they had been documented as members of the Jug Team gang. It was verified through NCIC and TLETS. Brian, you were identified as one of the gang members and you were in possession of an AK-47 pistol and detained. You're brought in for unlawful carrying of a weapon on that day. You've been level 1 outstanding only since the 4th of February. So, Ms. Brassel, can you let me know what's been going on with him since he's been here?
Your Honor, he's been out level 1 outstanding since the first day he was able to get to level 1 outstanding. He's had no problems in detention.
Okay, the detention report says level 1 outstanding since February 4th, and he's been here. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't New Year's Eve, it was January 31st. My apology. Okay, so he has been level 1 outstanding the whole time.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's got a pending aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Dallas County. Can you tell me about that?
It's not changed since the day he got here. It's been referred to the department, but there's no officer assigned.
Okay, do you know what the date of that offense was or what the allegations are?
I believe it was in October, and they just received the report around the same time he came into detention here.
Okay, but you don't know what the allegations are in that? Any details about it?
I do not know.
Your Honor, his mother has some information if you need to know.
Yeah, I would like to know if she's willing to share that.
Sure.
Mom, what are they saying he did out there in Dallas County?
We tried to retain an attorney. The attorney I got with them, they reached out to the Dallas County. They went down to the municipal court. The first time they weren't able to pull up anything. I went down to the Cedar Hill municipal court as well to speak to someone in regards to this. I asked for evidence as to why they have him down as a gang member.
Well, I'm asking about, I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm not to interrupt you, but I'm asking specifically about the aggravated robbery and aggravated assault
Yes,
charges in Dallas.
I retained an attorney. They refunded me my money because they're not seeing anything. We're not 100% sure as to how this occurred or what happened. But even the attorney's like, I've tried.
So you don't know any, well, so the answer is you don't know anything about where these allegations are coming from in Dallas?
No, ma'am.
Where it went? Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right.
Your Honor, if I may, I double checked too. When she hired me on this case, I contacted Dallas to try to obtain information on whether I could represent him or not. I was unable to find anything other than what I heard at the detention hearing here. And so I told the family, I can't help you. I can't find any charges or anything. That's when they went to another lawyer in Dallas. And it's my understanding that the lawyer ran into the same dead end and refunded their money. So I don't know what the status is.
Well, maybe this has not been filed yet.
Maybe, I don't know. He's having some issues in detention, Judge, that the mom wanted to let the court know if you need to hear that.
What kind of issues?
Medical issues. Mom, are you ready to explain that?
Yes, I'm ready to explain. Every time he gets on the phone with us, he can't barely tell us anything. Like, that's my baby. He has
rheumatoid What medical issues is he having back in detention?
He has rheumatoid arthritis. He's hungry. And if he doesn't get his vitamin intake up, he's going to have another flare up.
Does he have medication that he's supposed to be on?
The medication, he hasn't had a flare up in a while. It's been a while since he's had a flare up.
Does he have medication that he's supposed to be on?
It's only when he has flare ups. Yes, ma'am.
Can you provide that medication here to the detention center?
I'd have to get, it's old, but I'd have to get the name and everything. Like, I can provide it, yes.
Because if you're saying that he needs medication and it's for some reason he's having a flare up here, then we're going to need you to provide whatever it is he needs. His medication, and if the doctor says he needs to have vitamin supplements, then he can have that too. I know that they eat very well back there. I'm not sure what happened last week, but that issue has been resolved, and you can rest assured he is getting fed back there.
The mom indicated to me that there are certain dietary issues with the rheumatoid arthritis. Mom, can you explain that?
He's not supposed to eat pork.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead with his dietary issues.
His dietary issues, he's not supposed to eat pork.
Okay.
It can make him have a flare up, as well as he has some, I'm sorry, my head is blank right now. Like,
Ms. Brazel, if mom provides you that information, is that something you can assist with?
Yes.
Okay.
Like he's not eating. I can tell the way I'm looking at him.
So, ma'am, I understand that's your baby boy. I have a son as well. My concern here is this: I'm impressed that he's been level 1 outstanding the whole time he's been here. My concern is I don't know enough about the Dallas stuff, because if it's aggravated robbery and aggravated assault, it tells me this with a deadly weapon. And then on this one here in Fort Worth, he's found with an AK-47 pistol and detained. I have serious concerns about the safety of the community and his safety, as well as him being a documented gang member. I don't know that 15 days is enough to get a handle on that. But I do want to address your concerns for his nutrition and dietary needs and his medication. So if you can get that, whatever medication it is that he needs up here, I assure you it will be administered to him. And you can meet with his probation officer while you're here today, Ms. Brazel, and she can, when you sit down and you're calm with her, you can talk about his dietary needs with her, and she can make sure that those are addressed back there in detention while he is here. But at this point, I am gonna detain him.
Judge,
right?
can I say something real quick?
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
My only concern, Judge, is this is, I think, his third detention hearing, and we really keep hearing the same thing about Dallas. I have some information, but I've gained it from my client. So
Okay.
I really think that this is something that, I mean, we can't do Dallas's job for them if they just never file a case. In fact, they haven't ever even asked for him to have a detention hearing over there. I think that's sort of enlightening to us about what might happen with that case. He could be on a monitor, he could be on GPS at home, and if Dallas files a case, they can then address their detention hearing. So really, we have a misdemeanor case here, and that's the only thing holding him, and he's been on level 1 the entire time. So I'm asking the court to reconsider that decision.
I hear you, Mr. Lewis, and I would agree with you if it were here with Fort Worth with our JPD here. I would agree with you that they would be even moving on or do something about it now. I can't help that Dallas does move slower than, you know, their whole juvenile system does move a bit slower than we move over here. But Ms. Brett, I think it's something any one of you know how to figure out if you contact JPD over there in Dallas.
Well, that's what I'm telling the
We'll
court.
see next time. I'm just saying that 15 days here, for me, I'm not comfortable releasing him at this point with there seems to be a possible pattern. And right now I've got, and I'm concerned that he may not have the supervision at home now as well. The more mom is just coming off as super enabling to me right now. And I may be wrong, but this one is not sitting right with me right now. I think that he is a danger. And so I am going to detain him this time. It may be different next time. He stays on level 1 outstanding. And, but I can tell you, this is not sitting right with me right now. So Ms. Brazel, I would like to have more information for the court the next time, or else I may have to agree with Mr. Lewis. If maybe, I'm not making any deals, but if Mr. Hyder remains on level 1 outstanding, okay? Or if you find anything out, Mr. Lewis, obviously, you know, you're free to schedule a detention hearing prior to the next one. So,
Ma'am.
all right. Thank you all. All right. Amaya Pipkins. Hi, Amaya. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, and your attorney, Carmen Johnson, is here. Looks like she might be having some connectivity issues with her camera, but it seems like she can hear. Ms. Johnson, can you hear us? Are you all right there? All right.
Yes.
Okay. So see that striped screen she's got there? Kind of pretty, actually.
And I can't explain why it looks like that. On
I mean,
my
it kind of
phone,
reminds you
it
like
didn't
the
look
old
like
school.
that at all, but on the
It reminds you
computer.
of the old school tube TVs when they didn't come in right, you know? All right.
Yes, yes, ma'am, it does. And when you were the antenna and had to run over there and stand there?
That's how I grew up, with one of those in my house, and just one. Okay. On February 7th, Amaya, you referred in by Fort Worth PD for endangerment of a child, terroristic threat, fear of serious bodily injury. So this is your first 10-day detention hearing. Officers were called to the residence of your ex-boyfriend, and who is also the father of your child. Officers arrived on the scene and spoke to you outside of the home while noticing damage to a silver Camaro. In the driveway, you admitted that you were upset with your ex and father of the child, and had both drove her vehicle into his and also struck his vehicle with a tire iron. Victim reported that he heard you upset outside and went to confront you when he saw you attempting to put coolant in his gas tank. It was at this point that you lifted a tire iron to threaten him. He denied being in fear of his life, but was worried about being injured. Officers also learned that you and your son were in the back seat of your vehicle when you struck his vehicle with hers. How old is this baby? Someone?
Am I allowed? 1 year old.
Okay, thank you.
About a year.
Okay. Victim completed a family violence packet and emergency protective order or emergency protective order with the officer. CPS case is pending. Is that CPS case still pending, Ms. Johnson? Sometimes things change from the time they write the reports here.
Judge, if I can speak to that, I have not been able to find a CPS case.
Okay.
I also have not been able to determine who the investigator might be.
Okay.
I know that there's supposed to be a safety plan in place, so that may be why that I can't find any of the information, that no case is actually going to be filed. It may
Okay.
just be a safety plan issue. And that's what I'm assuming at this point, because it's my understanding that Amaya is to be at her mom's house and the baby is going to stay at the father's house.
Okay, so you cut off. So Amaya's to be at her mother's house and the baby is supposed to be staying at father's house?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And he and his mom are involved.
Yeah, and I do have a investigator.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Dotson. What was that you said again, Ms. Johnson? You cut out a little bit.
Okay, you froze.
Yeah, you did too. So
I was saying that it's my understanding. It's been reported to me that Maya is to stay at her mom's house and that the baby is supposed to stay at the father's house. And CPS has some safety plan in place, which I'm sure covers all those issues.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. Okay, Mr. Dotson?
I was just saying, Your Honor, I spoke with the CPS liaison this morning. I have a person's name, and it's my understanding that they are investigating. They just didn't get a chance to because of the snow and ice last week.
Okay.
I
Can
do
you just
have-
get that information to Ms. Johnson so that
Yes,
she?
I will. I just got it, so that's why.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. All right. What's going on with her behavior level? I see that
I'm
she's in level.
asking.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just telling you, you're frozen again.
Oh, I know. I think it might be on your end. I'm not sure. Mr. Dotson, what's her behavior level? Why is she only level 1 outstanding since the 17th?
When she initially got detained, Your Honor, she was kind of upset because she thought she had lost rights to her baby. So when she went back to detention, she was kind of frustrated. So she got a bad level on that day. But once she got everything together, she's been level 1 outstanding since the 17th. We haven't had any issues in a week. But initially she was upset because she had thought she had lost all rights to her baby, and that really kind of upset her.
So she just doesn't know, but she should probably know. And Ms. Johnson, Ms. Pipkins, your attorney can explain to you the risk you are taking with this kind of behavior, okay? With what happened, whatever happened with those vehicles, remember the risk you are taking as far as your parental rights and your possession and access time to your child. Ms. Johnson can explain that to you. And if I were you, I would listen and heed every word that she says about that, okay? I don't know what's going on between you and the father of the child or anything like that, but I can tell you nothing is worth putting your relationship with your child at risk, okay? He can go do whatever he wants. If he wants to be absentee, great, go on. If he wants to be doing whatever he's doing on the side or somebody else, whatever. I don't know what made you so mad, but that does not matter, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It just doesn't. It's not worth putting your relationship with your child at risk. There's so many other men out there in the world. Who cares?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. I'm going to go ahead and release you on a monitor. Because I want to make sure that you are complying with whatever safety plan that CPS has going on out there for now. Just a way of protecting you from yourself until you learn how to get your emotions under control. I don't think you would do anything directly to harm your child, but I don't know. That's a pretty stupid thing that you did with that child in the car. So. If we find out Sure, you don't have to have any contact with the father other than whatever arrangements you guys are supposed to have that are approved. Well, no physical contact with them. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there an emergency protective order or no?
No.
There isn't one. Okay. I just don't want to write anything that conflicts with that and gets her in trouble. So, okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Next is Lionel Taylor. Can I see, is Mr. Gladstone here today? Yes, there he is. Okay. All right, Mr. Taylor, I am Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Gladstone, is here. It says Richard Gladstone right there on the Zoom screen. And do we have a parent or guardian here?
Yes, I see my mom and.
Is it Mom Michelle Bryant? All right, thank you. I don't see. All right.
We also have a representative from CPS, Your Honor.
Okay, and who is that?
Mrs. Estrada.
Right here, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right. All right. Level 1 outstanding since the 15th, he's 14, January 23rd, Fort Worth PD, domestic disturbance. Arrived, met with your mother, Ms. Bryant. She returned home and was informed by your 11-year-old nephew that you had slapped him in the head when he did not get out of the chair that you wanted to sit in fast enough. When Mom confronted you, you pushed her and slapped her, but did not cause pain. While an officer was speaking with you outside, you stated that if you went back in, you would kill your mother, so you were arrested for terroristic threat. You were issued citations for allegedly assaulting mother and cousin. A pending theft of property from the 6th of January. It says you were referred out of custody by Fort Worth PD for that. It says that on the 3rd of January, police were dispatched to the family residence regarding a domestic disturbance. Mother stated that while she and her husband were out of town, you entered the room and broke into the clothes chest and took the key to her vehicle. And then she contacted Fort Worth PD on the 5th and informed that you were picked up in Arkansas for wrecking the vehicle. All right, so what's his behavior levels been like? It looks to me like it's been going back and forth.
Somewhat, Your Honor. He had a major infraction on February the 10th where he got into a fight with another resident back there and has been able to work his way back to level 1. Looks like since, where is it? Well, the last several days he's been on level 1 since the 15th. So he worked pretty much right back up to level 1 after he was confined.
So it looks like Mr. Taylor's telling us he's got a temper.
Perhaps.
He's got perhaps some pattern of out of control behaviors. Mom, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts is that at this particular time, at first I was against him coming home because I didn't think that he had been on long enough. But with talking with him over the last couple of weeks, I really have seen a change, and I would like for him to come home and give him that opportunity to do what he needs to do.
Okay. Does your little nephew live with you?
They moving out. They moving out this weekend. Their mom has found them a house. He has been very upset that we moved from Missouri, left his friends and everything, and moved here to Texas. So he does say that this is where he wants to be or whatnot. So I think he's pretty much over the hump that we live here in Texas now.
Okay, how long have you been here?
We moved here the week of Christmas.
Okay. I understand it's a tough move to make at that age, I'm sure, right, Lionel?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
This is not the way to act out. All right, what school do you go to?
I was getting registered in Southwest.
In Fort Worth?
Yes.
Okay.
Crowley Ninth Grade Center.
Okay, and he'll be going in person?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, Judge, my impression, CPS got involved because mother was frustrated with him and didn't want to take him back. But I think they've mended their fences somewhat, and she's willing to give him a chance here.
Okay. All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm willing to extend you some grace too, looking at your age and the major life change you just went through, but your behavior, you're acting out, if that's the reason why, you need to find another way, another outlet for your frustrations, okay? I asked about school and everything too. Perhaps there's some, school counselors and something like that you can visit with their mom. Maybe you can seek out something for him to help him channel his feelings in an appropriate manner. Had he ever been in trouble with the juvenile justice system before, where you came from?
No, he wasn't. He has not been in juvenile court at all.
Okay. All right. I don't think you should be slapping around your 11-year-old little nephew just because you're bigger than him. That's bullying. And that's the worst kind, because you should be someone that he could look up to, Mr. Taylor. So I don't want you to have any harmful contact with him whatsoever. Okay.
That was
I'm going to go ahead and give you a chance. I'm going to release you. He's sitting in the chair first, he's doing whatever it is first before you just let him do that. You hear me?
yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, Yana.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm his aunt, Cynthia Bradley, and the uncle is sitting here, James Bradley. We're Christian people, and I had a talk with my husband, and I'm wanting to be, I always have been active in his life, but I want to start like taking them fishing, taking them on trips.
Okay. What is your role on here? Why did you appear here? Did CPS have you come or what?
Say it again.
Did CPS have you appear here, or
Well, I'm supporting them as an aunt because I got on the last time, but it was, continued to today. So just wanted to.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that he has. I'm going to go ahead and release him. I'm glad that he has family to support him here too. So that's, I would talk with mom about that. That's up to mom how involved that she wants the extended family to be. But if extended family is a good influence, I'm a big fan of that. So you guys can work that out as a family, okay?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Diana Valdez.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. I don't see, where's Diana Valdez? All right. Hi, Diana. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you here detained. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Larry Beaver, and he's here on Zoom with a purple shirt and a tie on with a black jacket.
Good morning.
All right. You are 16 years old, and looks like this is probably your first 10-day detention hearing. You've been on, took you a few days to get on level 1 outstanding, a few days more than extra, but you've been there since the 13th. Tested positive for marijuana when you came in on the 8th, and I guess a substance abuse referral was submitted on the 8th. Let's see. I guess on the 7th, you were referred in custody by Fort Worth PD for evading arrest, detention with the vehicle. Says around 8:40 p.m. Fort Worth PD observed white Nissan Altima passed him at a high rate of speed, 80 miles an hour here on 28th Street. Attempted a traffic stop where you continued into a densely populated residential area at 65 miles an hour. Said police said it appeared that you might have been intoxicated. Vehicle came to a stop. 3 female occupants, 2 juveniles, 1 adult were discovered in the car and detained. Field sobriety tests were performed for all 3 occupants. Said that you showed minimal signs of intoxication despite admitting to officers drinking Smirnoff Ice bottles 30 minutes prior. Police report stated the female adult passenger performed field sobriety test, was found to be highly intoxicated and arrested. Police reported officers identified you to be the driver, which belonged to the female adult passenger. Police reports revealed officers discovered empty Smirnoff bottles in the vehicle, and marijuana residue was found in an ashtray near the front passenger. No previous history. Department. Okay, so what happened? How come it took her till the 13th to get on level 1?
She had some infractions that occurred where she was on level 3U and then eventually was able to progress. She improved her behavior and has sustained level 1 since the 13th.
All right, thank you. What kind of infractions did she have?
I'm going to reduce so I can see that really quick for you. According to what I read, it is disruptive in the room, banging and yelling. That was on 2-9. And then that was level 3 unacceptable. And then she progressed from that to level 3 outstanding, to levels 2 outstanding, and to where she is now.
Thank you. Mom, do you know who this adult is that she was with?
I have no idea.
Do you know who the other girls were that she was with?
I have no idea.
Did you know where she was supposed to be when she was out that night?
She was a runaway, so I haven't seen her.
Oh, okay. How long had she been gone?
Off and on since June.
Okay. Is that being looked into at all?
We already had, I'm sorry if I could speak.
Sure.
CPS already came and checked it all out. They cleared my cases and everything.
This is bigger than CPS, I think.
Yeah, no, I know.
Possibly. Mr. Ortiz, do you know if there's anything's being investigated as to maybe if that adult was keeping her or what?
No, ma'am, I have not seen or read that information. I can gather that information with you for you if you'd like.
I just think if Mom says on and off since June, she's been running, and she's 16 years old, and she can be running around out there in the world, you know, and only was found because of this. I have some serious concerns as to who she's with and what's going on.
I misunderstood you with regard to the information about her behavior, but I was not understanding about the runaway.
We knew she was working at a corner store, but every time CPS went to go, she was not clocked in or wasn't there.
Okay, well, I guess I'm concerned about trafficking. I'll just say it. So is anyone looking into that at all, or what her relationship is with this adult that she was with?
With whom may I talk?
Yes, please. Okay. I'm asking you to help me understand what's going on.
I'm sorry. I believe that while she was a runaway, she befriended these individuals, and this one of them was an adult. And as far as the information concerning how she was able to become their friend, my only assumption is through probably just her contact while she's been away. And that's the only thing that I can come up with as far as how she would be able to befriend somebody who was an adult and provide her or allegedly provide her with this alcohol.
Okay, Diana, who have you been living with?
I just been staying with my friends, and It hasn't really been in a permanent place.
And their parents just let you stay with them?
I mean, I wasn't really staying. I just go and stay for like a couple days, and that was it.
Your Honor, if the court feels it's appropriate to ask about this adult that was with her at the time, because I'm not sure if by adult they're talking about a 17-year-old or a 37-year-old or.
Right, me neither. Yeah.
So.
How old were they, Lisette?
I beg your pardon?
I'm asking how old they were.
This person identified as an adult when you were detained. How old is that person?
21.
You said 21?
Yes, sir.
And was that person male, or is that person male or female?
Female.
Yeah, I think the report says they were all females in the vehicle.
I believe that Diana and her mother have spoken several times on the telephone, and that they've reached an understanding, and Diana knows what her, and if the court would consider releasing her on an electronic monitor, I believe that Miss Valdez, the mother, is ready for Diana to come home.
Your Honor, I did also look up the information in the police report, and it states that it was an adult female and her date of birth is 11/24/01.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to release her on a monitor as soon as she provides the first and last names to you, Mr. Ortiz, and everybody that was in the vehicle with her.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Diana, that's so you cannot associate with those people.
That is right. That is a condition of her release.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
You are not to have any contact with anyone that was in the vehicle with you that night, okay? At all, not via social media. That includes Snapchat, Instagram, any of that stuff, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Not email, not through a friend of a friend, no texting, nothing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right, do not bring the next child in because the remaining children are under the age of 14 pursuant to Texas Family Code, section 54.0.
Point bloody bloody blah. We know you're not bringing the rest in, but that's okay, Judge Terry. We've had enough for tonight. It's been a 6-hour live stream. Oh shit. I'll play again. Okay, guys, I really appreciated having you here tonight. I love you so much. I've laughed so much tonight, cried a little bit, but it is time to get some rest for me. You don't have to sleep if you don't want to. The East Coast people will be starting soon, anyways. But I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of you turning up for your shifts in the kitchen. Please make sure you clock out by making sure that you've hit the like button. And have a wonderful evening. I will see you guys, what is actually today, but we'll call it tomorrow, after we wake up. And yeah, we will have a wonderful evening. Oh yeah, and make sure to go check out That Is the Way I See It. Thank you for hanging out here. I seriously feel like this is the after hours club for court people. Anyways, guys, I love you so much. I will tell Nana to stay in her lane. That's what I will tell Nana. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.